Ladies and gentlemen, from parts unknown, we have an interracial, intermingled, intersexual group of Caucasian men and wife beaters and black men of questionable melanin. Put your hands together, make some noise for Guns and Butter!
Whether you're chasing the bag or just trying to be a man, get ready to have your wallets, your mind, and your views on life challenged with Reckless Ray De Niro.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy Reckless Ray De Niro, and we're back at it again for another episode of Guns and Butter. For those of you who are watching over on YouTube, shout outs. For those of you who are watching over on Rumble, I see y'all. Shout out. Actually, I'm going to move my Rumble screen over to here so I can see it better. I'm moving my drinks. I got a little amount of drinks down here. Shout outs to Boulevard, flavor of the night, raspberry quirk. This week's been so stupid that I got to have a drink, and I'm having it. It's the raspberry rocket pop, goes with the America theme, matches my hat. Boulevard, Kansas City company, got bought out. They made their money, but, you know, it's KC, baby. We still drinking it. So, actually, let me get this down out of the way. We're going to readjust the mic tonight. We talking down at y'all. We talking down at the mic, down at the mic, down at the mic. First and foremost, mad shout-outs to the Wolf Pack, the Dog Pound, the DPG, those who rock with me. We got a couple of things we're going to go over in our monologue tonight while people are rolling in. We're talking about leadership tonight. All the things that I've picked are based on leadership. A good chunk of it is going to also be based on male leadership specifically. I had some interesting conversations this week. We had a little bit of a thing happen that hadn't happened in a little bit, but it spurred me to And then I saw a reaction to the thing. I actually saw the first reaction to a piece of content that I was in, and it was kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie, like it was weird. It actually got me to listen to like a whole deal. What's going on, Third Angel? Bro, listen, this conversation specifically, I'm gonna put a PSA out there because I will be muting and I will be keeping the conversation very on topic tonight because it is kind of important. It's leadership specifically. But you know, there was a little bit of a Ray thing going on, but I'm gonna jump right into it. First and foremost, the Nation of Wigwam caught a huge L this week. Carly Russell. They're good lord. The time that the police spring into action to go find a missing black woman that all of you say that they never go look for, and the woman that they went to go look for lied. This is not good, women. Nation of Wigwam, catch your L. And the thing that's upsetting about this, from a leadership standpoint, because everything will be on topic tonight, is this is a gross display of the lack of leadership within that specific community. The activists are still defending her. Nobody holds her accountable. She goes and runs away, and she just ran away and lied about it and made an elaborate lie about it per the evidence. And nobody's retracting their statements. No one's gone back on the we gotta find this girl. No one's gone back. Like now we're making it a conspiracy theory that they just gave her back because y'all were upset. On what planet do kidnappers give people back because people are looking for them? I need answers. Like, have we gotten to the point to where like the people who are in that camp that share that mindset are so functionally mentally disabled that they can't even rationalize when they're dead ass wrong and say they're sorry? Dang it, I said that. Well, we're not going to say it again. But I mean, seriously, people, seriously, what world do we live in where you just get to go? Like, if she doesn't catch a charge for this, because I'm telling you, they would have a dude. If I run away from home, and hold up, I gotta pick this shit. Oh god, world's getting crazy over here. If I run away from home, bruh, and make up a story that I got kidnapped by some white folks, bruh, I'm going to jail immediately. I won't even get to pass go. Like, it's gonna be immediate. I'm up out of here. If this woman does not go to jail, I don't want to hear nothing about the patriarchy ever again. I don't want to hear nothing about how women are downtrodden ever again. I don't want to hear nothing. Because if y'all can just make up blatant ass lies and face zero consequence, which is exactly what the men in the manosphere have been saying, y'all aren't held accountable for anything y'all do. If she don't catch a charge, point proven. And that conversation is put to bed and it's over. And anytime any man brings it up, you got to accept it. Because you could just run away and say some white people stole you and come back 48 hours later after you stole money and stuff from your job and you camped out at a hotel for 2 days. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. This is such a bad look. I don't want to hear, oh, also, we're done. No more believe all women. That conversation's over. We ain't believing shit. I'm cussing early. I don't care. We ain't believing shit. Period. Like, I'm like, you best go bring some DNA evidence and some actual proof with some actual facts, just like Carly Russell did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't believing nothing, bro, until after it's over. I will not have an opinion. I'm happy I didn't speak on that. I'm happy my show's not till Thursday, because normally when some stupid stuff happens early in the week, it's out by the time I get to it. So I can speak on it from a point of understanding. Because the only thing that this woman can say is she got kidnapped by aliens, bro. And the aliens didn't know we was looking for her. And they beamed her back down. Like they never found the baby. There's just walking babies. All of this was bad. All of it was bad. It seemed sus from the beginning, but like we was insensitive. You know, I thought maybe it was a gang that had a midget that dressed up in kids' clothes because that's a thing. They make funny TikTok videos. But now it wasn't even that. Like nothing of this story was true. And I mean, you know, I love my boy Daryl, but Daryl, y'all better address this. Y'all can't just let this fall by the wayside, bro, because we had the conversation together. And, you know, y'all thought I was insensitive when I was joking about the midget. And now we find out the whole thing was made up. So my joke was funny. I'm funny. That was funny then, too. It's extra funny now. But I digress. We're going to keep it rolling. And so, you know, one of the things, and like I'm going to showcase one of the dude who reacted to my stuff. We're not going to watch the reaction. If you want to watch the reaction, though, go over there. I'm definitely recommending subscribing. I did a post on my community for you guys to I posted on my community because like I don't, you know, if somebody gives me some attention period, I'm gonna support them. You know, like we both in the 200s on the grind up. You know, he reacted to a piece of content that heavily had me in it. You know, I'm gonna give him a shout out. And it was actually a really good breakdown. Like I did watch a good chunk of it. And like I was sitting there and I was like, I lit his comments up because like nobody commented because people don't comment. You know what I'm saying? It takes time. So I wanted to show him appreciation for the work that he did and know that I saw what was going on over there. And you know, there was a little bit of pushback. He had a dude up there that was a dude. He had a dude up there that was a dude that didn't like me. But there's a couple of key points, and like his point was the red pill space or the manosphere doesn't have good male leadership. And you know, after seeing it, the one conclusion that I came to, and since I'm going to show his page, I'm going to go ahead and show the clip. We're going to do a reaction to it over here. The thing that I can't even push back on is that like a lot of these dudes in this space shouldn't be in this space. And this is where I talk about leadership. Like if every conversation you enter into, you gotta ruffle your feathers. Like, I mean, I don't start every conversation on a panel that I'm on with, oh, I've been in crypto for 10 years. Oh, I'm one of the first people to independently buy a house by themselves with nobody else on the lease. Oh, I'm looking for my second property. Oh, I'm part owner of a business. Oh, let me pre-qualify. Like that dong measuring is, the police didn't completely say she lied. They said everything but she lied. Like literally everything but that. like the police chief came out and he did a whole breakdown of what happened, and they're going to continue to investigate to find out where she was for those 48 hours. But there was no talk about the baby. They're not talking about any of that stuff. They said everything except that she didn't tell the truth. Like everything but that. It's just not, it's not good. But when you're talking in these spaces and you're claiming that you want to help men, but you want to tear them down on their way in the door as they're processing through some things, and like we'll delve into that piece of it also. You're not here to help men. Like when you have a shtick and you do the same thing every time you're on a panel, and you're old, and you're one of these, oh, what's going on, Sir Hale? Sir Hale in the building. Shout outs to Sir Hale for tapping in with your boy on his show. Jada. There's no justification for making up a story about some white people kidnapping you with a baby, bro. I literally in the history of every kidnapping that any white person has committed, they've never given the kid back. Like they never give the person back. The person, she walked home, bro. She walked home. What's up, Cellulite? We broaching on some leadership topics tonight, bro. You might want to tap in for this one. You might have. I think you got some insight for this because you got a good platform. You leading some people. You have some fun conversations over there. But people don't just be returning people to their house when they kidnap them. Like, I mean, the medics said that there wasn't nothing wrong with her. Like, I mean, I don't know anyone who's been abducted after she said that they kidnapped her, moved her into multiple different vehicles, tied her up, and then didn't tie her up because they didn't want to leave marks on her. Like, the whole story is bad. The whole story is bad. It's just not good. It's not a good look. It's just not. Like, this is going to fall completely apart. They're not even saying that there's people out on the loose that are kidnapping people. There was no warning for the rest of the general public this whole time. There never has been a piece of like, because like if you got a kidnapper on the loose, the authorities tell you during the press, like, hey, bro, this dude's still out here snatching people up. Hide. Don't get out of your car if you see a baby walking down the highway. There's a warning for the public because there's still a danger for the public. If they're using a child to kidnap people, they're going to tell you, hey, don't pull over if you see kids walking down the road, bro. Like, don't try to get them. But also, she was the only person who saw the child on a busy road. I mean, they have video footage of it. Like, none of it seems right unless she's the only person with night vision on that road. It's wild. What's up, Simon? Simon's in the building. Yeah, bro. I don't even think she was sneaking out. Like, from what I've heard a bunch of different things. All I know is this. From what the police commissioner said, or the police chief said, he said everything but she lying, bro. So if she lied, that's a false police report, which is illegal. That is, in and of itself, that by itself is illegal. But they like also pointed out that she left with like a bunch of stuff to like hold you over for 48 hours. Like, she left with snacks, a robe, and like, I mean, like that she took a towel. Like, I don't, oh God. I don't know. I mean, but he might not be in on it. Maybe she tricked everybody to get back at him. Oh yeah, she had like $100 that she took out the till of the register. Apparently, like this is bad, Jada. It's bad. You gotta go watch the police commissioner's deal because what he said, it's all there's like at least three crimes. She better catch a charge for one of them. That's all I gotta say. But on top of that, back to the leadership thing. When you're in these spaces, everybody likes to like it. For me, it's a red flag when people want to show up and then they want to showboat about what they've done every time they talk. You have these people that do these shticks. They get on the panel and they act a certain way. They do a certain thing. They get real angry. They talk loud. They yell. They sit in a dark corner. Like they got their little shtick. And the thing is, this is what I say about this. And shout out to 777 because I stole it from him. Because I don't take people's stuff without giving the proper credit. Because we're fully transparent over here. These people are either living here, meaning they're making the majority of their money in this space or enough money that it matters to them in this space. So they have a lane that they're in because that's what they got paid to do. Because that's what they got paid to do. Or they're trying to live here. And me, I play here. Like I actually own stuff. Like I'm like the registered business owner. I have employees. So like, I mean, if we're measuring dongs, I'm just saying. So for me, when I talk on these panels and when I talk on this show, I enjoy talking on this show. I enjoy the network that I've built. I enjoy the community that I have over here because I get to be 100% authentic. I'm not expected to act a certain way. I'm not expected to say a certain thing. I'm not expected to regurgitate a specific talking point. I'm free to say whatever I want because my channel's not monetized. Like every once in a while, I get some cash apps. I love that. It's nice. It goes back into like making this continue, making it better. What's going on, Reese from Philly? And as I'm broaching these spaces, I'm seeing some of these people that are supposed to be leaders of men, or they're considering themselves leaders, and they can't even keep frame throughout a conversation. They can't even. And so, like, me personally, because the way that I navigate, and it's one of the reasons that I'm a fun panelist to have on your show, because I have so bad at ADD that I can actually be on the panel and in the chat. So, like, normally I'll say a little funny stuff in the chat. I'm chatting with people in the chat, keeping the chat going. I enjoy doing both because, like, I'm listening, but, like, technically speaking, like, if I was just to sit on a panel, I would be horribly bored. That's the reason I like this show, because like I'm able to see the chat. I'm able to see Sir Hale saying facts. I'm able to like, go back and forth and answer Jada's questions on the fly as she's saying them. Like we're having a conversation like she's up here, even though she's in the chat. I can see Reese popping in. You know what I'm saying? Saying what's up. Like I like that piece of this because it's the double stimulation, which works great for my ADD. So with that said, like, there people see stuff in the chat and like I joke around in the chat. Like it's a known. Like I do troll a little bit in the chat. Like I'll go at people because like I don't want to interrupt them. I don't like interrupting the conversation. So sometimes like if I can't get what I got to say off, I'll type it in the chat. So that way it's out. Like I just need the thought out. So anyways, people will react to things. Hey, big compliment from Mike Rage. He said, besides his show, of course, this is the best panel, hands down. Facts. I'll take it. But as I'm going through, it's like these people can't hold frame. They want to talk about masculinity, but they literally have temper tantrums. They're saying things that are inaccurate or wrong, or drawing false comparisons, and like just saying blatantly wrong things. And like I tell people all the time, like if I buckle down to argue with you, it's because I know I'm right. Like the only option that you have if I lock in is to explain to me where I'm wrong so I have a growth opportunity, or you're wrong. And if you're wrong, it's going to go real south, because like if I know for a fact that what you're saying is fundamentally wrong and or not only wrong and harmful, then the only option I'm going to leave you is to make an idiot out of yourself. That's the only recourse you're going to have, because if I don't feel that I'm wrong, I will not curtail my speech to placate to people that I believe are doing harm. Like I would honestly rather fall on my sword and die than stay silent and allow that to pass. And I don't care if you're older than me. I don't care if you walked with Jesus. I don't care if you walked with Martin Luther King. I don't care how ashy your knuckles are. I don't care how slick back your hair is. Like, I really don't care. It does not matter to me, because right is right and wrong is wrong. And leadership is standing on your principles. Granted, I think we're talking about the dichotomy of leadership. Like I have a very hard line in the sand leadership. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. And I'm gonna land the plane there. So the first thing we're gonna do is I want to give a shout out to the homie who did a reaction on my deal, and then I'm gonna open up the panel, and we're gonna start talking about the dichotomy of leadership, because I know, and I'm hoping that we get some of the leaders rolling through here, because there's different styles of leadership, there's different forms of leadership. I know that I'm a very hard-nosed, borderline militaristic style leadership. Like I spend my time around people who were in law enforcement and military style leadership. Verbal hangover. What's going on? Oh, that's dope. Miss Rage in the building. That is an awesome thumb. Hello. So we're going to go, and I'm going to share this page with you guys so that you guys can see, go like, and go tap in, because this guy's got some perspective, and I really liked his breakdown of this meltdown. So I'm going to go ahead and share it. It's called Critically Drinking. He currently has 208 subscribers. I need it. We need to get him to 220. I know 12 of y'all who are going to watch this or be on the rewatch. Go over there and subscribe to him, please. Also, if you see something you like over there, tap in and tell him old Reckless Ray De Niro sent you over. Because like I want people to know. Because it was one of my one of our community members that put me onto this. That was like, hey, somebody reacted to your content, and I like to let people know that, like, obviously, since I'm not busy and I don't live online, but like if I see somebody talking about me, I'm gonna tap in and see what they got to say. Like, I'm not above reproach. I'm not above pushback. Also, I don't strike people. So anyone who wants to clip my stuff and talk trash about me, go right on ahead. I don't live that because I don't take the internet personally. But this was a really good breakdown, and he had some good points. And, you know, to his credit, he did call out the fact that, like, I veered a little bit off topic. But actually, there's no but. I did. No but at all. And I had to concede that. I did go veer a little bit off topic. And the reason being is because I am passionate about the men's space. I know I don't put out red pill content. I'm not a red pill content creator. I don't really want to be pigeonholed into anything. I talk about what I wish to talk about. Hold up. Wait a minute. The show can officially start. Hold on.
And now the show can officially begin. With Natasha Vincent, the #1 moderator on the internet, currently in the chat.
But as I was saying, you know, we're gonna. I don't pigeonhole myself into stuff, but I do have a special spot in the space. I have a special spot where I'm very defensive of the manosphere space in general, because men need, deserve, and should have a place where we can congregate, share ideas, and build with each other. 100%. I don't consider myself, even though I guess if I was to be, America First Rifleman, what's going on in the building? What's up, man? What is up? How are you, sir? I hope you're having a wonderful day. America First Rifleman, I'm expecting you to come tap in on this one because I know for a fact that you're a leader, sir. But I don't like it when people come at the space as a whole, because I got value out of the space. And funny thing, on the show that it was on, I got a lot of critique because they were like, oh, well, like he saw value in red pill content. That means women aren't choosing him. Bruh, I understand whatever yellow pill, whatever your dude's name is, critically drinking, that's your homie. So I'm not going to be super disrespectful, even though he shot multiple low shots like a child. But first things first, bro. Like, it's not a matter of not getting chosen. I put that on the video, but I'm sure you just pop up, say what you got to say in your costume because you're trying to be angry, man, and move on about your day. But the first thing and the only thing that needs to be said about this is it's not a matter of not being chosen, bro. You can look at me and see that I'm getting chosen. Sustaining a relationship and the skills therein when you're a type A alpha and you're always working, because I don't sit around. I don't have time for day game. I don't have time to run game. I'm busy. Finding the dichotomy of actually being a productive human in society and not trying to be another YouTube content creator and not trying to move in here leaves a little bit to be lacking as far as sustaining a relationship. If I just needed to get chicks home, not a problem, sir. And I live in one of the worst dating cities. I'm in Kansas City, bro. Also, not worried about that either. If you need a pin drop, I'll let your boy. But the immediate assumption that anyone who gets any type of value out of the red pill space, or talking with men, or navigating with other men who are in the same lane as you, because I'm 100% sure you're not putting in as many hours as I'm putting in, and being able to talk to those men to be like, hey, like, how do you piece this together? How do you, like, keep a relationship together? Like, what type of person does that person need as far as having a wife? yeah, there's value in that space. There's value in the community over here too. But I mean, if all you're talking about is busting down chicks, like definitely can and have done that very well for a long time. But I'm like, how many you got to put down, bro, if you're getting it like that before it gets boring? That's a question for you if you actually getting it like that. Because like if you actually getting it, you know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. But you know, which also goes back to leadership. It's like these dudes, and like this dude wasn't a kid; he was grown, and he was like he was mad at the sideburns. My girl loves them. Most women do like the sideburns, and I mean, you know, if you want to rock the basic nigga starter pack, like that's totally cool. I'm 100% sure that there's a bunch of chicks out here that want to get busted down by a John B. lookalike. But with that said, what are the quality of those women? Are you like, if you're online just talking about busting chicks down, you don't even have a wife? Like, what are you like? How are we talking about this? Or if you do have a wife, what level of disrespect, what caliber of woman is that to let you dress up like Angry Man and then sit online all day talking about busting chicks down? That's disrespectful to her. Just saying. I don't know. You call me wrong, but like, it's an open panel. You can pull up, bro. Anytime. We're here every Thursday. But when we're talking about leadership, it's like these dudes ain't even close to the lane that you're in. They're not eating in the places that I'm eating. They're not networking with the people that I'm networking with. You're not in those spaces, but everybody has an opinion about people who are talking. Oh, snap. What's going on, Casey? What's up? 777 in the building. Casey Mo in the building. But when it comes to leadership, it's like everybody wants to be the chief, but like you can't be the chief at everything. It's just not the way that works. So we're gonna jump in. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link so that you guys can come up. And then, yo, Bumpkin, see, this is gonna be good because see, we got some leaders in the building tonight. Bumpkin from New Frontier. Shout out to my family over there, bro. You know, every time Bumpkin changes his thumb, it gets cooler, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. I hope. Oh, snaps, Angry Snowman. You know what I'm saying? Angry Snowman in the building. Another leader. He leads his house with an iron fist, and he's making an army actively. I feel sorry for his wife's womb. Please let her rest. He's Snowman's actively breeding his own football team. You know, and doing what needs to be done. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link, and then I guess the way that this is gonna flow, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and go over, because a few of the people that are gonna be here later most likely already saw this happen live. So, and since I shared this page and you guys can go see the reaction, I'm not gonna shoot no sideways shots. I'll go ahead and do my reaction here, so that way it's up, because I do believe in clipping your kills. So MFB, what's going on? How we doing in the building? All right, so let's drop this link. Build. So the first thing we'll do, because I know we'll actually not spend the whole time talking about this, because last time I had like 3 topics, and we went in so hard on the first topic that somebody porn bombed us, or corn bombed us, whatever. And to whoever did that, also, it's past 30 minutes. Fuck you kindly. Secondly, if you want me to shut up, then you need to book a flight to Kansas City and come make me shut up yourself. And you need to bring about 5 or 6 people with you, because if y'all do happen to get lucky enough to take me out, I want to have some fun on the way out, because I guarantee you all of you ain't going back. That's the first thing, because you will not silence this channel, you will not silence me, and you will not silence this community. That's the first thing. Also, and so I'm going to drop the link. We're going to do stuff a little bit different. I need proof of existence, unfortunately, before I bring people up, because of last night. I know most of you guys show up cammed up. The regulars, you don't have to stay cammed up, but like since last week, and since this channel is being watched apparently, which is good. That means I'm doing something right. And you're not going to stop it unless you're planning on stopping me in a permanent sense. So, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not sitting around here. Like, obviously I'm built for it, and I'm going to do most of you in with my hands. So keep that in mind. I do welcome that type of attention, and I'm not hard to find. Also, plus side of living in a big, small town. But I'm going to go ahead and drop this link, see if you guys want to come up. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna jump into old Ray Bear being this Ray Bear as Ray Bear can be, because this is gonna be funny. All right, so we'll go ahead and get this blown up. So as you can see, oh, Mike, I already know. Let's hold up. See, we got to do this right. All right.
Stoking the flames of liberty and producing the hottest peppers in the world are just a few of the things that he brings to the table. And if you don't have a table, he'll help you build one. Say hello to Mike Ray. Talk to him every day.
Okay, so first question. Now, as I'm bringing you guys up, I'm going to do something different because I want to make sure that the people who are watching this are getting as much value as possible. Oh, I love it. Yes.
I got to do my own intro, bro.
So, question, Mike, what is leadership to you? I'm going to start doing a question of the night that's going to be on topic, because I want to broach this out. Like, I want this to be helpful to people while we're also destroying the souls of those who would not want us to be having these conversations, like the people who got us last week. Fool me once. Snowman, I need to see a face. I know that's you because of the thumbnail that you got up there, but you're going to have to show me your face before I bring you up. But what's leadership to you, Mike?
Well, first thing I'll say, a true leader always creates more leaders, not followers. That's number one. Mm-hmm. A true leader, listen, a true leader is someone with heart, leads with conviction, leads with morality, and will never lead their pack to water, per se. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's really what it comes down to. True leadership is something that you're born with. You can't just be a leader overnight. I mean, most people are born with the leadership skills, whether they have them or they don't know they have them. Mm-hmm. And most importantly is, if you have those qualities, you find them and you use them, and you use them tastefully.
All right, word. Okay. We're gonna rock with that. Because I just want you to know I am taking notes on this. Oh, America First. We're bringing him up next. What's good, brother? How are you, sir? You're muted.
I'm doing really well, sir.
How is that a criminal in the back, bro? Like, you look like you just arrested everybody, bro.
Nah, I just like my old car, like an old car I like driving around is an old Crown Vic, and I have a mustache, so you already know people already mistake me for a cop already. So, and I wear this stuff. But
okay.
Yeah.
So, same question for you. What is leadership to you, America First?
What's leadership to me? It is I would say it is a hierarchy that everybody understands, men, women, and children, in the proximity, and everybody is under the assumption, and and there's proof that there's competent leadership, like there's competent decision making. I would say that. So I would say there's a hierarchy that people know, and there's competent decision making, and that's kind of what leadership means to me.
I like that a lot. So, okay, so I like both those answers. See, and that's the thing that I like about this, because it's a little bit different for everyone. So, like, as you're going through this, like, for me, I'd say, gosh, you guys both gave such good decisions, but like, I mean, I kind of stick to a clear discernment between what's right and wrong, and always guiding people based on the best information that you have, giving them the right answer or the appropriate solution, and like living by your standards. Like, I really rock with that. I like it. Okay, so so America First, I was a little bit bad the other night, and I got locked. I ended up locking horns with a person. And the only reason I'm bringing this up was because I shared the person's channel who did a reaction video to this that also broke this video down. Otherwise, I wasn't going to say anything. But like, since I shared his channel and I put a post on my thing, because I thought it was pretty cool as the first person who's ever reacted to a piece of content that I was in, I was like, well, now I have to say something. I just look like I'm shadow boxing over here. So I'll just go ahead and just say, get it out in the open myself. But I have a very big issue with if I know or don't believe that I'm wrong and you can't explain to me that I'm wrong, then I'm like a dog on a bone. Like, I'm not going to acquiesce, because then I feel like you've made me violate my principles, which is like, if I know that I'm right, then I can't walk away from this in good faith, because then the people that I tell, like, you stand on your square. If you're right and you know what right is and you see wrong, you call it out and you ride that ship to the bottom of the ocean if you have to. Otherwise, evil wins, in my opinion. Not saying that this person's evil, but he was wrong, in my opinion. And you guys can tell me if I was wrong. I'm totally fine with pushback, but like, so far, everyone who's seen what happened was like, you're this dude's crazy. So I'm going to actually go back a little bit before this, because I don't want to start at the outburst. Let's see here. Where's the part where I was talking?
Hey, Ray, one more thing. If Verbal Hangover requests to come in, that's my wife.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hold on. Did I not pin that? I did not pin that link. You see, this is me. Uh-oh, the wife school. There we go. Wife school's in the building. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong chat. I suck at YouTube, guys. Like,
I was all excited for you and stuff.
Dude, I was like, good God. Okay, hold on. Pin message. Okay, I pinned it to the top of the chat. I'm sorry, guys. So let's see where I'm at here. Uh-oh. Okay, Bumpkin, good deal. I swear to God, if you prolapse me, Bumpkin, I'll never talk to you again. Okay, so Bumpkin, hold on. Since you just came in, as I know you are also a leader, what is leadership to you?
Leadership to me is someone that will obviously lead, which is number one. And I think leading is sort of self-explanatory, but also I feel like a big aspect of leading is self-sacrifice. You have to be able to sacrifice some level of yourself, be it the ultimate sacrifice or be it even in day-to-day life, to be able to actually operate as a leader. It's a difficult thing. That's why when I look at some of these great leaders throughout history, a lot of them didn't have kids. A lot of them did not have children, because it's sort of I feel like it's, I don't know if it was subconscious, I don't know, but a lot of them have a lot on their table. And to add kids on top of that, it would be detrimental. So I feel like the biggest thing is self-sacrifice. The biggest thing is being able to lead, being able to create more leaders, and being charismatic.
Oh, I like that one. Okay.
I like that, Bumpkin.
Hold on, we're doing this a little bit backwards, but...
Are you tired of the socialist and liberal creep that's happening in our society today? Are you tired of people saying stuff but not doing anything? Well, this guy is, and he's doing it at New Frontier USA. Go check him out there. Until then, say hello to Bumpkin.
See there, I'm not above being held accountable. Good call, Casey. Casey's in the chat. He put up the faces and everything. Like, that hurt his feelings. I like it. See, you got to have an accountability partner, and Casey is a very good one. So hold on, let me see where I'm at on this video. So I had a blackout moment last night. Well, actually, I didn't. You know what? I didn't do anything. This is the first thing that I will tell you. So I've gotten, as Dr. Nakumbe, who's also on this network, said last night. He said my deviant, my inner deviant, slipped out because I didn't do anything to him, but I wasn't wrong and I wasn't letting it go. And then I kind of just let him. He started walking off a cliff. And then he started rolling, and like I might have gave him a little brush on the shoulder to help him with his momentum.
You think I'm too white to be on that channel?
I mean, I would tap in. I think Casey's been on some of the panels. Like they have a couple of different ones. Like in all honesty, what I want to do is I'd like to put together a panel, probably after I get enough people over here for it to matter, where it's like the leaders who are also husbands, because like you would be good. Like my dream panel would be able to get like a panel where we can broach a few topics, but it's like you, Black Man Unfiltered, Lost in Translation, our Pain from over there, because those two have been married for a very long time as well. Mr. Bennett and Sir Hale. I think that would be I think that would be a dope panel. But like they have panels on Fridays, and you might want to tap in, because like he'd said the last time when he rolled through our chat over here that he'd like to see some of you guys over there, and like Casey's been over there, so yeah, they'd let you over there. Because so like those panels aren't like mine. Like he has pre-set up. He has like people that he has that are like, if you're on the show, you're on the show. And then he'll like cycle through people on the show if they can't make it or whatever. But like, it's not an open panel like this, which basically this as an open panel, it's like, it's normally the same people up here too. But he has like a specific deal. And so like, it's kind of been helping me learn how to moderate. Oh, snap. Fredo in the building. Hey, brother, we're talking about leadership tonight. How we doing, man? But it's been helping me get this show dialed in a little bit better, participating over there, because it's very, very much streamlined, and we're pretty good over here because it's all of us. But if we were to have people that were not of our community, then I'd be able to manage it better at this point.
Dude, I'll tell you what, I think you got a great panel of people. Honestly, I mean, for all the people that come in and interact and the civil discussions and conversations, there's rarely any bullcrap. And I think that the panel is diverse, but yet it's just great conversation, and it's mental stimulation as well.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think that's why we got bombed last week. Like, I think it was because we went that deep and they saw that it wasn't just like a group of people that looked one certain type of way. It was like, oh, everybody's mad and they're talking. We got to get this shut down. But hold on, let me see where I'm at in this video, so that way we can see me destroy people. It's not good. So the things that I'm doing, and so like I'm like, I probably would never give marriage advice. I always default. I pour in from you guys and get tweaks on how I can make things better a little bit, but it's based on goals. The one thing I will say about a lot of the conversations you have, like with your breakdown and your perspective, is you're talking to men who are coming into this space that are realizing that they've been playing the game wrong. Okay, so hold on. So the first thing is Mr. He Said, who's over to the left of me up on top. He was talking about his perspective on the manosphere / red pill space. And so this is where I had the pushback, because his deal was these guys aren't married, but they got opinions on everything. And so I prefaced everything that I said with like, I'm not married. So like I have to concede to listening to the people who are married, because those of you who are married have more insight, more perspective, because you're doing it than I do. So like I normally don't speak on marriage at all. Actually, I don't speak on marriage at all because I'm not married. And like I don't know what that's like. Never been married. Like it's not something that I've done. So I have zero insight on it. I'm not intelligent about it. I can I can give opinions on how my house would be run, which is fine. But as far as telling somebody who's married, I'm like, well, unless it's like some deal where you're getting treated poorly, and I'm like, hey, you probably shouldn't, I wouldn't accept that. Your safety, whatever. I don't have an opinion on how people run their houses because it's your house. So like if you're happy with it or it's run the way that you want, nobody's house is run exactly the same. Like there's not a standard cookie cut answer on that. Yo, Simon, give me a peace sign in the back, please. We gotta do proof of existence. Y'all ain't getting me again tonight. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you, Simon. What's going on, Simon? Here, before we carry on, what is your definition of leadership? What's leadership to you, actually, is the question.
Yo, peace for having me up, man. It's been a minute because
absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But I'm just saying, like, leadership is being able to understand global economy, global conversations, global interactions. That's what leadership is for real. Like most people sort of like lean towards leadership in their backyard, and their backyard is not yo, you could tell a dog to like do certain things, or you could train him to do certain things, and you think you're a leader. I see a lot of that shit going on because I live in kind of like a rural community. So most people think if they're in their proximity and they've got their shit under control in their own space, then that's leadership. But that's not what it is. You could do all that stuff, like build yourself up in your own sort of little space, but you're ultimately controlled by somebody else. And you need to realize that you are controlled by somebody else. And most people don't want to like realize that, you know, we are controlled one way or another, like, but we want to act like we're not. So I think the closer we can get to it, the easier it will get, because otherwise what's going to happen is the 1%ers are going to take control of you, and you're not going to have a say so.
Okay, I respect that. I like that. Also, your accent, you just sound smarter than the rest of us, so I'm going to let it fly.
Hey, don't do that. You shit. Stop. You know we're in business, man. Fuck that shit.
Oh, Mrs. Rage is in the building. Oh my God, I didn't see this whole row of people down here. Hi, guys. I was like, how are you here? That's like a different room. Oh my goodness. Okay, Mrs. Rage. I you know the scroll function. It's funny. I just learned how it worked. And so what is leadership to you, Mrs. Rage?
Well, first, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. Okay. Because I was having a hell of a time trying to do the microphone. What is leadership to me? Well, I have to say that I have to agree with my husband that leaders create more leaders, but leaders also view everybody around them as equals, right? So if you're in a leadership position, you know, don't ever look down on anybody. Treat them as a complete equal. I think that's extremely important, and listen to them, because if you shut somebody down, you're not teaching them confidence. You're not teaching them all of those important things. So, like, just like with Mike, I have been in business for myself a long time. A lot of people underneath me, and it was always about treating them like an individual with total respect. Basically, creating the next leaders, just like Mike said.
Yeah, you're
awesome.
You're totally right. You're totally right.
Like
and she's
that.
speaking facts.
There's some facts.
I mean, the thing is like most of the guys on these panels have not been married. They don't understand relationships. They don't understand what business looks like. So, you know, they come to conclusions where it's a good opinion, because at the end of the day, I mean, all we could do is gauge from it, and go from there. But we do have real people out here, and you know, this is just evidence.
Yeah. Okay, I got another person coming up. It's gonna be
from the deepest recesses of Indiana, a man with enough children for each day of the week. You may get trolled, you may get rolled. Either way, it's gonna be bold. Say hello to that angry snowman.
all right, Snowman. You know the question.
Well, first off,
You need to mute YouTube.
Oh, I don't have YouTube on.
Somebody has YouTube on.
Ain't me.
Do I have YouTube on?
It's not you,
No,
but I can hear it.
That's not me.
I don't know.
Who is it?
Hold up.
Who is it? Who's got their YouTube on?
Oh, did it stop? No, it didn't stop. Hold on a second. Testing.
See, it wasn't a cracker.
Testing.
No.
See, I'm disappointed because usually it's a ninja doing that, but there's a whole bunch of white people here.
Hey, you don't want
Jack,
to
man. God damn. Stop that.
Hold on, I think it stopped.
I'm actually coming calm now. This is terrible.
Hey, shout out to Black Hitler up here on the panel today.
It was
Yeah.
Mrs. Rage.
No, white Hitler's real. There's no black Hitler.
White Hitler.
No, we
Leave
got
him alone.
AFR.
So, what is leadership to you, Snowman?
Leadership to me? Oh wow, that's a pretty loaded question.
Snowman, your gain's down.
Is it? Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that
Yes.
better?
Yes.
Okay. I've been hearing people bitch because my mic's too loud, so I'm trying to get it adjusted properly.
Well, you know what I always say: talking louder doesn't make you more right. So
I know you're one of the people that always cry because you know my mic oppresses yours.
Miami bass voice.
But anyhow, what is leadership? Though I agree with a lot of the tenets that everyone else already posed. You know, one of the main ones is like Rage said. You know, a leader actually helps create leaders. That's his main goal in life. But you know, also with leadership, you got to have some kind of understanding and compassion for the people that you're leading to a certain degree, not to their own detriment. At the same time, you got to be willing to make those tough choices and decisions that no one else wants to make. You know, there's got to be somebody that's willing to put their foot down and say no. Leadership qualities basically is a real leader is someone who looks past himself and sees the collective over the individual, while the collective sees individually over the collective.
Total facts.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
So
go ahead.
All right. No. I was gonna go. Keep going. Finish cooking. Land your plane.
I'm good. I landed my plane. I mean, really, that's all. That's what it is.
What does Hulk Hogan think? Hulk Hogan's on the panel, man. Look, what does he
Why
think?
you keep interrupting me?
Stop.
God damn, do people over there have any decorum?
Oh my god. That was Hulk Hogan. He just told us what he thought. Okay, I got one more person and then we can continue the video. Y'all are evil, man. Evil, just showing up on each other's necks tonight. It's ridiculous. All right, I got one more person, then we can continue.
Prepare yourself to hear the longest sentence you've ever heard in your life, followed by the longest sentence you've ever heard in your life. Don't ask him about this neighbor's breast size unless you want all the smoke. Say hello to Third Angel from the Sun.
And I'm gonna go ahead and crack my drink now.
Who the hell is that guy?
Okay, so Angel, what is leadership to you?
Well, for me, I think of leadership as the people that they be willing to follow. And if you want to know what I exactly mean by that, just look at where I came from, what I told I had gone through in the past up until today. I took in my life from what it once was at to now, and I've been like my own leader there of making what's become possible. But at the same time, I'm still making what is possible become accomplished. And it's all about being the leader within yourself there that will get the others to follow you in your footsteps at the end of the day of your success there. Like, why do you see a lot of people reaching for ideas by bigger YouTube channels for what they have to do to become as good as they are, even if it's not the same kind of content or whatever, just what would garner the attraction to their channel? It's because they are going to that leader of that channel to find success there. And at the end of it, we are all our individual leaders ourselves. It's just a matter of what we can accomplish that will get those that will come and follow.
Nice.
Hey,
Okay.
no, Angel, you need to chill the fuck out, man. Just have an ice cream or something, man. What the hell?
Angel just needs to take a breath and separate his sentences.
Well, first off, not everybody's leaders because we got Simon up here that doesn't know how to lead his mouth closed.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
So wait a second. Wait, this guy's turning around. Wait. Hold. Just let me rebut from that because this guy is turning around, and he's probably got some ankle problems.
No,
like, you're on disability, bro. Like, the way you're talking is a problem. Like, I ain't got those sort of problems.
The fact
you wake up in the morning and like you don't even know the difference between soap and fucking toothpaste.
Is your name Simon?
I don't know what's going on, bro.
These problems.
Okay. That's enough. You had your rebuttal, and Bumpkin, you had your sidebar insult. So basically, you guys split roasted Simon. So we're gonna move on to the video now. And
by the way, I'm simulcasting you if that's okay there, Reckless.
Absolutely. That's why I have it up there. That's why I have it up there so that you guys can, so that we can spread the message.
All right, cool.
I should have done
everyone who's watching on simulcast, welcome. Happy you guys are here. Yeah. Oh my God, Simon. Okay. So, anyways, we're kind of sorta to what Angel was saying. I'm gonna take this back a second, and we'll go through the parts here. And let's see here. Down in your perspective is you're talking to men who are coming into. Go back a little bit further. So in a long-term relationship. I don't speak on marriage because I haven't been married. But what I can tell you is I know for a fact how my marriage is going to go. If the woman that I'm with now, if we get married, it's going to be exactly the same as it is right now.
Right.
And I say that because from what I'm doing and the way that I function, I already know I'm a terrible boyfriend. I'm probably going to not be a good husband, but I'm not aspiring to be a good father. I'm aspiring to build an empire. That is more important to me than anything. So the things that I'm doing and so like, I'm like, I probably would never give marriage advice. I always default. I pour in from you guys and get tweaks on how I can make things better a little bit, but it's based on goals. The one thing I will say about a lot of the conversations you have, like with your breakdown and your perspective, is you're talking to men who are coming into this space that are realizing that they've been playing the game wrong, that are realizing that they've been getting simped out. They're entered in everyone's phone as food, that they're borderline invisible or are completely invisible because they're not on their square and they're angry. And men have a right to be angry about a system that takes advantage of them. They get to process that anger however they see fit. And if you are here to help them, then you consistently offer that guidance and that pushback through the process. But you understand that, like, not everybody has success with women. I mean, it just doesn't, it's not a straightforward process for everybody. A lot of dudes are completely invisible to women. They're not even getting an opportunity to fail with women because they don't exist. And they're within, this is a space for men. If we're going to have conversations with men and we're going to help usher men, like, we can't be like, oh, you don't have success with women, we're just going to write you off. That'd be like if I said, hey, you don't work as many hours as I do. People don't answer to you. You don't have a business. I'm just going to write you off. No, I want you to be the best at what your goal is and what you're doing. Like, I don't see how we can, on the one hand, be like, oh, well, we're trying to usher in and make better men. But like, if you're going to chastise them as they're coming into a space, raw processing, raw feeling, raw emotion, and then you're going, well, we're going to put you back on the street. You're the bad one. What happened? Where's the learning? Where's the learning come from then? Like, where's the opportunity for them to process through that and get to the other side? And I'll tell you, when I came into this space, I came in and I'm a product of the white manosphere. I didn't know y'all existed until after I'd already been through the process and started getting results. The lack of results is indicative to this space. They're like, we're not focused on ushering people through, because like, we get caught up in the semantics of, oh, this is a good man, this is a bad man, we're doing this, we're not coaching, we're not mentoring. There's no help through that process. Now, if I can go over there not looking like those dudes and I can get help through the process, that's very indicative of the lack of leadership and the lack of ability to help people within these spaces. We want to segregate ourselves to not get results. But those dudes are over there just helping men, period, because they look at it as men. They didn't put a color on it. They were like, cool, you messing up here, here, and here. We got you. Let's get you set straight. Maybe you should try doing this. Results. I mean, at a certain point, we have to look at results. And the reality of it is, all the men in this space, regardless of how they've been hurt, some of these guys have absolutely terrible stories. Do you imagine raising somebody's kid for 10 years and then finding out and thinking it's your kid and then find out it's not your kid because they cheat on you? You think you're going to be in this space and have a good view of women when you're processing that level of pain? What if your chick had a kid by somebody else and you raised that kid and then found out it wasn't yours? That would destroy you. Because you're a stand-up dude, like, that matters. Like, you care about your family. Family is important to you. To be betrayed on that level, then you're out in this space and you want to have people coming at you because you have an opinion or you're having raw emotion. Like, we've got to figure out a way for these men to process that emotion and get the mentorship that they need. That's the reason none of the content on my page is race specific. It's out there. I'm putting the information out there. And if you need someone to come to you and say, hey, black woman, this is for you. Hey, black man, this is for you. Then, like, I'm not the person for you. Like, we can have the conversation, but like, if you're not looking to get this information, I want better people. And it's not because I care about any of y'all. Don't get it twisted. I like good competition because that's how I'm built, which means I want to beat you when you're at your best. And a lot of you aren't at your best. So I'm going to help you get there so that I can crush your ass then. Like, we have to start navigating as men. All of these people are men. We need to start bringing back healthy competition, healthy hierarchies. You put the information out there and you build these men up and you compete with them at their best and you win. Then you can talk shit. Okay. So we're going to pause it there. I got another person back here. So we get to ask the question again. Who's going to answer the question, and we can talk a little bit, and then we'll get back to it, because like, this is the lead up to a meltdown. So, hold on. Oh, Jesus!
From the streets of Philly to the streets of YouTube, hide your girlfriends, hide your wives. Here's the Red Dragon, Reese from Philly.
What's going on, Reese? It's been a minute, bro.
Who picked your afro in the wrong direction?
Hey, bro. Hey, you about to find out.
That is the
wait, or Reese, as I like to say, you should see the other guy.
Yo, everybody say congratulations to Reese. He got his license. I saw the other day on a podcast.
Oh, no joke. That's so awesome,
so everybody,
Reese.
Yeah.
Good job,
And the Wolves are in line.
Hey, you out here doing it, man.
What license?
He's going to be handing out personal loans in a matter of a year now.
I'm signing up for one. He got his was it your grow license?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he got his grow license.
Grill license?
Yeah.
Grow license for the
congratulations.
Oh,
okay. Congratulations, Mr. Targaryen.
Hey, Black Hitler. Please, tell these guys what you had, what actually got you your license, because it'll blow their mind.
I think, well, all of these people haven't heard it, but I was motivated to go get a job because I listened to a financial show from a YouTuber. And before that, I was just sitting on my ass smoking weed all day and scratching my balls. So as a result of me getting this job, I got connected to a lot of people that are like fucking, they're like knights and anointed people in the world of marijuana, and I'm connected to them. And I got investors in line, breeders, other growers, real estate people that got buildings, all kinds of things that I met just in less than a year. And everybody's lined up to do business. We're all going to meet at the table this week. And this is the quickest business in the world that goes from 0 to 1 million. It's all about how much your scissors can do. So
no, Reese, remember when I was talking? Tell these guys what you think bumped you right up to the front of the line of getting your license.
Oh, you're not going to believe this shit, right? So as much as I hate BLM, I got to pull their pants down on this one because all that woke bullshit put me to the top of this list. And literally, I have it on video. My name was the first name on the list because I'm black and because I've been to jail.
Imagine that. Wow.
Hey, bro.
And that's why that's why
I'm in the wrong business.
I now identify as an ADOS black woman of color.
I feel sorry for these 5 honkies up here. It is a bad time to be white. God damn.
No, it's not. Mike. Hey, Mike. Are you downtrodden right now, bro? Mike.
Am I what?
Are you downtrodden right now? I guarantee you Mike ain't having a bad time being white. Yeah. Mike is killing it, bro.
Hey, Snowman.
Yo.
White people are fucked, man.
Yeah, I know.
And it is the craziest moment in history because your people are in charge, and they're the ones fucking.
And we're the ones fucking us.
Well, my question is this though. Hold up.
Are you sure white people are in charge?
But wait.
Are you sure white people are in charge?
No. Hold up a second though. Before we get to that, like I gotta call out the fuckery because like Snowman, you sounding like a bitch right now. And this is why they literally put people under jails for selling weed, bro. Like, yes, they should get to be at the front of the line for the businesses that are run by white people who put those people in jail for selling weed. That's now legal. Are you stupid? Like, are you kidding me?
Never sold weed.
Hey, no, Ray, listen.
Wait just a second.
Ray, listen.
Wait just a second.
Yeah.
I own a farm and I grow for a living, so I may just have to go work for the black man. So if you need a grower and you need outsource, I'm here.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. I'm like, can we talk about the fact that a bunch of people went to jail for a really long time? That's something that's legal. That's big business now. What about that? Like,
hey Ray, I think Snowman is aware of that, right? The joke is, all this woke bullshit that we hate has benefited me.
Right.
That's
the punchline. It's got nothing to do with. Yeah.
But you do realize that like the majority of the weed industry, is owned by white people though.
Like I'm saying, they got it right this time. This is what I'm saying. They got it right this time, and that's the fucking joke.
It lends credence to the fact that that black folks really aren't in the same position they were 20 years ago, 30 years ago. No. I mean, there's a lot of things that are happening now in 2023 that makes it one of the greatest times to be alive and be an African American.
Yeah.
All right, hold up. Okay, speaking of which, because this is going to touch on that. Hold on.
Hey, Black Hitler is up there waving his hands like a kid.
Oh, go ahead, Rifleman. I'm sorry, my bad.
I'm trying to add to the decorum and not like jump in like I do on other panels.
Hey, dude, I respect
one thing I'll say about. Yeah, I'm trying. Plus, I'm new to your panel, so I'm gonna try to at least keep it cool for at least the first few times, and then I'll start acting a fool. Anyway, I'm just joking. I'll try not to. But the whole saga when it comes to the medical marijuana and legal weed in states where black people messed up, and I don't think it was I really don't think it was intentional. Is that they put certain people, not just white people, in charge of the licensing in certain the states or whatever. And obviously most of them were white, but they have maybe a black person. You know, they try to make it diversity, but unfortunately the people who were in line to get the licenses from the state were people that already had capital, which were white people, Jewish people, Asian people. And instead of people saying, whoa, before we do the licenses, let's talk about equity and say, okay, let's see if there's black people that can line up investors or whatever, give them the chance at a license, instead of just saying first comes, first served and whatever. Not saying it shouldn't be like that, because I'm all about capitalism, but it's just like I do as a black man understand where y'all are coming from, where there was that discrepancy where we were targeted, obviously, in the drug war. Now, and plus poor people in general. But like, let's just keep it 100. A lot of poor white people got their lives ruined over a dime bag. Let's just keep that 100. But and I've met a lot of them. So I think that's where black folks or just people messed up, where they didn't take the time to consider who got the licenses to produce. And that's where the real rub is. And I think it was an unintended consequence.
I have to disagree.
You had a question for me?
Hold up.
You said
yeah. Hold on. Before we do that, Reese, with your new position that you're getting ready to roll into, what is leadership to you?
Leadership?
Yes, sir.
Leadership is me asking Tammy Lee to come to my house right now and her show.
That's my wife, Reese. That's my wife. You better watch your shit, bro.
I apologize.
Listen, bro, I got people down in Philly.
Stop the bus. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
His intro, right?
Hold
Listen,
on.
I apologize to all the Proud Boys in this tri-state area. Just a joke.
Listen, I ain't a part of the Proud Boys.
Hold on.
I'll use words like honky, but I love white people.
That
I'm
down,
mixed.
Reese. You don't get to answer any more fucking questions.
I'm half white.
Listen,
no. Here's leadership for you, right? Oh shit! I'm not talking about no women, dog. I'm telling you that right now.
Listen, Reese.
Yeah.
Listen, first of all, listen to me.
Yeah.
Even if I wasn't Mike Rage's wife,
right?
Is that how you're going to approach a woman on this panel the first time you ever see her?
Oh, yes. I'm an asshole.
You are an asshole.
Yeah.
Reese, for you, I'm an asshole too, because if I thought you were hot and I was single, I'd probably say the same thing to you. I'm just as much of a jerk. But just to say,
hey, but you know what though? Listen, I treat women probably better than anybody. It's just when I come up on the panels, I flirt and
what comes after you put your foot in your mouth. It's like, hey,
no, seriously, ask Ray. Ask Ray. Every woman that's come on this panel, I flirted with her to give her some type of attention, just to make them feel wanted. Man, that's what I do. So,
did anybody listen to the man's intro?
That was him saying it, not me.
No, that was you saying it. It was just about you, bro. All
right, here's leadership for you, yo. Leadership is when this ain't a point guard, or we're not talking about father of the house and all of that. Leadership is when your example is so divine and irresistible that the people in your community around you or at your job, wherever you are, pick up on it and you notice it. And it's a positive effect on the group. Period. That's leadership.
Okay. I like that. Even I didn't like what she said before, and I'm not writing it down. But God, you're like a hyena. You're a roving beast.
I respect you, Reese. You keep it real and 100, and you stay on your square.
I'm an asshole. But
Reese was a pookie when Jesus was alive. Jesus Christ. God, I don't like you, bro.
Yo, next time somebody comes on a panel with their wife, put wife next to their name.
She's been on the panel.
Hold on. Can you be subtle about it? At least get her name and say hi and like have one panel before you go in for the kill, dog. That's all I'm saying.
Do you see Tammy Lee Rage at the end of her name? You see Rage at the end. Well, she's on verbal hangover. Anyway, it doesn't matter because you may be black, but I'm hung like a horse too, bro. So don't matter.
I plan to meet this man one day. Listen,
wait a minute.
I plan to meet this man one day, and I don't want to get punched in the face.
Why do I have to be the appendage of my hut? Here's my problem, and I'm going to say this. This goes through my communities.
Because men respect women better when they're an appendage of their husband. Let's just keep it real.
Ever since I married him, and let me tell you, I love my husband, but let's be honest, babe, I had the biggest social media of anybody here 3 times over.
Wow.
I was known worldwide. I marry him. Now I'm just the wife. I'm like a third arm. Like
You still got lucky though.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the best looking arm he had.
Yeah,
We don't even like him.
I'm not identifying as Mike Rage's wife. I'm identifying as myself. And that's all I got to say.
I'm about to
I don't
change
know,
your
like,
name to Queen Tammy.
I think one thing, I just think like the position you're in, women will chop off their left, right foot and sell their firstborn child to be in the position you're in. So I'm just gonna say that.
The position I put myself in, you mean?
Well, just in general, just like your life in general, because just having just finding a man in general.
Do you mean the life
finding
I
a man?
work for? The life that I work
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying. I'm not diminishing anything you're doing. Don't get me wrong. So maybe I'm saying it wrong.
Say the words
What I'm
again.
saying. I'm sorry.
You know what's funny? Hold on, real quick. This is awesome to me right now, watching all these black people try and watch how they say something to a white woman.
Yeah, but you have to understand. It's no man.
You know how it feels to be me, a white dude, on a panel full of black people all the time.
Yeah, but listen, Snowman can attest
Or
to
in
this.
jail.
My wife dominated the Patriot movement in a man's world.
I don't really know that though.
So remember that.
So,
Oh my
so
God.
I want to know what makes my life so great. Since you don't even know me, what makes my life so great that most women would cut their arms off? I want you to tell me what's great about my life.
Because we know the dude you with.
Well,
So that's what makes it great.
So Tammy, what we're saying is not a lot of women have the ability or the wherewithal to have a good man or any man at this point, because everyone like it's a pissing contest. So I mean, what he's saying is most women are out here alone talking about I'm a strong, independent woman, and they can't get a man, but they want a man, and like you have a great one. And that's what we're saying. I mean, and it goes both ways though. And the thing that like everything's a dichotomy. So like, yes, you are judged because we respect your husband and we go, damn, she's cool. But like when we meet you, we go, damn, he picked a good one. That's a good woman, a good counterpart for him. So it's both ways. Like it's like you guys have become a unit, and it's not to diminish anything that you've accomplished. You being great makes him look great. Like you wouldn't just want to go like marry a chick that was a box of rocks and a body.
What we might not know, is he might be the way he is because of you. So
also
we don't
know. Yeah.
No, I've never changed. Ask my wife.
Now I understand now I get what you're saying. See, it's all about the delivery, and sometimes the delivery gets confusing.
Well, people were jumping all over me before I could finish.
It's the mustache.
You spoke, asshole.
Well, you know, you are Black Hitler, so.
Oh, I'm never gonna get monetized at this rate. Thanks.
You say
hey, I'm on snare rapes. Shout out to all the people who helped me get my watch hours up.
Dude, you wonder why Antifa keeps sending over prolapses, man. Like Jesus, it's all your fault.
Hey, Reese, actually, you're in Philly. Do you remember when the streets got shut down and there was a big old rally through Philly?
For who?
It was 2019. It was 2019.
My wife actually set that up.
Damn,
yeah, they thought the president was in town or something, and I'm like, no, there's no president here. It's just us.
I wonder if I was bartending at that event.
No. Hold up a second. I got somebody coming to the panel.
Stationary or was it a march?
Shut your mouth, Reese.
Some might think he's extreme. No one can deny that he's passionate. Whether you're gonna be in a holy war or some form of inquisition, either way, you probably want him on your side. Say hello to Orthodox Guy.
What's going on, Muslim guy?
How are you? How are you guys doing tonight?
What's up?
Hey,
Good.
Can I ask one quick question? Can you please, for one time only, pronounce your name that you have out in the chat? How do you say that?
Hold on, I gotta look at it. My Arabic. Islam alaikum Ramat Allah wa barakatuh. I can't do the last one. My Arabic ain't as good as it used to be.
Is that what it means? Is
Barakatuh.
that what it says? My Arabic ain't as good as what it used to be?
No. We ain't gonna get into what it actually translates to.
Okay, I was just curious.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus!
I catch what you're
Yo,
throwing.
man, your mic is muffled, bro.
It means, may the Lord of light bless us all, for the nights are dark and full of terrors.
That is not what that means. I guarantee it. Okay,
Reese,
so
you were
Muslim
only
guy.
in the Muslim Brotherhood for a short time, bro.
Listen, my story in Islam was very short because I ordered a book. It cost me $65. Some guys convinced me to start studying. I took a look at it, and I found something in that book that said that Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl and then consummated the marriage when she was 6. So I took the book down to the imam and I told him, hey, look, man, this book cost me $65 and the book is fucked up. The 2 was broken on the typewriter or something. Because something's wrong with this page right here. And the imam was like, no, brother, let me close the door behind you. Let me talk to you for a minute. And I was like, wait a minute, talk to me for a minute. I'm like, nah, I'm going to go back to my cell.
Wait a minute.
That was my last day in Islam.
You saying that he married an... Wait a
Hold
second.
on, time out. I have a question about this.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you marry someone and then like consummate the marriage 3 years before the marriage?
Thank you. That's what I was going to ask.
All right, so look. I'm higher than a giraffe's ass right now, right? So I don't know what just flew out my mouth. So let me clean it up. Prophet Muhammad married Aisha, his best friend's daughter, by the way, at 6 years old.
Oh,
and then consummated the marriage 3 years later when she was 9 years old. The reason why I probably made that mistake is because of how crazy that fucking sounds.
Oh, that's gross.
As
That's
a Muslim, I know that he did marry Aisha, but I know that he took not custody, but took care of her from that young age. Because if I'm not mistaken, his friend died.
You're not a Muslim. What are you talking about?
Shut the fuck up, Morgan.
What are you talking about?
Your own people busted you out, bro.
You just sit and question his pronouns.
She was a very small girl because they were playing with dolls at the honeymoon.
Well, I mean, he didn't actually marry her at that young of an age. That's just something people say. But anyway, Ray, do you want to know actually? Do you actually want to know what my name means in Arabic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually want to know. Is it suitable for this panel?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
may the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be upon you.
In the name of God.
I'm calling Cap like a motherfucker on that because
that's the truth.
Dude, I know you, and I know you don't put no peace or blessings on nobody.
It's true.
He does all the
Literally
time.
the translation, dude. I'm.
That's what that Mama Jahambo means. It's true.
Holy shit, man! You just made a whole new look for you, Orthodox guy. I don't think you're a complete and total jackass now.
Oh no!
I don't know why.
Man, your mic is all muffled, bro.
He's trying to be like me. I gave the secrets away about talking people on panels.
Yeah, he did.
And he didn't do the settings right. But I mean, I can always see. I want you guys to know, I'm only at 100%. This isn't even my final form.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better, bro.
No, like as a Christian who studied Islam and who used to be a Muslim,
That's better.
like I have a deeper understanding of the two brother faiths, as I call them, and I love Islam, I love Christianity, and I don't have any enemies on either side, except unless you're
Catholic.
No, actually, I love Catholics. They're just retarded.
They're like,
well, after the Song of Ice and Fire, those are the two best stories ever told. Islam and Christianity.
Stop the cat. I mean, they're pretty good damn stories. But no, nothing compared to the Bible. I'm sorry, my G. But also, I do have a but
Song
Reese,
of
I
Ice
do
and
have
Fire is like 10 Bibles. It's much.
no, I got you, my G. But I do
That's
have a
level of
question for.
heresy that's going
I
to
have a
require
question
my
for you,
sword.
Reese. Hey, Reese, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Greens or the blacks? Who do you take? I like the greens.
No, sir. I already know what's gonna happen, but you know what I mean.
I read the book already. I read it already, but I'm just saying, which ones are you taking?
Black.
Quick capping, you know brothers don't read.
Wow. Okay.
Angry man, I love you. There's
It's
brother.
funny there how
Really?
Angel you just laughed at that black joke there, Angel.
I swear to God, Reese,
I know you're
okay,
just
can we?
doing that for funny purposes. There.
Okay, look, y'all gotta dial it in, or I'm gonna have to start disciplining the panel, bro.
This is the greatest show on earth.
Okay. So
Funny how the
I'm
two
trying to-
newlyweds suddenly disappeared. What's that all about? Hope they're muted.
Oh, bro, you ain't right.
Ready to have some
Anyways,
fun?
let's get
Yeah,
back to.
first of all, I don't need to. You want to know what I was doing? I was stuffing my fucking face with ice cream. That's besides the fact.
Hey, what kind of ice cream though?
My wife
I'm the
went
dirty one.
My wife went to Brahms and got me some friggin' like a big old banana fucking split with all this.
Ice cream is code for something.
That's
I don't
what I
believe
said.
this, man.
You
Oh
see
my
this?
God.
You see this body that hasn't worked out in years? It's ice cream, fucking steak,
Cigarettes and
filet
coffee.
mignon, cigarettes and coffee.
Speaking of cigarettes, don't
Wow.
stop. Bumpkin might disappear for an hour and a half.
Actually,
Oh my God.
speaking of
Oh
that,
my God, Jesus!
Hey, Bumpkin,
Why-
smoke at your
Why did
computer
you
like a
figure him
man.
like that? Those little guys. God dang, man.
Because I was gonna flex on it by getting a cigarette and smoking at the computer.
yeah. See,
Oh
I
my
live in an apartment, and I don't want to. I want that deposit back. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I kind of want that deposit.
You can simply
Yo, what
put
kind
the
of
deposit-
white
you can
nationalist
simply
flag is that in the back of his? What is that?
That's the new frontier flag. What are you talking about?
I
New
love it.
frontier flag.
I love it.
Hey, I'm sorry to tell you, Bumpkin, there ain't nothing you can do to get that deposit back.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
I was
they
about
want
to
to
say,
see
I
a
was like,
white
people get their
nationalist flag, I
deposit
can show
back.
them.
Oh no! Wait a second. He said that's a fat phobic joke. I was like, oh no! Hardy Chico's going hard in your chat, Snowman.
I know.
Hey, I'm mad at you and Information Man. How two of my favorite YouTubers gonna go at it? Y'all
Oh no!
keep doing
No,
this.
you need to be just listen. We gonna go ahead and get to that part, but you need to just be mad at your
sometimes has
boy,
the wrong information.
bro. No, he had the information on how to fall off your square and never get back on it. What are you talking about? That's information, man.
It is.
Men saying, I'm not getting.
Hold up.
Hey, dude, it's kind
So
of like the day he put out information on what the hidden meanings were to all these white supremacist symbols and tattoos and slogans were.
Oh, he is a little woke. I will admit
Dude,
that.
he's very woke.
Dude,
He
the
is
thing
so
is,
woke.
that video that he put out was full of so much conjecture and fallacy that I couldn't help myself but do a review of it and
I ain't
point
see
out
that
how.
one. I've seen him do some fantastic videos though. That guy's good. Besides that woke stuff, like I ain't with that.
Well, he's like doubling down on it. But anyways, so
Snowman,
here we
link me to
go.
that
what
video,
black
by the
men
way.
are.
What was that?
I said, Snowman, link me to that video. I like to laugh. Link me to that video where he shows all the dog whistles.
Dude, it's great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got to see that shit.
All right. So
Really about in general. I'll land there.
All right. Let me just take it up. One of the things I think we need to caution ourselves.
So first off, I just want to point this out. Our Payne is a super nice guy. All right. So I just want to, so Information Man's soliloquy was very long-winded and basically saying go outside. You can't get help on the internet to be a better man. Even though Reese apparently got to where he's at because of a video on the internet, which completely destroys that from an anecdotal standpoint. Someone on this panel got helped. 2 people on this panel got helped on the internet.
A little girl.
I've learned how to do a
probably
bunch of
1/3
stuff
my
on
age,
YouTube.
by the way.
Yeah. So, I mean, that in and of itself, like your whole life trajectory changed because of a video you saw that influenced you on the internet. Correct?
One video.
One video. Okay.
First time I clicked on a channel.
So okay. So let's keep it moving because Information Man doesn't believe that. at all can happen. So it's impossible to him. So you might want to give him that piece of information too.
What is that man's full name again? Hold on, wait. What did you call that man?
It's Information Man.
We need to change it to Misinformation Man because I've been tired of his crap for the last year. I'm just gonna be honest.
I'll be quite honest. I've seen and known him for a very long time, since like 2017 or 18, and he used to be on O'Shea Do Jackson's stream, and everything he perpetuates is false information and all that stuff. And I'm surprised his channel hasn't been terminated for misinformation and that kind of crap there. But at the same time, it just is nothing but like his own narrative there, and that's why people like him I could classify as a black supremacist, because he continually blames everything as systematically racist, white supremacy, etc. And at the end of it, just look at his stream from Nick Fuentes last week there, and any other stream that he tried to categorize there, even from last year when that one guy earlier this year that got his comic book canceled that said that white people should stay away from black people. I mean, he took offense to that. Like, let's just say I still listen to him from time to time, but everything he spews is just all nonsense and false information.
Angel, I'm just going to correct you because you said something that was grammatically incorrect. You can't be a black supremacist. Thinks that black people are better than everyone else, not that white people are to blame for everything that happens to black people. Just so you know, because like when we misuse words, then they like it's just like saying everything's racist. Everything's not racist.
Words have meaning. Let's use them properly.
To what Angel was saying, there is this weird dogma there where a lot of these quote unquote pro blacks or black supremacists do use this, anti-white and white supremacy dog whistle a lot.
Yeah, but listen. In the vernacular, the way that the language is used, if I'm saying that everything is white people's fault and I'm downtrodden, there's no way that's putting them on a pedestal where they're higher than me.
Well, that's the duality of black supremacy.
Because look, I'll give you a good one. I'm personally a race supremacist. I think I'm better than most fucking people. So I'm not gonna be like, oh well, it's Mike's fault. I can't do whatever. Because I'm not gonna say he's better than me, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, or Snowman, it's your fault that like I can't. I'm like, well, that makes your Snowman now are superior than I am. So like, I can't be a race supremacist or a true racist, if you would. If I put you at a pedestal that's above my own to be able to exude some sort of will on me.
You'd be like, my race is superior, but I am the most superior of my race.
Dude, trust me, I get what you're saying, Ray, but that's why.
But I mean, but that's like a non-starter argument because like when all those people say that shit, I'm just like, well, there's no way that you're actually better because if white people have done all this, then obviously they're way better than you. They keep winning.
It's like when white nationalists talk about certain ethnic groups from the Middle East.
Right. And so, I mean, I just don't like it when we throw those things around because, like, I don't think he's a black supremacist. Like, bro, you about to see what I did to him. You guys are going to enjoy this, especially you, Angel. You'll love this.
Ray,
all right.
I just want you to know, you look really Guatemalan in this video. I ain't trying to be rude.
I had like, listen. I had like 5 plantains and 2 mangoes, bro.
No, you look big, fucking chilling. You look so relaxed. If you utterly destroy this, man, I'm gonna have a.
Oh, dude, one of these get ready, bro.
I'm gonna have a Boondocks moment because it's gonna be like that really chill motherfucker just slithering out from the corner, just joking them up, dragging them back.
Let's have it.
Okay, here we go.
As black folks is that there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I think it's a mistake to down whatever anybody else might do. Some people might look at YouTube and social media as the place where they can contribute, and I don't think we should cut that down at the legs at all. So there's different ways. I mean, because there's some people who are on the streets all the time, and there's a lot of people who don't like those folks. So I'm not just
Right.
saying this to refute you information, man. I just think we need to be kind of careful. I'm not new to the YouTube space.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me say this to you. Since you're new to the YouTube space, some of these individuals that people have looked up to on these YouTube spaces, I've been around these people. I knew Kevin Samuels because before you guys knew Kevin Samuels, the high value man, when he wasn't talking high value stuff. Okay, I've been around.
Can we say bitter? Can we say bitter? How you gonna name drop a dead guy? Rest in peace, the GOAT, Kevin
Bitter
Samuels.
bitch face.
And then be like, hey, because the thing is this, he's got like 15,000 subs. I'm like, it sounds to me like he's a little salty that Kev blew up, figured out the algorithm, put in the work, and did what he did, and like he didn't since he knew him before he blew up.
Imagine having a dead guy make more money on YouTube than you.
Well, the problem with Information Man and other hangers on to Kevin Samuels, because I saw a whole bunch of them. There's like at least 10 of them. Kevin Samuels is a person that's like, look, it's a bootstrap thing. He did his own thing. He got his number popping on his own. He didn't depend on everybody else. So if the dudes were popping, he would give them a hand up. But if you were just not popping and you were just in these black YouTube streets, brawling and being an idiot, you know, and spreading misinformation, you're not going to grow. And he didn't bring him with him. That's it. He just decided not to bring Kevin decided not to bring him with him. And that's it. And he's bitter about that because if Kevin did, he would have 50,000, 100,000.
That
Easy.
Right, Bumpkin.
Huh?
That link's in the private chat.
Thanks.
All right, so first of all, the other thing that I want to point out is this is interruption number 1, where he's interrupted Arpain, who's just trying to get his point across politely. Okay.
I've been around some of these guys on their panels. I'm one of the original members of Sunday Rumble. Yeah, I mean, I know about that. And the conversations are redundant. The guys are saying the same thing. Okay, I'll stop there.
I don't disagree with what you're saying.
I'm saying the conversations have been.
That's number 2.
Continuing. What I've been noticing in a nutshell is that the conversations have been the same conversations year in and year out. And you've got black men saying, I'm not getting any more value.
Can you let me finish, please?
Well, I'm trying to give you some perspective because you
That's 3.
said you're new. I'm not new.
Wait a minute, man. I'm new to the space for 6 months, but I'm not an idiot, man. I know.
I'm not saying I'm not. You said you're an idiot. I didn't say you're an idiot. I'm trying to give you some perspective.
Information.
I've seen
There's
some
always
things.
new people, though. There's
I know,
always new people.
but if you're new to, but the conversation is being generated by the same people who these people look up to.
Brother, can you let me speak? Now I'll let you speak. You said your piece. Let me finish. Because I don't disagree with you. I know that there's people who are just trifling on this thing. It'll take months to figure that out. And I know there's a lot of talking points. And one of the things I think that this space does for black men, the good panels, like this one, it gives them a perspective better than like a fight club. And you got to be able to discern the difference between those things. And yeah, there's people repeating the same thing over and over. I try to be solution oriented when we talk about marriage, or we talk about dating, or we talk about courting a woman and vetting a woman for marriage. There's steps and stuff you need to protect. A lot of guys are still caught in a red pill rage, and you try to help them.
I don't even use those type of.
Okay, so this is 4, and so this I might have to pause it a couple of times to explain what's going on and how he gets upset. But like, when I'm on panels, like my ADD is so bad that like I'm typing in the chat as I'm listening and having the conversation. So like I have really bad ADD. So like I'm doing multiple things at a time because like if I'm just sitting there on the panel, it's very mentally taxing for me if there's not something else going on.
Damn, that's crazy.
So that's the thing. Like, so this whole time I'm having a conversation like while he's talking, and then it gets to this part, and he kind of gets he gets a little bit under my skin. So like we'll keep it going.
You look like
inadequate,
fucking Gustavo
antiquated state labels. That's part of the problem.
That's not part of the problem. You know,
Yeah.
So as you can see with the hand on the face, this is the part. Because he said antiquated, And as soon as he said that, I was just like, bro, everything you talk about is antiquated. So like, I couldn't.
What the word means, Ray.
So, well, he's about to find out.
Yes, because guys are using labels from a movie that was actually written by a black woman. That's the funny thing about it.
But we still use it. I mean,
I don't use that shit because it's stupid. I'm not red pill, blue pill. I'm a black man. I stand on real, not on characters.
Hey, pause a minute. This is another one of them things. He needs to stop pushing these freaking black conspiracy theories that some black woman wrote The Matrix.
Yeah, the black people did. We
doesn't matter.
Dog.
That doesn't matter.
All I'm saying is I'm severely disappointed in him. He could have took all the, instead of saying I'm a black man, he could have said I bet on black.
No, Ray, you want to know why things like this matter, especially for when it comes to people like him, because people like him want to sit and go around and say how white people are mischaracterizing or mislabeling and lying and giving misinformation about the black community and black people as a whole, while he's turning around and doing the exact same thing about white people.
That's not like why I call him what I did call him.
I don't know about you, Snowman, but I love spreading fear and misinformation. It makes me happy.
Dude, every morning when I take my morning shit, I sit down at the coffee table and I sit while drinking coffee trying to figure out how I can oppress a black man.
Well, no, I'm not even joking. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we were watching everybody freak out. I was in a Discord with some friends, and they got really quiet as like the invasion started, and like they were bitching, saying how everybody was spreading misinformation. I'm just like, I just want to spread fear. Like, I'm gonna lie to you.
I've been this guy in the back chat, or the link you dropped me in the back chat, the same guy. I've been sort of just like pixelating through what he's identifying as white supremacy symbols.
Yeah, and he's not right on any of them.
Has he put your flag up there?
I mean, he's going to after this. The dude's brain dead. He's picking out typical European, because listen, the whole QAnon shaman guy, right? He's not a white supremacist. He's just a pagan. He's just a European pagan.
He's a retard. He's not even a pagan. He's a retard.
He's a retard.
Tattooed on him.
He's
it's
a
all
retard.
Those vegan patties.
Right, he's a retard. But listen, all of the symbols that are on his body, they're just pagan symbols. That's all they are. It's like this. It's an ancient, stupid religion.
Hey,
but
dude,
it's like
wait. He tries to say
it's not white supremacy.
Dude, he tries to say that the Keck flag is basically a Nazi flag.
The Keck flag?
It's basically a swastika, dude.
I mean, okay, it is basically a swastika,
but it's a meme. But it's a meme. Right? It's a meme. I've been on 4chan for like 15 years. They literally say we're gonna do this thing and trigger the reporters and the liberals into thinking this is racist, and they buy it every time.
4chan and just completely go over the fact that Pole exists.
Oh my god!
Pole is one of the greatest things I've ever seen, but it's full of agents now. It's full of agents now.
Woo! I tell you what, 4chan, we did it, Reddit.
Oh my god. Okay. So I'm gonna keep it moving because it's about to start getting to the part where it's good.
What you're saying is because it's just part of the vernacular. You don't have to like the vernacular, but everybody.
It's goofy vernacular. That's part of the problem, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. It's vernacular that's been used.
Wait a second. I just want to point out the information, man. I'm just realizing it that he definitely spent time around Kevin Samuels because he definitely uses the talking points of an angry black woman, a modern black woman. Shame, insults, guilt, and a need to be right, bro. We've seen them all.
Before you continue, do people like him or the Angry Man, if you guys ever heard of him, do any of these people have a better name besides Goofy? Because I hear people like him using that name all the time now, and it just is getting as old as the word racist is.
Well, no. So the deal is, Angel, it's a cultural thing. They're old. Is basically the gist of it. That's what old black people say. They say everything.
Actually, hold on. Actually, Goofy is relatively new, and they got that from freaking females. What black people used to say, at least I'm from the Northeast, I'm from New Jersey, New York. We used to call people clowns. We said clowns.
Yeah.
We call people clowns, not this. You goofy, you goofy, you. That sounds gay. That's what females used to say.
Listen, I'm from Jersey, New York, but we call them a lot more than clowns.
It's like the whole clapping thing. It's like the whole clapping thing 15, 20 years ago where literally only black women did it. And now everybody does that crap. You know, it disgusts me.
That's crazy.
If a man ever claps at me, bro,
gay immediately like
If a dude starts clapping at me, I'm just gonna.
Bro, what if he? Hey, bro, what if he claps and actually snatches one of your dreams?
You ain't shit, bro.
Okay, so hold on. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, I want to hear people watch the movie.
Pause. Damn it. The black chick under the information guy. All I'm saying is when you had it paused, I wasn't looking at her, but my brain had like a neuron activated. I thought that bitch was digging way the fuck up her nose.
I thought you
ain't right.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was like, damn.
Dude, Queen Smiley is a nice woman. Y'all leave her alone.
I ain't trying to be mean, bro, but I just saw it out the corner of my eye. She was getting way up there. I didn't say she did pick her nose. I'm saying it looked like she was like really up there.
Oh my god, dude. That's because that's where your brain goes. Oh my god, okay,
looks like she's gonna beat me for pointing it out.
Max, she's mad at you now. I hope you're happy.
I'm a black man.
I mean,
I stand on real, not on characters.
The people understand what you're saying because it's just part of the vernacular. You don't have to like the vernacular, but everybody.
It's goofy vernacular. That's part of the problem, brother. That's what I'm trying to say. It's vernacular that's been used because people watch the movie.
Here's the thing. What I think both of y'all are saying, Mr. Payne and Information Man. Mr. Payne is saying exactly what.
Can we talk about how this apparent alpha male definitely silenced the fuck up for this woman? Like as soon as she started talking, zipped.
Bro, I would have been trying to riz her. She kind of cute.
Bro,
no, black man syndrome. Look, we're bred to be simps for these people. So we got the simp chip, the simp chip in our brain, and we shut up.
I just think that's crazy that he interrupted our pain like 5 or 6 times now, somewhere between 5 and 8, and as soon as she chimes in, silence. Wow. Like that's wild to me.
He did irk to me. He fucking record scratched for real, didn't he?
Facts immediately. Okay, so we're gonna keep going.
So what you said, all he's saying is that we can't discount the fact that you're saying. You can't build a man from YouTube, and you can't take that perspective.
No,
and I get what you're saying. Here's the thing, Mr. Payne is saying the same thing you're saying. He's saying, but there are some people, if they're not social enough to be out in the street, this may be the only place they get that from. Right. So all he was saying was everything that you're saying is true, Mr. Information Man. He's just saying let's not discount the fact that there is good content like these channels right here that's putting out good information.
Right now, I'm not discounting this. No, not at all. Not this.
That's the point. I mean, you said a whole bunch of stuff,
and then went back on his point.
That's because he
went back on his point. Dude.
Look, a beautiful woman will do it to you.
I know, but I'm just like, bro, like these dudes out here.
Pookies always go back to their normal state of being.
That ain't right.
No, I don't know what Pookie means, so I'm gonna play with my Mauser because whenever I encounter a word I don't know, it frightens me, so I need comfort.
Oh my god, shit. I hate you.
Based.
Oh Lord.
I could have interjected with too, but I didn't. I'll let you finish speaking. I mean, so I'm not trying to trigger anybody here. I'm just saying that some people get the use out of YouTube. I mean, I donate to my church. I do a few things. I buy all the equipment and all that kind of stuff. I talk to people. I'm in the frat. I do a lot of these things. But am I a community activist? I won't even try to be. I'm a little older than everybody. One of the things I try to talk to some of these guys here is to let them know that, when they get caught up in that there's no solutions to anything, I don't believe that. Some guys have a wrong idea of what women are. So they're just mad at women for being mad at them. I said, but you know what? Like somehow in 2023, women are like made new. Women have a nature that's been there for thousands of years, just like men.
Okay, so at this point, this face. So I'll tell you what I wrote in the chat. I wrote, how is red pill an antiquated term, but this dude blames everything on white supremacy. It's not the 1950s anymore either. That's what I said.
Shit.
What a time it was.
So this is while we're talking, and then he, who doesn't have the level of ADD that I do, saw it. And then this is what happened.
So you have to understand the base nature of them, and then you can navigate better. So if you want a wife, maybe you got to do a little bit more picking through the chaff to find the wheat. But there's good women out there. You just got to look for them. Just like for women, there's good men out there. That's why I have an issue with Ebony K. Because she's too lazy to really be looking. You know, so my thing is, I like this YouTube space because there's ratchet panels and there's good panels. There's people on this space who have married panels to help people navigate through marriage.
He just saw it.
There's people.
Yeah, I want to say something
that have nothing to do with
it. I'm going to put my 2 cents in for all the married men and especially these guys. Listen, some people have no idea what marriage truly means or how to navigate it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like for me and my wife are a freaking team. I mean, we do everything together. We work together. We're together 24/7. And she's been sick 15 years. When you have a wife who's sick, you'll never know the love and compassion, besides that of a child, what goes into marriage and how much sacrifice you actually have to make. These people have no fucking idea. He's like, oh, good women, good men, blah, blah, blah. First of all the good men out there, the women don't want. And that's just fucking fact. That's just fact. Because most good men are fucking feminine, fat slobs. They're not alpha males. I'm sorry to say, that's just the way it is. Alpha males are looking to succeed in life before they settle down, where, you know, feminine males are looking to settle down before they even succeed in life. And I'm sorry, women just don't want that. They just don't want it. You know, but people have no idea. Dude, if I could do marriage counseling, I will change people's lives forever. Because I could tell you stuff about marriage that most men who've been married 20 years don't even fucking know.
Wow.
I mean, that's just my
All right, so he's just now reading it, what I wrote.
Relationships. And me, I try to say, if there's a solution to how to vet a woman, hey, here's a video on that. Or here's a video.
And that's his soul getting fucked with right there. You see it happen? You want me to rewind it? Because it just hit him in his soul.
What did you write?
Bro, it hit him in his soul. So hold on. Here we go.
That face looks angry.
Politics, I like politics stuff, right? So I don't just talk about why I like the fact that affirmative action is gone. I think we need to get rid of it, and here's the reasons why I think so.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of different things.
Hold on. So I followed it up with, in 2023, white supremacy only applies to people in the criminal justice system, in the way it's thrown around to end conversation.
He is geared up right now, dog.
Yep.
You can see the slow expression change in his eyes.
Oh yeah. You know,
bro, you can see smoke coming out of his ears. He's mad.
Dude, he's melting like a pile of turds right now.
The thing is though, and this is the issue that I had. I was like, no one checked him on that shit. They were just like, oh yeah, you can get your big dick energy off and say whatever the hell you want about this space. That all of us are going, hey, like there's validity to this. You just gotta like look for the solutions and not focus on the people who are stuck in red pill rage, like, or whatever. And he thought he wanted to disparage the entire space. And I'm like, I'm not about to let you just sit here and talk about an entire space of people that you feel are goofy when your ass is up here goofy as hell. So you know what I had to do? I had to shout out to Jay Prince. Shout out to Jay Prince. Or actually not Jay Prince. Shout out to Charleston White when he was dissing Jay Prince. I had to free Keisha, bro. So here we go.
Dude, he wants to throw shit at you so bad right now.
It gives men a forum to talk to each other. We don't have to gather in some physical location. We could do it right here virtually and talk to each other across section of men.
Right.
I think that's beneficial.
Right.
I think that's beneficial.
Hey, well, let me ask Reckless something. Are you Reckless? You wrote a statement in the chat room. You can actually ask me, brother. You don't have to write statements in the chat room. You said,
I just didn't want to interrupt.
You said that I'm blaming the red pill. You said specifically the red pill on white supremacy. I didn't make any reference to red pill on white supremacy. Where did you get that from?
Information.
I mean, are you talking about me?
And not, you need to read to comprehend.
Are you talking to me? No. Look, first of all, I didn't need a smart statement from you. I just asked you a question. You wrote in there. You said this dude. First of all, my name is not Dude. This dude blames everything on white supremacy. It's not the 1950s anymore.
So that's the face that I know that Keisha didn't come out to play, bro.
He needed a smart statement from somebody because he wasn't getting it from there.
I knew I brought Keisha out, so I'm smiling, bro.
I didn't say anything about red pill being a white supremacist concept. I said that it came from a movie that a black woman actually wrote, that most people got their talking points from using that term in the first place, because prior to that movie, nobody was using the red pill or blue pill terminology. I've been around long enough to know that. So I said that that's goofy. I didn't say anything about white supremacy in terms of red pill. So why did you say that?
I'm going to read to you exactly what I wrote. How is red pill an antiquated term?
The reason why I said it's antiquated because we need to stop talking, and we need to stop using terms that are goofy terms when just identify yourself. I'm a man. So I don't need to identify myself as a red pill or blue pill. That's the kind of goofy stuff that goes on.
So the equally antiquated and goofy is stating everything.
How is that white supremacy? How is that white supremacy? So white supremacy. But you wrote that on there though. But you wrote that on there. But you wrote. I'm reading what you said. He says, "How is?" You said, "How is red pill an antiquated term?" This dude is blaming everything on white supremacy. I said one word about white supremacy tonight, which was about a whole different other subject matter, and then you threw that in there. If you got a problem with me, you could talk to me about it right now. You don't have to put stuff in the chat room. You can talk to me about it right now.
Okay.
That's kind of a punk move type thing to do when you got me on the panel. If you're concerned about anything I'm saying is antiquated or not, you can talk to me as a man right now. That's kind of punkish, don't you think? Don't you think that's kind of a punk move? That's a punk move. All right, on the panel. I'm right on the panel.
Hey, we're totally disrespected.
It's not a punk.
I'm on the panel.
We are totally disrespected.
I'm on the panel. You just said that I think that you just said that I blamed everything on white supremacy. I didn't blame anything on white supremacy tonight in terms of this subject matter. What are you talking about?
Gentlemen, we are totally disrespected.
But I just got disrespected by him when I'm on the panel. You can ask me that question. You can be more specific to me up here, but you want to put it inside the chat room, which I think is a punk move when I'm right on the panel.
Why? Because
you can ask me, you can talk to me as a man, just like I confronted you as a man to understand what you were writing.
Did you want me to interrupt the conversation?
I want us to be able to handle this. However,
I asked him a question.
Right. Can we do it in the back? Can y'all do that for me?
No, I don't have to do it. Nah, that's okay. Blackman Unfiltered. I'm not going to talk to him. I'm cool with this tonight. Okay. Thank you for having me on. I'm finished.
Come on, man.
Because I asked a question that he could have asked me himself on the panel, but he puts a punk ass message in the end because this dude thinks everything is white supremacy. When I said one small thing about white supremacy in terms of how we look at our women when we use certain talking points, I said that earlier in the show. But then I don't know how he got that statement out of what I said about red pill and blue pill, which is something that I've been hearing on YouTube. That was some goofy stuff that people threw around to define themselves, define what a weak man is from a strong man, which nobody was saying that in these spaces until that movie came out and everybody got caught up in that Matrix type talk. And all these dudes that think they know everything about what being a man. No, so, and then you make that statement to me when you can easily. But you could have easily just asked me my
You
opinion
could've
about
easily
that.
not glitched out about it. We could.
No, I'm glitching out about it because I asked you why did you have to write that in the chat room when I'm on the panel, and you could have easily just said to me what you're thinking, like, hey, Mr. You could have said, information man, are you thinking this? Are you thinking that way? Did you mean this, information man, or did you mean that? But you put in the chat room, this is what I'm doing. As if, he's saying everything is about white supremacy. I haven't even talked that much about that kind of subject tonight. What are you talking about? So why would you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? What's the point? I know you got no. I guess you're a subscriber to Red Pill and Blue Pill. Maybe you felt insulted when I said that. Is that what it was?
Oh no, you said they were. You said it was.
Yes, because we as black men, that I deal with on the outside, we don't talk like that. Black men that I deal with in the professionals, we don't talk like that. That's why it's goofy. It's goofy. Well, then why talk like that online if it's stupid? That's not solving our problems. Solving our problems is doing the goddamn work in the streets out there. Solving our problems is working with young youth and getting them in the better places they need to be. That's what I do. I don't need dumb terms like red pill and blue pill. That's not helping our community. It ain't helping our kids. It's goofy. It is antiquated because they don't do anything to help our people but put us down. By classifying somebody as this and that, putting us in a box. We've already been put in a box in this society. It's another dumb term. It's another dumb. I didn't even say white supremacy.
You thought it.
But I didn't even say that. Never mind. Hey, Black Men Unfiltered, don't invite me on this show, man, with goofy stuff like this. This is goofy.
I cannot. You know what's goofy?
It's goofy because what you just said is, I just simply said that the problem is that we put people in boxes. But you want to run to this, see, he's talking about white supremacy. I said we put people in boxes in this society, don't we do? We do. We put people are put in categories.
You know what, brother? You just antiquated.
But the problem I had with what you did is that you could have at least talked to me, but you put that in the chat room, which was a bitch move on your part. When I'm right up here on the panel. See, I wouldn't have take this out, Reckless. I wouldn't have did what you did, Reckless. I would have just asked you to clarify your thoughts. I wouldn't have put a bitch ass message in the chat room when I got you up here. And I could have said,
he would have asked you and then answered it for you, Roy.
Yo, was he really yelling at you on panel?
So I definitely want, man.
No.
So
Funny as hell.
Bro, he was so
mad. Top and work your way down, Ray.
Ray, you got to start bringing me on when you get in this situation, because I will be like, bro, I'll be like, this is
Tuesday's stream,
hype man, bro.
This was Tuesday's stream because I started watching the beginning of it and then I went somewhere else. And this is how it ended.
Yeah.
Yo, that was like a triggered Karen over there, man. I'm telling you,
bro. Hey, man. Sometimes you got to free Keisha, bro. I pulled her all the way out of it, bro.
I mean, the best way to troll information man is really just to be like, why are you talking about white supremacy all the time? Because this is like he gets triggered like that kind of easy, which he does bring up white supremacy all the freaking time. Dude, anyway, so I don't know.
Before this panel, like he did like a whole show on it.
And believe it or not, that's actually Rifleman. I was actually going to bring that up because regardless if he didn't bring it up in that stream as he claims, he talks about it all the time. Just look at his stream that I slightly watched there about the Supreme Court overturning affirmative action and the other things that they've done last month there. He, of course, made a whole stream about the affirmative action and the ending of like black people and all that, and blamed at the 6 justices there that are conservative and American thinking towards white supremacy. And he does this all the time on his own channel. But
yeah, and like Angel. Oh, and Angel, like and that's why, like, when he's like, oh, the blue pill, red pill, that doesn't do anything. That terminology doesn't. You yelling white supremacy for the last 10 years on YouTube.
Thank you.
All I heard from this is like a bitch.
Keisha was running down the street. Hold on. So what?
The funny thing is, he actually made a good point, but he never addressed the comment.
What was the point?
The point.
What was the
made
point?
about
No, I want to hear.
red,
I want to
blue
hear your
pill
thoughts
shit,
on it.
Like the whole comparison between the colors and the pills and all that. That doesn't help anything at all.
Okay. So Reese, my question is this. My question
for choice. Come on.
No. But listen. We would have a classification regardless. We're men. We make hierarchies. Men who get it, men who don't. What's the difference?
Well,
what is the difference? If you go, hey, we've got a group of guys and we're talking, and then some guy comes in and he's just a hardcore simp, and we're like, he don't get it. That's a classification too.
Well, look, Ray.
You're lying or cheap.
Let's keep it real, all right? The only reason why he's mad is because you put it in the chat, which forced him to actually have to read and comprehend what you wrote. He couldn't actually, rather than you trying to tell him and him speak over you every other word that you tried to get out, he was forced to actually take it in the message you were trying to get across, and that's what pissed him off.
Called you a bitch because you made him read.
Bro, no. So while the thing was down, like when he went through that whole soliloquy, because like they clipped out the part where I was like, "Do you need a pin drop?" I was like, "Bro, I'll give you a fucking address, bro." I was like, "You gonna start calling me a bitch and shit? Like this is a problem."
You did say that shit. I heard that.
I was like, dude, like that was the thing. I was like, bro, hold up a second, bro. Like you can't. Like there's a certain level of YouTube disrespect that I'm willing to take, but I'm like, I don't think you got the bodies to be calling me a bitch. Like, I'm just gonna say it, bro. Like,
pull up.
Right.
Yeah, that's most of these YouTube warriors. They talk a lot because they're used to fighting people outside of a bar.
So Muslim guy, you know this is gonna be clipped up, and I'm gonna be a white supremacist now. So I hope you're ready to accept me on YouTube.
Ray, this is gonna be the worst one ever, dude. The worst one ever.
That was a Mauser that was racking, so you can have the Mauser in a belt of ammunition, and you know you can be sent to the front lines.
We only get one
okay.
belt.
So here I gotta do one more better. So the first topic that I have for tonight, since we're broaching through this pretty nicely about leadership. And this kind of goes on our topic that we had last week. And I'm only going to have the headline of this, and then we're going to talk about it because I listened to the song on the way home. We're going to go ahead and go down the rabbit hole of being on the wrong team. Okay, so let's talk about Jason Aldean's song. I thought it was good, bro. I like it.
I hate it. I'm not going to lie to you. I hate it.
You don't like it?
The only reason why they're mad is because Jason Aldean had the Nazi American flag in the background of most of the video. That's it.
I'm just
well, look, it's just funny. Like, hey, look, hold on. Are you mad because he said, you know, people suck if they hold up a liquor store or something? You don't like that lyric?
Well, I just want to read the Rolling Stone headline says it's this narrative of white nationalism, says scholar of racial violence. This is the most worthless degree I've ever heard. He's a scholar of racial violence, bro.
Why
means this dude sat hold on. Wait. Hold up. Let's let Mike get in.
I just want to be honest with everybody on the panel. I've never fucking listened to the song.
I mean, this was just trending today. This was today's topic.
No, it was trending yesterday morning.
Okay. So it's 48 hours old. It's 48 hours old. Okay, fair enough.
I'm not ignoring the author of this, by the way.
I knew about this on TikTok.
Sites.
The morning of the 19th, like about 1.
I see you, Bumpkin. I see you.
My radar is never wrong. It's never wrong.
So
this is
doc. So I want to get everybody's opinion on this, but I wanted to start off with mine. So the way that I look at this is by the playbook, communist identity politics. They want to separate into classes, and the classes are races based on privilege. Yeah. And a person who is taking, and like this, going back to the leadership, also we can look at who wrote it. Good call, Bumpkin. I hadn't even gotten that far yet. But when we look at taking a stand, that is leadership. Being able to go, hey, you know what? I'm going to put out an anthem for the people who are sick and tired of this bullshit, who are sick and tired of people thinking that they can come into a town. And like, I mean, you know, like I'm not going to lie. I went to some of the BLM rallies back then. And I also got into fights with Antifa back then because they tried to tear my city apart. And I was like, you're not fucking tearing up our stuff. I use that sign. Like, which caused a whole nother issue because like then there was like a separate deal because they were trying to, and like I'll tell you exactly what I experienced. Like, they were bussing in people from out of the state that were accosting and attacking and agitating and provoking people to do more than what was necessary. Now, on the police side of this, when the shit popped off in Kansas City, it was because an officer bear sprayed a 13-year-old white girl at close proximity like she was nothing. Dang. So like they actually had a reason that they were upset. They also shot a white dude in the eye with a beanbag. Like, it was really weird seeing all these white cops do horrible things to white people. But I digress. But the Antifa element that presented itself here, they were literally functioning as agent provocateurs. Like, it was a bunch of people that weren't from here.
If you ever want to know about Antifa, you just ask my wife. She knows every little thing about Antifa back to the 1800s, multi-generational. She'll tell you everything.
Whoa.
Yeah. But yeah, like those dudes, like it was not like I understand.
Hey, wait a minute. What groups funded Antifa?
What was that?
I mean,
I know a lot of
really hard.
Soros funded.
Yeah,
Soros was a majority.
Actually, Act Blue. Act Blue.
I'm talking about the original Antifa back in the 1920s.
Oh, the Rothschilds.
You have to understand that Antifa pretty much is. I mean, it's Nazi agenda, but Antifa is so old and multi-generational.
I knew you were going to say that's bullshit. The Nazis literally fought Antifa in the streets.
Did you ever read anything about Antifa?
Yes.
They fought each other. They also aligned as well. Like it went back and forth. They were just out there fighting people, and sometimes they were like, "Hey, we want to mess up the same."
Can we keep it? Can we hold on? Can we keep it? Can we keep it 100? It was just socialists fighting socialists in the damn streets.
I agree with Ray. I agree with libertarians and Ray. I like money. That doesn't mean like we're exactly the same ideological.
Facts. Right.
And by the way, it was communists versus nationalists in the street.
Yeah, well, I fuck with the Fry Corps. I fuck with them because that was pretty cool what they did.
What did they do?
My lawyer has told me not to say who.
They got rid of pretty much what's that head communist? They were foreign communists. It was like Rosa something, and some other guy, and they happened to be of a certain religion. And the nationalists got rid of them. They swept the streets clean and made things safe again for the people.
No, yeah, I'm not, and I don't have an issue with that. But like, what I'm saying is from the leadership perspective is like what we're seeing here is like now you're things have like the fact that you can't even have an anthem for the people that are sick of the BS, the people that do not want to burn down their cities just because. that do not want to support communism, that do not want to play identity politics, that they can't have a song. Like if you make a song now, you're a white national. And the only reason they got to pull this off is because he was white. Like if he gets Blanco Brown on the remix for this, it's over. Like what are they gonna do?
I'm gonna go listen to the song. I'll be right back.
Go listen to it. Like, and then, but I know for a fact because I was listening to Modern Renaissance Man earlier, and he was talking about it as well. That one of the issues that they had was they had a thing for him down in Nashville. He was in front of a courthouse where apparently some people were lynched back in the 1920s.
Well, that courthouse is actually the courthouse that they show in the video too.
Yeah. And so people were mad about that, and I'm like, was he alive in 1920? Like, he seems like a pretty young dude. Like, I didn't know that.
What I find the most egregious.
Ray, as a white man, I have to tell you.
God, can I fucking speak without you interrupting me?
I don't know, can you?
Fuck.
Is it possible? I don't know yet. But no,
okay,
the thing about it is, Ray, all white people are eternal vampires.
Oh, okay. So y'all was there. You were all there.
Yeah, I was there. I was like, yeah.
Well, it's like I'll add a little context. I lived in Georgia for a few years, and almost every courthouse there, you're gonna have some sordid history between something happening with something, whether it's nepotism. Doesn't have to be with brutalizing black folks, you know. Stuff had it was the South, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know why everybody's just like, oh my God, like he went there. Like it's like Jason Aldean looked into let me look at the courthouse where the most black people were done wrong. Like, come on, you know, like it was like we trying to find a courthouse, we get tax cuts for filming in Georgia. Let's do it here. This one looks nice. We can project. That's literally all it was. It wasn't all this symbolism they're talking about. Obviously, they want an American flag, but it was just like people whip themselves up into these black conspiracy theories. I think Snowman was kind of yelling about that earlier, and it's true. Like we really just look everywhere for some conspiracy theory that's not freaking there.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I don't know. It's this whole thing that like I'm waiting to see who's upset about this so that I can troll their posts on Facebook and then they can hate me.
As Jason Aldean's oppression advisor, I specifically told him to choose that courthouse.
Oh, okay, sweet. I mean, I figured you knew.
No. I was there and I was like, look, this will have the biggest oppression for the song, okay? All right, and then if you bring up the looting and the riots, they'll know that you're talking about them. Then they'll feel bad.
Oh my.
If anyone wants to hear me talk the longest sentence ever than last week, watch my stream from yesterday. I actually tell my God honest opinion and stuff that you probably haven't seen me speak about on CT stream there. But I did a reaction and discussion stream yesterday to Jason Aldean's Try That in a Small Town music video because I heard about it getting pulled. I didn't even know this song existed, and it was when I was on lunch break yesterday at work, and I knew immediately I wanted to hop on because I listened to it during lunch and I saw nothing wrong with it. And this morning on CT stream, he had mentioned at the same courthouse that the liberal, communist, socialists there are complaining of and claiming that he's like trying to be pro-lynching and that the song is racist is the same courthouse that was filmed in Hannah Montana, the movie. Should that old country of a movie by a once popular Disney star there should that be canceled too?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, yes. Yeah. I mean, they're gonna. Well, the issue is this, and it's like you got to stop saying communist and socialist together. Also, those are two different things.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just what they are.
I was just letting it slide tonight, but go ahead.
No, we're not letting it slide on this channel because the issue is we're trying to like put solid information out there, and those are two different things. There's elements. Thank you, Rifleman.
Well, I'm sorry.
There's elements of socialism that can help in a communist society. Like you shouldn't have a for-profit medical system because you need to be sick then. It's not about helping people.
Did I hear you embrace communism?
No, it's socialism. There's difference.
Okay.
There's two different things.
I was about to say
Mike,
you could not
listen to that song, man.
Go.
But it's
Socialism
a tool.
Okay.
You don't just do one or the other because like socialism, if you do it for everything, turns into communism, which means that like once everyone. So the issue is this: these people do not want they have to take away all private property. That means no private property for anyone except for them.
That's big game.
And the them has yet to be aforementioned because it's not going to be the people in the streets talk with their fists ashy. It's not those people who are going to get the private property. Like you can look at the history of communism literally everywhere. It's the same playbook.
It's literally the retarded children of rich people that are mad that they are not the ones that are going to inherit the fucking power. So they want to replace the current hierarchy with themselves.
Right, but in order to do that, you have to destroy everything from the old system.
Ray, I disagree with you. It's a lose-lose situation whether you have medical for profit or socialized medicine. I mean, as an individual, it's a lose-lose situation.
There's nowhere on this planet that has fucked their people up the way that America has. Period.
Well,
we had a
that's
whole
not
campaign where they
America,
told us to eat
socialized medicine
food
is.
that eventually would make us sick so that we would be sick.
Well, I
We
just did a
have
video on that tonight.
It is
We
more.
have-
It is more
I mean,
profitable.
we have foods that are not allowed in other countries where they're like, that's poison. You can't eat that.
It's
Ray.
more profitable to
Yeah.
to treat a disease for the rest of someone's
Um,
life.
I-
to
I'm-
treat symptoms.
I'm
Hold on,
guessing
hold on,
I'm-
Angel. Angel.
All right.
Can
It is
hold on.
more. It is more profitable to treat the symptoms of a disease and then the symptoms of medication than it is to cure a cancer or cure a disease. The simple fact of the matter is, though, for a nation, for the future of one's nation, it is more profitable to cure the fucking disease.
Yep.
I mean,
And the thing
regardless, we're being, listen, I just did a podcast on this tonight. Regardless, we're being poisoned, whether it's fluoride poisoning, you know, whether it's in our genetically modified foods, you know, whatever it may be. It's the same thing. They genetically modified wheat, and that's why people have gluten allergies nowadays. I mean, we're being poisoned regardless.
But you're not being poisoned everywhere. That's the piece that you're leaving out. Is if you have a gluten allergy here and you go to the UK, you do not have a gluten allergy there because they didn't genetically modify their wheat.
Correct. You are correct on that aspect. Listen, America, I mean, you have to understand.
Even then, even what is genetically modified in other nations, it's just that. It's not a bunch of extra shit put in, so it's so it can be patented and sold.
Yeah, like you cannot buy Gatorade outside the U.S. because it's poison.
Look at Russia. Putin is funding all its agricultural lands and everything because he does not want genetically modified foods growing in Russia.
Yes,
that's true, but it's not completely true like they try to make it seem, because genetically modified organisms can be as simple as specifically bred plants, and that's what we've done with all things that are agricultural products. We've actually used eugenics to create a better plant.
But genetically modified is shit. And listen, I genetically modify plants, right? Because I grow peppers, so I create new strains that are popular. I genetically modify plants. But in reality, if you look like even garlic, right? Garlic became genetically modified before it was modified. When it was heirloom, it was actually one of the strongest natural antibiotics known to man. But because it's genetically modified, now it poisons human beings.
Mm-hmm.
It's a double-edged sword because let's face it, anything that is done for the benefit of the collective is a good thing, right? Let's take bananas for instance. Let's just take bananas for instance. Bananas were about this big, about that big, prior to genetic modification,
full of seeds,
and just stuffed full of seeds, right? Because of genetic modification, we made a superior banana with, I believe, pretty much zero side effects. So it's a double-edged sword, right? There are people, and this is why I say everything with moderation, right? Even capitalism with moderation. There are people that are going to create products that do not care about the consumer of their product. Actually, there are people that are so nefarious that they say, "Hey, this product might cause actual harm down the road, but we have a private healthcare sector." So I'm just giving a paycheck to someone else.
The issue with genetic modification doesn't come with the fact that it's actually made in a lab. It comes with, now that they have genetic modification, they start fucking with the genome and create, natural pesticides within the plant. And that's what's poisoning you, because pesticides, I don't know if anyone's ever actually, been told this, but pesticides, most of them are also deadly to humans.
Yep. Yes.
I can give an example of one. I can give an example of one, but I don't think it would be appreciated here.
No,
the irony
you got to look at it from the standpoint. Listen, I have original 26 chromosome pepper seeds that no one can get. You got to go on expeditions to get them, right?
Wow.
They're the original peppers of peppers that created every pepper out here. There's 24 chromosome and 26 chromosome peppers. 26 chromosome are the rarest. The reason why they're not allowed in the U.S. and it's actually you're not even allowed to grow them in the U.S. is because they don't want cross hybridization because those plants are resistant to pests and resistant to drought and will grow anywhere. And they don't want that because then they can't make money off of pesticides and things like that. So there's always an original heirloom to what we see now, and there's a reason.
They're invasive.
No,
well,
I mean, well, what's invasive, really? What's invasive?
Hold on, Mike. I'll tell you what's invasive. When Monsanto makes a seed, they seed a farm. Those seeds blow across the street to the farm across the street, and they shut that farm down because their crop is now growing over there. And
that's different. That's different. That goes to the old farmer who was growing corn, and he used to give out free seeds to all his neighbors. And they asked, "Why are you giving out your crop when it's a cream crop?" And he said, "Because if their shit cross pollinates with mine, at least I know it's going to be good." He was smart, but here's the thing: that's going to happen anywhere. It's not necessarily invasive. See, there's certain things that
when you go through and genetically modify a crop, we can go with wheat. And the gluten allergy issue that we have is like when you make that all the wheat.
But we're
an invasive plant will smother out and outcompete other plants and destroy other plants because it has no natural predator or consumer in a region. And then if you try to introduce one, you'll fuck shit up.
Would you rather have a natural original pepper or all this garbage that's out there?
Well, I'm going to agree with Natasha. My problem with GMOs is the patent and the simple fact that they won't tell you what they've done to the seeds.
And the harm that they cause. Like, I mean, you look at the pesticides, you look at the seeds, like these are, but the deal is this though, because we have private healthcare, if you look at the original food pyramid, you're not supposed to eat that way. The original food pyramid was a setup to get you to have diabetes. We do not cure type 2 diabetes, which is 100% curable. We treat it indefinitely. That's the reason for-profit medicine doesn't work, because the incentive is to keep you sick but alive.
Yeah, but
that's not how that's supposed to work.
You got to take socialized medicine. Socialized medicine, everyone gets equal care, correct? Well, if everyone's
what's the incentive for the doctor though, Mike? That's the part that you're missing. Is the incentive for the doctor. What is the doctor's incentive at that point?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In socialization, there is no incentive, and
do you honestly think that
so my question is
this,
Mike: how it's not even about the money. I'm taking the money out. How are people who have socialized medicine living longer than we are then?
Well, listen, these are other countries. This isn't the U.S. In the U.S., honestly, listen, the government, we all know, government has their hands in everything. There's going to be profit made one way or another. In socialized medicine, the government still wants to weed out the people. We're 3 to 4 times the population than we were in the 80s, okay? They want to weed out the population. They're going to find a way to poison us regardless and keep us sick regardless. It's government by design.
They don't do that everywhere, though. That's the thing that we're trying to drill in here.
But I'm not talking about everywhere.
Dude, this is like dastardly Dadserson twirling his mustache level of evil, cartoonish evil. They don't do that. If they did that, they would stop mass immigration.
Listen,
they want to make a profit.
Listen, I'm not talking about other countries. I'm talking about the U.S. But the government will.
So specific to the U.S., the deal is this: in a socialized medical system, not a socialized society. If you're taking, it's just one piece. The incentive at that point becomes, I don't want to see you, period, which means you have to be healthy so I don't see you. You can't have that in a capitalist system, because if the doctor doesn't see you, he doesn't get paid. So he has to see you. If the doctor has to see you, that means there has to be something wrong.
Yeah, but even in socialized medicine, he's still going to get paid. He's going to get paid by the government. And remember, our taxes are going to pay for that.
Would you rather have a... My bad, Ray, go ahead.
Oh, no, but it's the intent that changes, Mike. So with the socialized system, the doctor is incentivized to keep the populace as healthy as possible. If he sees you, something has gone catastrophically wrong. That's right. The way that
you say that is this, but you can compare it to de-dollarization, what's happening with our U.S. dollar and everything like that, right? With medicine, it's the same way. Listen, government is going to find a way. These doctors are still going to have to be paid, even in socialized medicine. The problem is who's going to pay for it? The American people are still going to pay for it through taxes. That funding comes from us, regardless.
Good.
Well,
There
I
are
understand
some
that.
things
Okay,
that are not meant to make a profit.
But how could you say good when we're already taxed over 50%? Imagine adding socialized medicine on top of tax.
No. Wait. That's a straw man argument because we're already paying for a bunch of other stuff. I'm not saying that you go, hey, on top of all the other bills we have, we throw socialized medicine in there.
But that's what's going to happen.
No, because well, the issue is we're not going to that anytime soon. But what I'm saying is for that to happen, so critiquing a bad system doesn't mean that you go, oh, well, we just got to throw money at this too. It goes, hey, maybe we should just fix shit here.
But in socialized medicine, we'll see how quick you get fixed. We'll see how quick you get fixed. We'll see the level of care you're actually going to get within a socialized.
Okay, so 10% of the population gets great access to care, while 90% gets fucked.
Regardless, I'm in a for-profit. I'm in Oklahoma. I'm in for-profit, right? We got the third worst medical industry in the freaking United States. So for-profit obviously isn't working here, and neither will socialism. It's going to be 10 times worse. You're not going to get the level of care that you need and deserve.
Would you rather have a shitty, broken government who is corrupt, right?
Excuse me?
And sends your money across the world to pay for everything else, or would you rather have a system that somewhat fucking works and pay high taxes? Because taxes are gone.
So I don't understand why the taxes have to change. Why can't we just reallocate the funds and not be funding wars literally everywhere?
That's what I'm saying.
That's the point. We just said, excuse me. We just hold on, Angel. I'm sorry, Angel.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Let Bumpkin go, Angel. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Angel. I'm really sorry.
It's fine.
We just spent $100 billion into the void that is Ukraine, right? You could literally cut the military industrial complex by 25% and pay no more taxes. Well, not no more taxes, but pay no more amount of taxes, right? Or pay any higher on taxes and have socialized healthcare in America. Do you realize how much money we spend on our military? We have the biggest military in the world. We could cut 25% and continue to have the biggest and the best military in the world.
We have the weakest military right now.
We don't even have to cut military spending. All we have to do is stop foreign aid.
Yeah, foreign aid.
Yes, agreeable on that. Definitely.
We could probably pay for health. We could probably pay for the medical system and fix all the potholes.
Here's why I hate the bitching about socialism. Right? Society is socialism. The fact that we are an organized or somewhat of an organized society is socialism. People this is why I hate talking about socialism, because people listen to a fucking communist when they claim that, socialism is the road to communism. Yeah, you know who said that? Fucking Marx. Oh, no, sorry, Lenin. Lenin said that. You listen to a fucking communist, you've already lost.
But listen, hold on.
I had to jump on here.
Youngblood City said we have the best healthcare overall in the world, 100%, but we also have the least healthiest people next to a third world country. We are not healthy. I don't care.
Well, can I?
The majority of your population is dying.
Hold on. Hey, I listen to y'all. Hold on. Hey, I listened to y'all yell at each other about socialized healthcare. I didn't chime in, but one thing I will say, the biggest piece is preventative medicine. That is not invested enough in this country. That would solve 99%, well, 99, but a high percentage of healthcare costs would be disintegrated if people put into preventative care.
Right.
And preventative care.
But the thing that you touched on is, go ahead.
You guys are talking about healthcare. I have to jump on because I think out of this whole panel, unless somebody is as sick as me, I have a big opinion on this. And I have to tell you guys, I've been through the healthcare system for 15 years. I have 2 illnesses, like Crohn's disease, one of the most serious cases you can have. And I also have drug-induced lupus. So I have SLE, drug-induced lupus. what Mike tells you is extremely and absolutely scarily accurate. And I know this because I've had personal conversations with some of my doctors that I've become friends with, and I've asked them straight out, you know, is this what's actually going on? Is this what this bill means? Is this what this insurance means? And they are like, off the record, absolutely. What he is saying is not so far-fetched that it isn't actually happening. Nobody wants to believe it's happening. I'm a product of that exact thing. I wouldn't be as sick as I was. For everything that he is saying is 100% true. And you can argue it all day long. And I understand, because I would love to think that it's different, but it's not. That is actually what's happening. I've had doctors tell me
I'm not trying to be rude, but what are you talking about? What has he said?
The socialized medicine.
About
so when they pick and choose who gets care and who doesn't, that's a real thing. When I take my grandmother to the doctor, and I've been taking care of her for a very long time, I have noticed that as she gets older, the care for her is, and she has excellent insurance. She has excellent insurance. The care for her is less and less and less. The interest from the doctors is less and less. The only thing that is increasing is the amount of prescriptions they want to give her, and the amount that she has to pay every time she goes to get the very simplest prescriptions that she has to see a doctor for to get filled.
Well, I'm the one that said it's.
So, I mean, I think you're validating her point.
Yeah, I'm the one who said it's more profitable to treat a disease symptoms and to treat a symptoms of medication. Right. So
and you're right. You're right on that aspect. But what I'm saying is, when Mike says that the healthcare system in general picks and chooses who gets care, who doesn't get care, how much care they get, how good they get it,
who should be prioritized? A child or the elderly?
So I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Who should be prioritized? A 5-year-old or an 85-year-old?
I think a veteran. You forgot to add that.
No. A child or a veteran. Who should be prioritized?
That's a trick question.
No. That is a 100% legitimate question. Since we're on the subject of.
I think they both deserve the same, wouldn't you? Because
I think the children. I think the young, the healthy, able to work.
You believe in social
to contribute to society. I believe that prioritization of the young and the healthy and the able to work in the future.
So what about that old person that worked the 80 years it took to pay into the taxes and pay into social security?
Okay. So let me that what if you gave me? Let me say this. These last 3 generations are the first generations in human history in America to go, what about me when they're 90 and their fucking grandchildren or their great grandchildren are suffering and unhealthy? But they're so stuck on what about me? When every other generation from every other country, including America, would say, no, take me or cut me off from this and give it to my grandchild or give it to my children. Why the fuck do we care about a 90-year-old person who is on death's doorstep when there are children and there are fucking working age people that need help?
But the deal is this, though. It's not
most kids get free health care now anyway. Any elderly person that has their own health insurance that pays $400 or $500 a month to carry that insurance should get the same amount as the 5-year-old, as the 10-year-old, as the 45-year-old, and as anybody else. If you're paying for it, you fucking deserve it. And if
here's the thing, though.
Why should the elderly even have to pay for it if they've worked all their life and contributed to society?
It's a good question.
Hold on one second. I'm bringing somebody up, and then I've got.
Do you have a grandmother?
I do. I'm going to speak to this in 1 second. I can speak to this. I can speak to
so
this.
So you my grandmother save the children?
Everybody take a breath. So here, I'll give you a perfect example, Mike, because I can speak to this. My grandfather right now was supposed to have been dead, like I'd say 10 years ago after he had a stroke.
Wow.
They said that he wasn't going to make it another year. He did. One of the medications that he needs, he should not eat. Like, if we didn't have somebody who was very high up in the medical field that knows how it works, he would be dead right now because we couldn't afford to get him the medicine. But like she was like, no, they got grants for this. Well, I'm gonna go make a couple. Like, you know how many people don't know that? So you basically have to pay to continue existing, which goes to my point of what we were saying. Everything that you both have said is exactly that. If you paid for it, you deserve it. You get this. The deal is this: a lot of the stuff that we're going to end up on when we're old is by design, because they're ushering us into a pipeline. Look at the people who get morbidly obese that they allow, and then they give them bariatric surgery. You know what you have to do the rest of your life? You're in the medical system. Why are they allowing children to come off parts? We're all upset about that because you're in the medical system. There's a dollar amount ascribed to everything that they're doing to us, and you're acting like, well, this is just what it would be anyway. No, people are not poisoned with chemicals in their food everywhere. It's just us. That is not normal. That is not a pro-human action. A country should not allow a manufacturer, regardless of what level of capitalism you're in, to poison its populace. That is stupid.
Preach.
It doesn't make sense. There's nothing logical about this whole conversation, because the reality of it is, if you had a socialized healthcare system, you would have to have a healthier society. The reason we couldn't do that now is because it would require a culling of all the unhealthy people who have made those decisions dying off. Because, yeah, we wouldn't care at that point because they made those choices. And, like, that would be the issue. You would have to retcon your society because you would have to start from a basis of, like, hey, we're not poisoning people. We would have to first fix the food system and be like, look, we're not allowing poison to be sold to our populace because we want them to exist, not sick.
You have to start with public education as well. You have to get kids exercising again and stop the just implement JFK programs again. Get kids exercising from a young age, because the majority of obesity starts at a young age. Yeah. Fun fact.
Yep.
We're not saying you can flip this tomorrow, but what we're saying is this system that we're currently in, specifically that healthcare piece, is inherently wrong. Not only is it wrong, it's actually evil if you break it down. You're paying to exist.
You're paying to exist, yeah.
Here's the thing, right?
I have to agree with
taxes.
Here's the thing, right? This is similar to an argument I had with my uncle, right? And he was talking about, because we were talking about social safety nets, and he started going on about welfare queens and all this. I'm like, in an actual system that I would support, which you know what that is, it's a NatSoc. People who, and I named the name, but I can't do it here. I know someone who did fucking dope until they had a seizure, and now they're living on welfare. And when I say welfare, I mean disability. It's like when they put themselves in that situation. Why are they paid to exist when they chose to do dope until they had a fucking stroke? We wouldn't do that. That's stupid. That should not be allowed. You put yourself there.
Well, for someone that used to be in an entire system in the city of Moorhead, Minnesota, I had everything under my belt / control of me from the health services in Minnesota, and I was getting insurance down there, and at the same time, I was getting so many services. And you want to know what I often didn't want to do? I didn't want to go to the doctors just because I already been there like prior month before, and I felt like I was just doing just fine. And at the same time there, my staff members made me do it because they were there to take care of me a lot of times, and I had to comply with what they needed me to do at first, even if I wanted to go to the movies more as a priority for a fun evening out with my staff. And so a lot of times they put my health first instead of like my happiness, and a lot of times there I just went with it. But as I got older in my 20s, there I for one stopped my medications that I used to take continuously, because I was on like 20 different medications, from Adderall, Tegretol, Risperdal, Adderall, so many others. And in the beginning of 2018, I did my own choice and stopped taking them. Did I tell any of my staff members or service providers at the time? No, I did that out of my own will. And then as months went by, I then later on gave them the news, and then they started acting and concerned over me and asking how do I feel, how am I, and I felt more better off without my meds than I did with them, because it just was the side effects that lingered with the medications that I was taking, and I felt more like a better human being of not taking them, and still do to this day. Even though the only medication that I take there is one for my seizure disorder, but besides that, I don't even go to the doctors with the insurance I get from here from Arizona, just because of my health standings of where I'm at. Do I feel any type of pain with that inside me? No. Do I feel any type of illness? No. Do I feel any type of that kind of stuff? No. I just refuse to go when I feel just fine as the way that I am, when I'm not like coughing, sneezing, or any type of concerns that would make me want to go to the hospital.
I mean, the one question that I would posit is, if we were not poisoning our population, how many of these long-term diseases that we're running into at older age will we actually have?
Not fucking.
I don't. I exactly. That's the issue, and I understand why people, because like we're born into these systems. We're indoctrinated into that system. We've always known that. I've always known that. I understand how it works, but I also figured out that like I have to be accountable for my own health, because if I go in there and rely on them, they're gonna like, the last time that I went to the doctor, I'll tell you exactly what happened. I went to the doctor. I was having like some pain. I overexerted myself. My lower back, I was having some issues from overtraining. I went to the doctor. I was like, I just need to like see a chiropractor. I want to go through my insurance. I need to get a referral. They were like, we've got a guy. He's down on this floor. We'll give you the referral to him. And while I'm down there, I go in and it's like a dude in a lab coat, and I was like, yeah, I told him I needed to see a chiropractor. I'm having some issues with my lower back. And he was like, oh, okay. So like he goes, takes a look at it, runs an x-ray, and it's a younger doctor, thank God. And he had some piece of his soul that day. He sat me down and he goes, look, I'm going to tell you straight up. He was like, I don't actually do manual adjustments like a chiropractor does. He was like, what I do is I give people cortisone shots in their spine that they have to have for the rest of their life. Now he's like, I can give you one of those and you will feel better today and for a while, but you're probably going to be back. He was like, or you can tough it out and I can write you a prescription, because you seem like you're in exceptionally good health, for some Tylenol, and you can take 3 grams of Tylenol as you need, and you can deal with it that way. He told me the game. And he went against the interest of the hospital to do that, because they did not get the money off that cortisone shot. That if he would have told me I needed it, I would have taken it. I'd still be getting cortisone shots to this day, probably.
Damn.
Because he has the ability to fuck people up long term. Well, it's not just that. It's like your body won't heal itself. It like won't de-inflammate itself, because it goes, hey, you're going to give me that shit. I'm just going to let this ride loose. Yeah.
No,
so
and that's the thing,
when we look at these systems, I'm like, yes, this system is inherently messed up, because if you get a doctor in there that goes, I sell drugs, I stab people's spines, and you come in and he's like, I probably don't need to do this, but like, I'm going to get a bonus if I stab you with this shit, and did it, my entire trajectory of my existence would be different.
Yeah.
Because now I gotta pay to not have back pain.
So all of these things that you guys are talking about are far more nuanced than you're giving credit for. I mean, for instance, Orthodox Guy and Tammy were kind of going back and forth, but also kind of saying the same thing, at least on one aspect of it. But there are all these other aspects that go into it. As far as like, would we be having these illnesses and stuff like that when if we weren't being poisoned the way we are? Well, you can find that information by going back and seeing how long people have been dealing with these ailments. But the other thing is, people are in general living longer because of the advancements in healthcare. So there are a lot more problems that come along with that. So you can't just look at the raw numbers. You also have to have context. And anyway, it's a way bigger issue. I'm not planning on being.
So hold on. Here, I got one for you. That's an actual issue. So this is like one place that bullied 533 people into getting chemotherapy treatments that they did not need, causing the patient's insurance companies to pay Medicare $34 million in fraudulent and unnecessary claims.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad insurance problem. And the real
That's
issue
not a bad
is the
insurance
insurance
problem.
companies.
They're selling chemotherapy. It's
Okay,
not
so
the insurance company. It's the person
I
who
used to-
sold
I
the
used-
therapy.
I used
What are
to
you
work.
talking
I used to
about?
work for an insurance company, right, as a customer service. I've seen some of the costs of this fucking medicine. One fucking pill of like a really specific fucking cancer medication. I can't go into it. NDAs and shit, but it costs $10,000 fucking dollars.
Hold on. The
My
reason for that.
infusions were 21,000.
The reason for that is because of the insurance programs. That medication itself, without the insurance stepping in and willing to pay that much so that they can screw everybody over, all that good stuff, that medication would be like $10. So
Listen, my wife is on here and she's been on biochemos for how long? I mean, she'll tell you right off the bat what it actually costs.
Well, what the insurance company charges, my infusions were 21,000. To sit in the chair was 5,000. To get pre-medicated was 7,000. Thankfully, the Johnson & Johnson sponsored it. Yay for me. But yeah, so it's extremely expensive just to be alive. I have to agree with that.
And that's because of non-regulation on insurance companies.
Right.
Right.
I have to agree.
But
Well,
hold
you
on,
have to
I don't plan on
understand,
being
too,
on here very
is
long at all.
With
So I just wanted
socialized
to.
medicine and not
Hold
for
on, Mike.
profit medicine.
Let's let Casey rock out real quick. He's got a dip.
Go ahead, Casey. Sorry, bro.
Wait, Casey, before you go, I do want to say this. You also, when you were talking about not looking at raw numbers, you also have to look at data from when we had undiscovered diseases, because if you look far enough back, they didn't even know what diabetes was.
Correct.
Right.
And that's kind of my
always existed.
Yeah, that's kind of my point, is that there's a lot of nuance to this conversation. So, but I mean, you
is
guys
type
can
2
still rock out
diabetes
about
curable? That's my only question. Is it curable, and do we cure it or do we treat it? Because we do not. If you go to the doctor, they do not get you to stop eating sugar for a year. They don't.
It depends. If you have type 1 diabetes,
does not depend. Type 1
Listen.
isn't curable. I didn't ask about type 1. I asked specifically about type 2.
Right. No, type 2 is curable. Type 2 is avoidable. So
do 100%. Do they cure you though?
Some do. Some don't.
Medication for diabetes actually causes you to be reliant on that medication.
Thank you.
Right.
Insulin is not a
but some
cure.
doctors will tell you to fix your diet, and almost all of them actually try to get you to do it with diet first. The problem is that people aren't, like, they don't have enough.
Dude, my piece of crap stepdad got diabetes. They did not get him to fix his diet at all. They just gave him insulin. When you go in, they just give you insulin. What you just said is totally inaccurate.
It depends on who you're talking to.
If you're at a health clinic, most doctors to get your PhD, you take 2 weeks of diet. How are you going to say that they default go to something that they did for 2 weeks out of 8 years of school, dude? It's not the last 2 weeks either. They take 2 weeks of nutrition, man. That is BS. I know doctors.
Okay, I also know people with diabetes who that's the very first thing they go to is trying to regulate your diet.
Yeah, my grandmother does too. She's not on
almost
medication.
every one of them.
She was on all kinds of medication for diabetes that was freaking killing her, and she went online. She did her own research. Now she takes care of it with cinnamon and milk thistle.
Yeah.
What's being
damn it,
being done here is, when it comes to type 2 diabetes and diseases that are typically caused by one's own actions and bad health, we're taking the word of people who did these bad things to get this disease and did not have the wherewithal to stop it. And here's the thing, like, most doctors do tell you, hey, if you have type 2 diabetes, you should exercise, try to lose weight. But in conjunction with that, they will then prescribe you a medication that makes you reliant on medical insulin.
But that's also because you've already shown that you don't know how to self-regulate.
They typically do that on the first visit when you show up for being diabetic. Because I don't know if you know, but I've dealt with this with family. You have to fast. I think it's
Yeah.
Hold on. So
24
here, let's do one better. I asked Google, what's the best treatment for type 2 diabetes? Metformin, which actually is an awesome cognitive enhancer if you can get on it. But metformin is the most common medicine for type 2 diabetes. It can help with your blood sugar and at a healthy level. So it also helps with longevity because the people that they put on metformin actually do live longer than average. So just a little.
Can I just say that everybody is missing the grand scheme of things, because government will never implement socialized medicine because government profits too much from the pharmaceutical industry.
Right. No, I agree with you to an extent. I mean, I think if maybe hypothetically, if we got all the glut out, got rid of all the old people, and then stopped making government a for-profit industry and actually made them a representation of the populace, I mean, that goes back to those people do not represent the citizens that voted them in. They don't represent our best interest. That is a problem. So we've identified one problem that spilled over into a overarching problem. Like, we're identifying the problems. This is the reason that like Bumpkin and Muslim guy are where they're at. They're trying to start something new. This is the reason that you were out in the street. You're a constitutionalist. They're supposed to represent us. They are not. And some very evil, rancid shit is happening.
Yeah.
On top of all the other stuff. Like, this is another thing where it's like you're peeling the wallpaper off and there's just like black mold and blood behind it. Like, this is awful that people have to go through these existences.
That was a bad imagery.
Dude, yeah, 100%. It's a terrible image, but like, it's also terrible that these people, and like you just said it yourself, Mike, our government would never do that because they're profiting from it too. They're profiting off our bodies. We vote them in.
But this comes down to the thing. What do we talk about all the time? Standing up to our government as a whole, as a unified front.
How can you?
And it's not happening.
How can you do that? Like, why? Okay. If and here's the thing, I think you were gone when I said this, right? People listen to a communist on socialism. You know, for one, if you listen to a communist, you've already lost. But Lenin said, I incorrectly said Marx earlier, but Lenin said socialism is the first step to communism. One, you listen to a communist. So, you know, already wrong. Two, how the fuck do you expect people to want to fight with you, to want to organize with you when you offer nothing but a regurgitation of what got us to where we're at? You just want to go back in time 100 years, but there's going to be people that are alive to see the very same shit happen. Because if you just do a rewind, you're not changing anything.
It will sadly regress to the point that we are at now once again. And this is the problem, because I mean the founding fathers didn't have a magic wand, right? They even tried to implement a perfect situation where you can add amendments to the Constitution, you can change it as a growing society, and yet we still fucked it up because it's not. I hate to say it, man, because I really am a patriot. I love this nation, but it doesn't work. At the end of the day, when we get to the root of what that society would progress towards, it's this. This is what it progresses towards: infighting, division, gluttony, hedonism, materialism. It's just, yeah. Go ahead.
The founding fathers tried libertarianism, because that's what all of you guys are pushing at the end of the day, right? The Articles of Confederation were libertarianism. You know what happened? They infought, they bitched, and they didn't want to share the check. You know what happened? Fucking Washington, and they were like, you know what, this shit ain't working, so we're going to go fascist mode. And then a bunch of other people were like, hey, I don't want you to go full fascist, so here's this thing called the Bill of Rights, and this is what we're not going to take from our citizens, and this will be enshrined forever. And they're like, you know what? good idea because we just threw off a tyrannical king, and we don't want a couple generations from now a tyrannical dickhead in power. The simple fact is, libertarianism, this I'm an altruistic capitalist shit doesn't work. It will never work. You have to have somebody to stand up to capital. And you know what? If somebody says, I'm going to stand up to capital, and I'm going to do that by being a communist, no, you slap the fuck out of him because that's stupid. Because all that bastard wants to do is replace the capitalist dickhead selling your fucking children's future for himself to sell out your fucking children's future in a different way. They don't give a fuck about the future because most of them have no intention of doing anything. This is why when I talk to homosexuals and trannies, I tell them, why should we care what you say? Because you have no future.
Wow.
Plain and simple.
Hey,
You
Ray,
are
Okay, can I respond to that?
Ray, I'm dropping down.
All right, later, Reese.
Later,
Hey,
Reese.
Go watch that video if you haven't seen it, man. That shit's funny as hell.
Which one? The one that you dropped?
Jason Aldean.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, you watched it? You watched it?
Yeah.
I want to get back to that in a few, if you don't mind.
Hey, Casey. Hey, Casey. Sorry about that, bro. I wasn't here, but sorry about that, man. And Snowman, I'm gonna be real, man. You really let Orthodox guy bully you off the panel, dude. That's fucking wild. That's fucking wild. That is absolutely.
Now we're
wild.
gonna have to do a reaction video over on Snowman's channel to Orthodox guy being rude.
But
It's a
anyway,
total Arabic victory. Sorry.
But anyways, if you look at republics throughout history, and even if you look at the early United States Republic, there's a reason why they put a limitation on voting. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why they put a limitation on voting. Because they fundamentally understood human nature, that the majority of humans are social creatures and they are followers, and mob rule is a dangerous thing. They did not fundamentally believe in libertarianism. They fundamentally believed in, I hate to say it, but statism. Look at Washington, for instance. Look at Washington. Look at his life. Look at what he wanted. Look at what he did. Right? What was the one thing? A famous quote of his was, he was advocately against two-party system. Advocately against it. He said he basically advocated for a one-party state. That's what he was. He was advocating for that. He said the moment that we divide ourselves into several different parties is the moment that it will lead to divisiveness. You want a unified nation. You do not want a divided one. And look at republics throughout history, man. They always have a strong state.
Well, this is why whenever Bumpkins talks about dismantling the military-industrial complex, I kind of go, "Hey, whoa, I'm a Republican. I don't want to do that." And I'm talking about the sense of government because one thing to add on to what Bumpkin was saying, a republic has many similarities throughout history that make it a republic, right? A government, and part of that is having a strong military industrial complex. And a lot of people don't realize that republics were extremely organized when it comes to farming, when it comes to the economy, especially when it came to the military industrial complex. Republic soldiers, like the most well-fed people throughout history before the modern time, were soldiers in a republican nation, because they absolutely made sure the very basics to take care of the government was taken care of. And that's my question to libertarians. People talk about my government size. And it's like, okay, it doesn't matter if the government is small or big. If you have a fundamentally unstable, fundamentally shitty government, it's going to be garbage. It can't do its fucking job. It can't do its job. It needs to be changed. It's not about the size or the fact that it exists. It's about its effectiveness.
So my question, I guess I got a question for Mike now. Like, from a constitutional perspective, does that make sense to you?
It does. Yeah, it does actually. You know, I have sometimes I disagree with what Bumpkin says and things like that, but I actually agree. Be honest with you, I think you know. I mean, after all, we are a republic. I don't care what anybody says. We are a republic. But well, we were a republic. Let's just face it. Our government has totally tyrannically taken over, and we have no rights anymore. But you know, I understand where they're trying to go and what they're trying to do, and I can't say I disagree. Do I agree on everything? No, and that's just being human. I mean, we're just like the heated discussion. I was actually just typing it in here because people were complaining, but it's rarity that we have a discussion like this, and it's great because it's a diverse thought process where we're able to speak and listen to each other on our thoughts on the way things should be. I mean, after all, what we're speaking right now is opinion, but we're coming to we're coming to agreements on certain things, you know, and that's the only way we're going to do that is to discuss things. Sometimes it'll be heated, but we're all men and we do it simply. And this is where we're at right now. So, I mean, for the guys who left, I'm sorry, you know, everybody was talking over each other, but for a change on this channel, it was nice, you know.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
The gentleman that was just talking, my screen is so small I can't see. He has the flag behind him. Is that Bumpkin?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to make a comment that it has been an extremely long amount of time that I was able to listen to somebody talk and they instantly made me critically think. And it was, your knowledge blows my mind. I've listened to people for 10 years talk on so many different places and panels. You are something.
And he's the youngest one on the panel, which is awesome because
he's based in his read books. He's based in his read books.
I love books, but listening, like I could literally listen to you, even Ray too. I could listen to you just talk. Like I love your knowledge. It's fucking phenomenal. I'm sorry. I just had to say that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just I'm 23 years old, by the way. I'm still, in a lot of people's eyes, still a baby, but I'm already so disenfranchised with the way America is going right now. Because my favorite subject in school was American history, and I continue to read on American history. I was obsessed with American history. I think that's what really led into me being a nationalist and a patriot of America. But just seeing the roots that the founders laid and seeing how much, or seeing how great those could have been, or how great we really could have been, and then seeing how much that has deteriorated into what it is now. I hate it with a passion. And I know the people, we can see the people that did it. We can see the family lines that did it. We can see, you see who did it. You see who did it.
We're just not allowed to talk about
We're not allowed to talk about it, but you see who did it, and they've consecutively done it again and again, and they continue to do it again and again. When I advocate, because I am the leader of New Frontier, by the way, when I advocate for universal healthcare, right? I advocate for a 2-tier universal healthcare system. I advocate for private, and I advocate for universal, right? Because those two markets will be competing against each other. Right. I would also advocate that a doctor would have to work in the universal healthcare sector, and then after a certain amount of service, be able to transfer into the private healthcare sector and get paid more money. That's how I would do healthcare, because I feel like that's fundamentally would be a proper American concept to universal healthcare, and also I think we would have one of the best healthcares on the planet. But
You're right, Bumpkin. It would be, because back in the day, that's honestly how America and the Republic operated. Like America, up until the 1950s, had its necessities when it had a private market for its necessities, but it also had a government-funded corporation that would provide them as well. In the 1950s, Republicans and Democrats alike bitched and complained about it because government companies were losing money. Well, some things aren't meant to make a profit. If you're not a complete scumbag for it, like healthcare, you won't make a profit.
Well, I think that's funny because like now all the government is to lose money, and that's all they do. like it's they just bleed money. Like
in the I think it was 1960s or 1970s. I can't remember the exact date. Whenever Reagan was in office, the reason we have a bunch of crazy leftists and drug addicts running around is they shut down all the mental health facilities.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make a profit off mental health because those people are too crazy to have money. They're like and they put them out on the fucking street. That's what rose crime up until the 90s. That's why you have and then they gave them the right to vote, by the way. That's why you have a bunch of people constantly voting for leftist communist policies, because they get these fucking mentally deranged people, these foreigners who don't speak English, and they convince them to vote for them at the poll. On the way, they tell them who to vote for. They give them a piece of paper, say you do this, and this name, and this name, and it's been proven time and time again. Not saying
the founding fathers already warned about this. They already warned that if you could bribe the populace through taxation, through votes, you're sowing the seeds of destruction of your country. So the founding fathers are some of the most, I think they're just some of the biggest geniuses that have ever walked the planet, because everything that we're arguing today, they warned against. And we didn't listen. Literally, if we would listen to them, at least like 50%, we'd be like 1,000 times better than we are right now.
Well, Rifleman, there's a lot of lost knowledge and a lot of people that we're not allowed to talk about that they reference, like especially when you talk about central banking.
Yep.
And a lot of these people, a lot of this group of people, they're not just in banking. They're actually in charge of our insurance companies, whether it be auto, home, or medical. And these are when people talk about what our founders were against, a lot of the shit they were against was what these people had their hands in and how they made their fortunes. And it kind of said, hey, we need to keep these people out of our country. And if we do let them in our country, we definitely don't need to let them bring this shit with them. And we turned around in the 1940s and let them bring it in because of reasons, but that's beside the point.
Well, okay. Whenever you, and this is predominant in Western countries, right? Because I look at the entire West as a slow deterioration, right? Because you have liberalism. Liberalism will deteriorate your morals. It will deteriorate your family. It will deteriorate your finances, because at the end of the day, it is a weak ideology. The people that are liberals, I hate to say it, right? Because I truly am a nationalist. I truly do try to love all of the people of my nation. But the people that viciously espouse liberalism are weak people. They are weak individuals. They have no self-control, and they can't. They can barely hold down a job, let alone an ideology. Because liberalism is just. I put it like this: like liberalism is you're going 120 miles per hour into the void, right? Towards the void, towards the void that is sinfulness, basically. To the void that everything that you, even if you're not religious, everything that you can see that is sin, right? All these terrible things: gluttony, pride, yeah. Sorry, I drew a blank there. But it's
greed,
greed. Yeah, it's a fast track to those things, and this is why it's disheartening. It's why it's so disheartening when I see libertarians. Okay. Because I just try to fundamentally get the point across that the libertarian mindset is a liberal one, in the sense of freedom is good. Everything is good in moderation, right? But when you have libertarians advocating that that we should have a small government, and the only thing the government should do is build a military, that this entire private sector should be completely private, to no government influence whatsoever. And it's like, what is that going to breed? What society is that really going to breed? You're going to have shitty roads. You're going to have shitty wages. You're going to have to start eventually. If you just let that progress, I guarantee you they're going to start making you pay for air. Okay, it's
a
just
subscription service for water.
Yes, $10.99 for get some water. It's just yeah. Go ahead.
Also, let me add this one thing about libertarians that because within the last 5 years I've grown to dislike them more. No, I don't hate them or anything, but I remember being young and an idealist about stuff, and that's unfortunately libertarianism, eye in the sky ideas. The young are very prone to that. But anyway, they unfortunately, if you look at their last convention and for like 2016 when they were nominating sometimes and see what that descended into, that's just an example and just a taste. Okay, and guy was naked, I'll just say that. So they're
pedophiles.
Yes, exactly. Yes, they're so
yes, they are.
That's indication. So that's an indication to stay away from those people politically. So and the last thing about libertarians is that they literally believe that you can have a libertarian society when you have a substantial amount of your citizenry that are so severely intractably low IQ. You have to have a libertarian society, you have to have a high IQ and high trust society, and that's just not what you have here in the West. So
yes and no, right? You have to have them as your leaders of your society, because what libertarian entails, right? Libertarianism is nothing more, will lead to nothing more than antiquity and the feudal systems of medieval Europe. And they can go, my NAP, all they fucking want to. But the simple fact is, without a force to enforce morality, i.e. the government and laws, you will divert back to slavery, child brides, because there's always a market for these things.
Yeah.
And libertarianism is about a fucking market. There will always be sick fucks in the world. That's the thing. And libertarianism and libertarians get so mad at me, and I want to address that comment from Black Witch because this goes into it. Libertarians get so mad at me, but like all libertarianism is extreme capitalism, right? Anarcho-communism is extreme, like human rights and blah 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 blah. It's both are liberal ideologies. They're two sides of the same coin. One just happens to be materialistic, and the other one happens to be materialistic and doesn't want to work for it. And the simple fact, our morality that we have comes from God. It comes from Christianity, right? This is what we see as the liberal, what we see as in the liberal revolutions of France and shit, where these ideologies come from. We see not necessarily a rejection of Christian morality, but a manipulation of it to fit one's narrative. And when you get that, you have these ideologies. Because I've met Christians that are communist as hell. Because you don't necessarily have to be an atheist to be a communist. And I've met libertarians that are atheists as fuck, and you would expect libertarians to be religious. Because I've met a lot of people. I've met a lot of libertarians that use faith as an argument for their beliefs. And the simple fact is, our morality comes from God. If it didn't, we wouldn't know what it is. And the morality that we have from Christianity is a hierarchical society with strong leaders, with strong laws, is what is a good society. When we divert from that and we manipulate our way of thinking, we use mental gymnastics to fuck that up and get away from that, we have problems. And that's what's happening in America. Because you have these two ideologies that want to half-ass something, and it's falling apart around them. Communists want to have the stable society where everybody is fed and taken care of and healthy, but without working for it. And libertarianism wants you to work for it, but provides you with no benefit, provides you with nothing. They wouldn't even pay you if they didn't have to.
Yeah. I agree. I think from a societal standpoint, at least as far as the religion piece goes, religion is what you can't have a society without a religion because people are inherently dumb. And religion keeps the dumb people within a guideline. It gives them something to fear. It gives them something to be afraid of. It gives them something to have some set of rules that isn't like, oh, well, I don't want to listen to that guy. Well, somebody else told you, like, these are the rules of society. There's never been a successful society without religion, period, historically, at all. Do I necessarily think that everybody... I don't trust people who don't believe in anything. I'm gonna put it that way. But I don't necessarily know that you, like, when it comes to religion, like, men, once you interject people, man, I start losing faith. Like,
I believe with religion, number one, I have my own relationship with God, but I believe in religion. Number one, our country was founded on Christianity. It was founded on Christianity, and religion teaches morals and values, and that's what you really have to look at, and that's the one true thing that I believe in, because in society today, children aren't learning those morals and values. That's why they are the way they are. This generation isn't learning those morals and values. And I also believe, though, that people who religiously go to church, a lot of them, not all of them, who religiously go to church, go there because they feel a need to be there, meaning they're not, I don't trust a lot of Christians, I have to be honest, even though I was born Catholic and everything. I don't trust a lot of Christians because if they're going to church, they have a reason to be there. But I believe
everybody's a sinner.
Well, yeah, I believe in the teachings. I believe of the morals and values that religion teaches. I do believe in that. And you're right, Ray. You're 100% right in the fact that,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, because I am an extremely religious person. I want to call out Black Witch saying religion is for low IQ people. I've taken IQ tests. I have a high IQ.
Me too.
I guess I'm an outlier. But and for you, and I have to do this whenever I talk to postmodern Christians. It's something in me. If you believe in these, I heard you say you have a personal relationship with God. Do you also have a national relationship with God or a village relationship with God? Do you have a familial relationship with God?
No, listen. There's a hierarchy. I have my own relationship with God. I mean, listen, I talk to God every day. I ain't gonna lie. I don't go to church. I'm not a practicing Catholic, but I still believe in God, regardless of what God may be. Okay, I believe there's something, a creator. Okay, everything around us is proof that God exists. That's what we call it. We call it God. Everything around us, everything, even the relationships we create on this internet, there's a reason. Just like they say, there's always a reason people meet or pass by or whatever. I mean, like I said, for me, my relationship with God is different because I'm not a practicing Catholic, so I don't go to church all the time. And I used to go to church a lot, by myself, for myself, not because I was a sinner. I talk to God on a daily basis, if that's what you want to call him or I can't explain it, because God is a creator, so you can't really call him. Is he a man?
Well, he tells us he's a man, so.
But I mean, we were created in God's image, and everything around us was created in God's image, and I believe wholeheartedly in the teachings of religion and the morals and values. Do I believe everything? Do I believe fabricated stories within the Bible? I don't believe everything. I don't.
You don't have to believe everything. All you have to do is have faith. But here's the issue, and here's why I asked the issue I have, because God calls us to assemble ourselves together, which means that we need a church. We need a unified church. So we need a national relationship with God, a village or city relationship with God, meaning a church within our town. And we also need, like you say, our personal relationship with God. And the thing is, like, I grew up a Protestant, but I became Orthodox after a long part of my life. And I have some Muslim friends and some Muslim studying as well. and all that influences in the way I view God and I view religion. And the simple fact is, I find that Orthodox is the best, is the best version out there, because one, it's the original church, and two, the issue is, right, that when you have a personal relationship with God, like most people in America, they're cultural Christians, meaning they say they believe in the Bible, say they believe in God, they say they follow Christian morals, but we don't. I got in an argument with my grandmother, who's an ordained minister, and she said, "You invalidate me as a Christian because I quoted 1 Timothy 2:12, which is, says, a woman shall not hold authority over a man. She shall remain silent in the church and shall not teach." She said, "I invalidate her as a Christian." I said, "No, God invalidates you as a Christian, if you want to go that way, but that's not the truth. The simple fact of the matter is, people..." And this is always the argument I get in with people like Black Witch. I'm not gonna include you in that, Mike, because you don't strike me as. I know it's Watch.
Oh,
just being a dick. But
you're evil. You petty, bro.
Yes, but anyway,
you could say Black Bitch, but go ahead.
You're not allowed on Fight Club anymore. But what I find with a lot of people like that is, one, they take their issues out and their misunderstandings out on God. Like I talk to atheist dudes. I'm like, you have daddy issues, don't take them out on God. Talk to your father. And the thing is, like, I find that these people take their miscommunications, their misunderstandings, and their rage out on the church and on God. And when it's caused because I had issues in the church that I grew up in. Because and miscommunications and misunderstandings, because they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, because they didn't have all the steps there necessary to be a proper church. They had the.
See, I grew up with a great Irish priest.
Yeah, you grew up in high church.
But here's the thing. For me, myself, see, I don't blame, and I used to as a young, when I was young, as to be an adult. I don't blame God for anything, because everything happens for a reason, and I never ask for anything. I ask for the means to obtain, meaning I'll put in the work, I just need the path. So I don't ask God or blame God. Like I said, I have my own relationship and my own dealings with the way that I view religion and my relationship with God, but I'm not a greedy, petty person. So for me, I don't ask God, hey, I want to become a millionaire. I don't ask God, hey, I need success, I need this. No, I ask him for the means to be able to obtain that, no matter how long
That's based. That's incredibly fucking awesome, actually, to be honest. I know I probably shouldn't use foul language, but I'm just being my real self here without joking. I ain't being a smartass. That's like legitimately awesome. That's really.
But I think everybody should do that, because God isn't a tool where you say, I want this or give me this, because God gave us life, and that's the most precious thing. So you ask for the means to be able to obtain. So you're going to put in the hard work no matter how long it takes, but you're asking for the means to eventually obtain. And that, to me, is a true relationship with God. You're not greedy, you're not petty, you're not sinning upon it and being me. You're asking for the means to benefit everybody. That's just my view.
You're right there. No, because God tells you to ask and you shall receive. But here's the thing, and I love you brought up that point about asking for the means to do things and being able to do it. You have to put the work in yourself, because God is a teacher. God is a father figure. He's not just going to do it for you.
Listen, I'll tell you, I've been through a rough life. People don't realize the things that I've been through in my life, and I've been knocked down. And I mean, when I've been knocked down, I've been knocked down hard.
The demons fear the righteous. That's all I'm going to say.
I've never lost faith, and I've always pushed forward, and I always knew. And I tell everybody this on all my panels: it doesn't matter what happens today; it's how you deal with it tomorrow. And God will always guide you to that path and give you the means if you have faith. And like I said, I'm not a very religious man. I could talk about it. I could talk about my relationship with God, but I don't push it upon any other people unless they ask.
I do, because we're commanded to talk, and we're commanded to not be afraid and have faith without fear and of repercussion, no matter what that repercussion be. A lot of people, because like these people, like, and here's my argument when Christians go, well, you shouldn't do that. Well, for one, that's my Constitution talking, my modern Constitution at that. Two, we are absolutely supposed to stand and fight and argue and talk when it comes to people disrespecting our faith, because you can look at the side chat with this particular individual, and it's not as disrespectful as most of my encounters, but it's pretty shitty. I mean, like, I asked the altar boys at the Vatican, public school teachers rape more kids than any religion out there. And Christianity, as far as raping kids, is one of the least. And if it wasn't for you atheists who put your governments in front of us, we could handle a pedophile priest. And
well, I mean, hold up. Because no, you wouldn't, because specifically the Catholics, they move them around. They don't.
Okay.
They don't police their own. What are you talking about? The government doesn't move the priests around. The Vatican does. So you can't say that.
Well, they
like
do
that's
that because
inaccurate.
they're not allowed to self-police. If they were to fucking hang those fucking priests, they would be beaten down as an organization and broken up.
If they're just moving them to a different parish to do it to somebody else's kid, that's not where the accused was.
And that's
what do you mean? So if they can move them, how can they not get lost in translation on the way over there if they're actually policing the way that you say they are?
Well,
I didn't say they're doing it. I said they're not allowed to do it.
But if they were allowed, the fact that they're not doing, they would let them get prosecuted if they were going to do something.
They're
right?
not stopping them from being prosecuted.
But you have to understand,
they're shuffling around like a deck of fucking cards. Yes, they are.
After the investigation and the prosecutions don't go through, because a lot of people don't want to deal with that shit.
Well, who's to say that priests don't get lost in translation? I mean, back in the day, if you go back to the 1400s, when Caesar was in power, right? His uncle was actually the head bishop, whatever the hell you call it, in the freaking Vatican, and he used to shoot thieves and sinners from the balcony with a bow and arrow and kill them, right? You know.
The simple fact is,
what I'm saying is, in modern times, like the way that they handle it. It's not handled. They're just like, because I mean, technically speaking, you could excommunicate them too. That's also a tool that they have. So why don't they do that?
Here's the thing: the Vatican operates on something that I don't really like, which is interpreting modern law. Hold on one second. I gotta grab me some water.
Okay.
Listen, the Vatican is the most corrupt government of them all. Sorry to say, they are the most corrupt. I'm sorry to say it, but this new pope is, I believe, the Antichrist. Honestly, I mean, listen, no pope gets a friggin' Lamborghini and drives around town like he's a pimp. For me,
he doesn't have the Pope mobile,
bro. He got gifted a Lamborghini and he's driving that sucker around like he's King Pimp, and he's a freaking pope. I swear to God.
Over, dude. Send the rock.
He's so corrupt. And listen, first of all, I'm sure priests can get lost because, like I said, the Vatican is the most corrupt thing there is. I mean, they're the most corrupt entity even over American government. I'm sure there's a lot of things that happen that we obviously don't know about, but you're right. Pedophiles and, nowadays pedophiles and rapists and things, they're glorified. So they do transfer them. I agree with you, right? They just move them along so they're not known in the location that they're going. And I hate to say that about my religion, but listen, for all the atheists and everybody out there, I don't think the 10 Commandments are really that much of a hindrance to be implemented on society. I think they're all good values. I mean, they're very simple.
They're legitimately the basics for having a functioning society.
Yeah, no, well, the deal is this. Oh my God, my cat is so big. Oh, this is my girthy one right here. This is the big one. Oh,
back to what I was saying.
But
the Catholic Church and because there's a passage in the Bible that says, render unto Caesar what is his and render unto me what is mine. And what part of what is Caesar's is allowing him to regulate and prosecute on earth, on the land that is the government, right? Or that is controlled by a government. They have taken the church's right to keep these issues and deal with them in-house. Mm-hmm. Most of the world is under something called Interpol. The rest is America.
Yeah.
If Catholic Church started redacting priests instead of letting them go to trial, they would be broken up and like founded as a terrorist organization. It would be worse on Catholic, believe it or not. It would be used against them for killing priests who are accused of raping children. Because a lot of these
what
priests,
I'm saying, but the deal is this: if you know that this dude's a kitty tickler, you could excommunicate him. That is a tool that the church uses. They've excommunicated people a bunch of times.
That's the thing, Ray. A lot of these priests that get moved, and I'm not making excuses for it. It needs to be investigated by the church if it's not investigated by the police or someone else. A lot of the people that got moved, the investigations were stopped. And you're not going to convince me that the Catholic Church secretly has its hands in every law enforcement agency in America and is forcing them to stop investigations.
I mean, we've had the catchers over here, and not specifically to the Catholics, but diocese, like other religions, they do go after the people who have busted out people who are within those churches. So, I mean, if the Baptists can do it, I think the Catholics are very much more organized than the Baptists.
Me as a Christian, I will go on an ordained crusade by the Lord our God, and I will deal with them myself. How about that? Does that make you better?
I'm gonna have to link them up with you. I'm gonna have to link them up with you. Be like, hey, bro, we got one of them ones.
Because and Jesus Christ Himself said, "It is better to tie a millstone around their neck." Those who cause the little ones to sin, or the little one, or who abuses the little ones, however you want to translate it. Yeah. Basically, he said, you touch a child, you get drowned bigly.
Yeah, lead them to water. I mean, I ain't saying that the Vatican is embedded in everyday law enforcement, but they're definitely embedded within government. I mean, the Vatican to me is one of the most corrupt organizations there are. They just are. And it's
they were the first to leave the church.
But back to your Ten Commandments comment, like that's what I was gonna say. Was like, I mean, I kind of like I can go basically to any church and rock out. Like normally, if I end up visiting a church when I do get a wild hair in my ass to go back, I end up hanging out with whoever's running it. But anything that's based on universal principles, like the validity of the faiths, the age-old ones, because I think they're all valid, is that they're based on universal principles. Like most of them have overlapping stories. Like you can go back through and get the same parables from people that never saw each other when those stories were made. And they got the same rules, the same guidebook, basically, more or less. And they interpreted it how they interpreted it and catered it to their societies. But anything that's based on universal principles will work out. Like there's nothing like when you said the 10 Commandments, like you could take those in any society. Like you don't have to believe in God to believe in the 10 Commandments because it's universal. If you don't believe in them, your society doesn't work.
Well, it's a basis for moral value.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and they're very simple. So for anyone to be an atheist or anyone not to believe, they can still take the 10 Commandments as a whole, you know, in any society, like you say, and it's a basis for morality. It's a basis for being a good human being, which we're losing. We're losing that battle, and especially in the United States right now. Yeah. There's just not a lot of good human beings anymore with morals and values. There's just not.
100%.
They don't need a God to tell us who a moral and good person is. Yeah, they do. Because if they didn't, we wouldn't be celebrating the people we're celebrating.
The question is, then okay, we've got 5,000 years of data. Where's the society that worked without a religion? Where's the one? Where is it? Because like I'm pretty sure.
Not only that, once your society rejects religion and enters debauchery, it conquers and falls. Look at Rome. Look at Babylon. Look at all of these places that did the same hedonistic behavior, kitty diddling, transgenderism, Because believe it or not, in ancient Rome and Babylon, there were these people. George Carlin is I can't say
Look. I thought that whole show was funny, but like the reality of it is, there's zero historical basis to back up anything they said. The way that he said it, it was a good jab,
He's a
and it was
shyster
funny.
comedian.
But
He's a shyster comedian. Fuck him.
But there's not a historical basis. Like nobody can go, yeah, that godless society was freaking awesome with no rules. Like it literally every society is just like what Muslim guy was saying. Every society, when they said we're not going to have any rules, we don't believe in God, all the dummies, because Blackwatch, no offense, but you're saying religion is low IQ. The issue is religion keeps the low IQ people in check. Because the low IQ people are the ones who tear up society. I mean, my question would be, more than welcome to join the panel if you want, but like, where are you at in life? Like, what have you accomplished with your godlessness? I'm just wondering, like, where are you at? Like, you who believes in nothing, are you rich? Do you own something? Are you providing jobs? Are you doing something that's like pro society? Do you even believe in America? Like, are you pro society? Are you pro human? Like, I understand. The issue is this: if you don't need a God to tell you, then why are you so triggered about some people having a legitimate conversation and enjoying each other's company, talking about God? That's the real issue. Why are you triggered? What part of your soul is poked right now?
Because they hate God. Demons hate God. They fear the righteous. But no, you know what annoys me the most, Ray? That very next comment from them. A true Christian. Bitch, who the fuck do I care what you got to say? You don't believe in God. You're not of the faithful. You're not of the flock. You are a fucking sheep. You're not a sheep. You know. And people go, "Oh, he said there's not a sheep. He's saying Christians are sheep like that." Some got you. You're not a member of the flock. You're not a member of the tribe. Why the fuck do I give a fuck what you have to say about me or our tribe?
How are we stuffing it down people's throats? We're having a conversation that you logged in to watch, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Just turn. Look, hey, bro, hang up the phone. Just hang up the phone. All you gotta do is hang up the phone.
Because anytime.
Okay, later, Blackwatch. I'm really sorry that you got so triggered that you forgot you could turn the screen off.
They just hate God.
The thing is Ray is right. Like, when people hate God, they hate God because it's just like the same fact that people say money doesn't matter. It's because they ain't never had money. Well, people who hate God, it's because they never believed enough in God for anything good to happen to them. And listen, even when good things happen, we will fall, but there's a life lesson learned behind it. And now I'm not preaching, and I'm not, but I'm saying, if we fall, even in success, even if we're successful in life and we fall, there's a life lesson that's taught there. God is trying to say something to you, whether you believe in him or not. Whether you don't believe in God, the cosmic being up above is trying to tell you something.
Oh, brother,
He's knocking you down a notch to learn a lesson.
Nah, brother, it's God. Nah, we got to face these demons head on, bro. It's God. Fuck that. I'm not going to give them an out. They can squirt. They can go back to hell where they belong. We exercise the demons in this bitch tonight.
I just want everybody to know that X button is in the upper right. I think it's in the upper right corner, probably somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I just can't believe he sat there for that long arguing from the chat.
We were talking about, listen, we were talking about natural foods and things like that. If God didn't exist, why does Mother Nature put everything on this earth for a human to survive in every way, shape, and form?
Well, he claimed that God, and the thing that he said was factually wrong, right? Because God never gave man dominion over earth. He gave us dominion over plants and animals, which would go into your point, Mike. He gave dominion over the physical realm to Satan. Because we are not of this physical realm. We will go to heaven when we die if we're good and right moral people. Satan is the one that will be in this hellhole of his own creation.
I've done a lot of shitty things in life, and I'm trying to redeem myself, but I've done a lot of shitty things, so I don't know where I'm going. I just have faith that I'm a good enough person now in life that I'll go somewhere decent. I used to say there was a good place in hell for me, but I try to get past that now.
I'm here for punishment. My ass just won't die. It's terrible.
I'm too stubborn to die. I agree.
I want to point out something he said. I gave God over 60 years of my life and got nothing. So
who said that?
God is not a slot machine, dog.
Black Watch said that. Black Watch said that.
But did you really got nothing? Because you're still alive and you're still able to speak.
Hey, look. Which deity hurts you, bro?
No.
You hell for that, dog. You hell for that.
In true reality, though, he's sitting here able to speak, on the internet and everything like that. That means he's still alive. He's still living and he's still breathing. And I'm sure he has things in his life, whether it's a girlfriend or a wife or kids, which is still a blessing from God. So how can you say that God gave you nothing? I mean, look at the life that you live.
People are entitled, ungrateful, and selfish. That's why.
You were born on this planet, right? You were born on this planet to do great things, and the whole concept of sin is struggle. The whole concept of sin is struggle, bro. Hey. If you don't conquer the struggle that is thrown at you, you're going to perish to the struggle. So I'm sorry that you said you gave 60 years of life. More like God gave you 60 years of life, and it looks like you fucked up every single year. Every time he threw you any type of struggle, you crumbled like a little bitch.
How did this become a friggin' religious panel?
I don't know, and I'm not even religious, but I'm gonna say this. I'm like, look. Not only were you born, I gotta piggyback Bunkin on this one. Not only were you born on this planet, you were born in America, dude. Like literally, like you literally won, and you're like, well, God didn't let me win. And like, what did you do? You're made in His image. Like that's the reason I don't really go down the religious route, because if I'm made in God's image and I'm descendant of a pharaoh, and the pharaohs were actually like revered as like more than man, so I've got more God in me than most of you. Like, there's no excuse for me to not be able to do anything. I don't have to ask God for shit. He already made me. It's my job to be the best version of myself so that He doesn't go, geez, wish I didn't make that motherfucker. Like, you know what happened for 60 years? God looked at you every day and was like poking you with a stick going, do something. He's not American. He's in a first world country. He has the internet, Snowman. I'm not even taking that. So you're in a first world country. Like, if you're in another first world country, that explains the bloody. So he's probably in the UK, which is America original. Yeah. Okay, you in pre-America, and every day God looked at you and was like, "Man, this thing fucking sucks. Why did I make it?" Every day, you have choices to make. Every day, you've not only disappointed God, you've disappointed everyone in your fucking genome that went through shit for you to fucking exist, for you to sit here and go, I gave God 60 years of my life, and you're fucking, like, seriously? You're not in India, where people are actively starving to death, like right now, and now somebody like starved to death.
On the street.
And they still have more faith. They still listen. Even the Chinese who are eating rice and barely can eat, they still have more faith than some of these. I'm sorry to say, you're self-righteous friggin' people who think they deserve everything in the world without putting in the friggin' work. That's just what the case is. And I'm sorry, God makes you work for things. And the only way you're going to get things is to have the means and be able to freaking drive hard, push forward every day, and make something of your fucking self. Then you can thank God for what you have.
I just can't believe people. We were going to struggle. So wait a second. You going to blame an imaginary man for 60 years of you fucking up? You don't even like. Come on, dude.
Yo,
like
that's the biggest fucking own against old atheists or old non-believers.
Bro,
so he's not real, but it's his fault. You're a fucker.
Look, hey. So my question is this, and this is an honest question. Obviously, he's not here anymore, but it's something that I want to posit. So, like, if everybody who believes is stupid and wrong, and you got to look at me beating you at life every fucking day. Because God favors me, because I'm a good representation of what His creations are. Because I'm the best that I can be every fucking day. I'm as strong as I can be every day. And you get to go around going, God doesn't exist. Not only that, the fact that you even brought Him up, you're a piece of shit. should we have your disposition and suck at life and waste 60 years of our life on something that like we don't believe in? So technically, as far as you're concerned, an imaginary man whooped your ass at existing. And then you got to watch the rest of us being happy, laughing, being able to have conversations, posit solutions, have more than a 70 IQ apparently, because you out here fighting with imaginary shit. You should be in a home, bro. But why would we have the world have your disposition versus anyone on this panel that's fucking doing something, that's actually trying? Because you've given up. And if you've been on this planet for 60 years, I don't know how long you've been an atheist, but if you gave 60 years, that means you old as fuck. Like, you almost out of this bitch anyway. And you want the world to have your disposition, and we're supposed to get some stuff done with your disposition. Like,
it's nihilism. And this is why I say nihilism and sophistry is what's destroying the world around us now. Because sophistry, I don't know if anybody knows what it is, but basically in layman's,
I'm stupid.
So sophistry is what I believe it was Plato was up against, right?
Okay.
And sophistry is basically, I probably butchered that because I know history, but sometimes all the shit I know gets jumbled up. But sophistry is knowledge is doing two things, right? Teaching and spreading knowledge for profit's sake, but also debating and arguing for frivolous and irony type shit, like just trying to get under people's skin or trying to make a profit on it, or just frivolous bullshit, right? And it led to a lot of fucked up shit. It was basically proto-nihilism, right? And then nihilism came along, and everybody misunderstood nihilism, right? Because Nietzsche didn't actually mean for everybody to be depressed communist homos. he was like, I'm an atheist, but and life has no meaning, but the purpose of existence is to find your own meaning, struggle via the eternal struggle, and overcome that struggle and be the best man you can be and become the Ubermensch. And everybody else is like, oh, my life sucks and nothing has any meaning. So
now I'm going to do nothing and complain about it and continue to complain about it for hundreds of years. And then eventually I'm going to find myself on a fucking YouTube chat complaining about my life. It's like, no, and I get called crazy when I sort of jumble together Nietzsche and religion. I get called crazy when I do that, right? But if you fundamentally understand the principles between why sin exists and what Nietzsche was preaching, it makes sense. It is a constant struggle. You constantly struggle against sin. What is sin? Sin are these terrible things that you can become consumed by, right? You have to constantly struggle and fight those innate human characteristics to become the best version of yourself that you can be. That is the point. You need to strive to be the best version of yourself that you can be and constantly struggle towards it, right? To achieve a factor of when you are the best that you could possibly be, and most likely the best than anyone else around you. That is the point. That is the absolute point. And I hate when I hear some Christians shit on Nietzsche, because I'm like, no, yes, he was an atheist. All right, yes, I get that, right. But what he was preaching,
died a Christian, by the way.
But he died a Christian. And I think he had this realization too. What he was fundamentally preaching was indeed the fact of that constant struggle against sin. You have to find that eternal struggle, because life is suffering. We're here to suffer.
Yeah, God tells us we're going to suffer. We're going to struggle.
Yeah, but let's face it, too. Most atheists, once upon a time, believed in God. That's never going to leave them. The only reason they don't believe in God now is because they're angry at him, because their life sucks and they never achieved anything, because they're fucking lazy.
Well, no, they didn't get the presents they wanted for Christmas. Santa's not real.
I'll say it unintelligently for you, Bumpkin. I'll say it unintelligent for you. They're fucking lazy. They don't believe in God because their life sucks, because they never made anything of themselves, because they never drove hard and chose to watch fucking TV in front, sit on the couch and eat fucking ho-hos instead of friggin' getting up and working for something and achieving something. And that's all it comes down to. And that's what most atheists are. They believed in God at one time, but they're pissed off because God didn't give them what they wanted because they were greedy and they asked too much. They didn't ask for the means to work hard and receive.
Yeah, and it's funny. You can tell because one point I want to point out. A lot of Bumpkin. Anybody who says you're crazy or you're retarded for pointing out Nietzsche's obvious Christian inspiration has never read Nietzsche and doesn't know about Nietzsche, because Nietzsche's best friend was a Christian priest. I don't know if he's Orthodox, Protestant, or Catholic, but he was Nietzsche's best friend, and Nietzsche said that man was the fullest and most happy person that he had ever known. And when that man died, Nietzsche was literally like heartbroken and upset and like really depressed. And Nietzsche basically, because of that friend, died a Christian. He died believing in God because of that man's life and the life he led. And shit like that is what the Bible is talking about when it says you'll know a Christian man by the light they bear. I don't care if a Christian curses or if a Christian fucks up. You know a good Christian by what they do when it counts.
The person they are, absolutely.
Yeah. And I do want to say this. I ain't trying to shit talk. Snowman, come back on panel. Don't be mad. Like, you were kind of like, I'm not going to play microphone with you. I'm not trying to play microphone. If you want to say something about what we're talking about, come on panel. I didn't mean to overtalk you. I'm not sorry. You're kind of a dick about it. I mean, I'm sorry. I guess. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Just come back on panel.
Wild. No, we're getting ready to wind it down. We killed it. But before we go, we gotta
do the Jason Aldean thing.
No, I got one more thing that I want to pull up, and I rock with that. I rock with that song. It wasn't that. It wasn't bad. Like it. I didn't think it was bad. I mean, it wasn't a brand of country that I'd normally ascribe to listen to. It's soft country.
Well, then you can cry harder, Snowman.
Oh my God, bro, you can't be doing this.
I'm sorry.
Are the dudes just on their man periods today? Like, what is going on?
It's Manzy Thursday,
hey,
bro.
Dude, retrograde, bro.
No, man, your intro literally calls you a troll, but you can't take being overtalked.
Hey, can I explain one thing so the audience don't think I'm a huge prick and a fuddy-duddy? Right? The song, I have no issue with the song.
Okay.
Right? It's the you won't do it in a small town. Okay, except for you did it in a small town, but we won't let you do it. Okay, but wait a minute, we let you do it. Well, you can't shit talk me. Okay, you shit talk me. Conservatives do nothing. I'm tired of this fake bullshit from them. You won't do it in a small town. We'll get our guns and we'll confront you. Except for we won't do anything and we'll look at you while you burn our small town.
As a conservative, I have to say I was a doer.
The only pushback that I have is I think that what he's trying to do with it is to like kind of spark that flame, and it has to start somewhere.
Cucked. As soon as he was called racist, he shriveled up like a little bitch.
Well, that sucks. Did he already apologize?
Yes.
Oh.
Because I didn't mean to write a song that was offensive, y'all.
Yeah, but you want to know what he had to do? Man, I can't with you. People's career.
Hold on. So since we're done with him, we went over. We talked about the white people. We got to bring Umar Johnson up to the front of the congregation, and I couldn't find the video, so we're going to use Anton of AntonDaniels.com. I am a bag chaser, so don't come for me. And I don't have anything bad to say about Anton, but there was something in this video that really kind of messed with, kind of poked me in my soul a little bit, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was I was both appalled and upset. So I'm gonna go ahead so we can just like watch this whole stupid ass
By
thing.
the way, Ray, because I made some comments at Jason Aldean, he blocked me on Twitter, so I know he saw it. I told him. I said, "Oh, way to be a cuck. Go prep the bull for your wife, and you're trying to act like you're set that way. You're at least seen as the coward that you're pretending not to be."
Oh my god!
And he blocked me. So it's like either his team saw it or he saw it. But in my mind, he is aware. And I don't care about my name because it's not my real name on my Twitter. It just makes me happy knowing that these cowards see it, because like they're still gonna hate him for it, even if he apologizes.
I've been blocked by every political figure there is in friggin' Twitter.
Dang.
I don't even go on anymore.
So let's jump into this real quick so I can go to bed. All right, let's go.
Ancestors to help us find our sister. With the blessing and approval and the energy and power of the Most High God, we got to bring our sister.
So Dr. Umar Johnson dropped this video after Carly Russell came home. So this is the context for this.
Not the black shit that faked your kidnapping.
Side of a road.
Yes, and blame the white people for it. Hey, but you know what? You know what though? Listen. And in all honesty, I think we still got like 5 more blamings for y'all, because like I'm pretty sure that lady who killed her kids that drove them into the lake, she blamed that on black people. And what was the one lady that like threw her kid in the trash can and she said a black dude took like black dudes are out here just like, we already avoid children. Like why would we steal some white kids? I don't understand. But yes, so that was one of ours. So y'all can't really come for us like that yet.
Wait. No.
Yes.
Y'all are trying to come after ours. All right, who did that?
We are not
it's only
stealing
fair.
your kids. No one's stealing white kids.
I'm not talking about stealing the
white
kids.
Kids are more annoying than black kids. Actually, no, they're not. I'm not gonna lie, they're not.
I was about to say.
And generally speaking, if you get a white kid that's into video games, bro, that's actually like the chillest kid to hang out with. Damn, we need to steal some white kids. Okay, so
hey, whoa,
hold up.
I just need a good Call of Duty team, man. Come on, bro.
Prepared for that level of racial hatred.
It's not hate, it's a compliment. Okay.
Don't let little Timmy fool you. That's a heart full of hatred.
Oh my god. The hatred comes after he logs in and hears people that he assumes are black.
Because she
fills him with a rage having to be on the same server.
Oh my god. Oh Lord. You ain't right, bro.
This internet shit. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Respectfully.
Wednesday or Wednesday evening.
That laugh though.
I was sure. If I didn't know anything, I was 100% positive that this video was going to be removed by the time I got here in the morning. I pulled it up last night. I said, no, Dr. Umar Johnson did not just drop this video today. No, he did not drop this video today. I'm going to be reading that super chat shortly. I was 100% sure that this video was going to be removed today from all platforms. And to my surprise, I wake up this morning and this video is at the top of the YouTube algorithm on Dr. Umar Johnson's channel. He said this woman was looking for a toddler on the side of the road. Peace and Pan-Africanism, ladies and gentlemen. Peace and Pan-Africanism, y'all. Let's continue.
We getting serious now. We talking about Sister Carlisha, is it? Sister Carlisha kidnapped. She pulled over on the road in Alabama the other night. She's home? Is she home, brothers and sisters? Is she home? Can somebody says she's home? Is she home? They found her. Where was she? Where was she, brothers and sisters? Where was she? Thank God, our sister has been found. Can somebody tell me where did they find her? Where did they find Sister Sister Carlisha.
Walking home, eating granola bars and Cheez-Its with a robe on and some toilet paper that she sold $150 in her sock. That's where she was, my nigga.
In Alabama. Can somebody tell me where they found her? Where was she?
What's good,
Was
Lawrence?
she kidnapped? Was she asleep? Where was she? Where was she? Can somebody tell me where was she? Thank God our sister is home.
Oh, you're gonna fucking say it already?
Thank God our sister is home.
Repeating itself.
Thank God our sister, where she just showed up, so the kidnappers let her go free. The kidnappers let her go free.
This has to be a troll. It has to be.
He doesn't troll though. This guy doesn't troll.
I don't has to be. It. This is so bad. Like I know that like obviously these dudes that believe that Africa was in a pan, they got low IQs. But this specifically has to be a troll.
I don't know, man.
I think he's capable of trolling.
Kidnappers let her go free. And guess who I think the kidnappers was? Are y'all ready for this, brothers and
sisters? Tell us.
Guess who I think the kidnappers were?
Tell us. Who is it?
Leo season in 6 days.
Tell us. Who is the kidnappers?
6'3" North Philly Beard. How am I looking this morning?
Who was the kidnappers? Tell us who the kidnappers were.
Am I looking okay? Is the gold pop? Is the African gold popping right now, ladies? Is the African?
All I want to know is who the kidnappers were, Doc.
Is the African gold? Listen.
Tell us.
Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
The U.S. government.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no fucking way.
Fucking God.
The United States government.
The United States government ain't gonna kidnap nobody.
It gets better.
Services.
His internet worse than Afghanistan's.
Foster care system.
It's because the government's oppressing him.
System. They are all complicit. They are all complicit.
Don Daniels, just looking left.
They are all complicit in the sexual kidnapping of Black women and children.
Oh my God, dude.
Kid, he's on us.
They decided to let her go because they got scared. Our sister is home.
So Umar Johnson just said that they got scared and sent her home, bro. The government and the child care system got scared and sent this woman back.
I must say, as the oppression manager for the U.S. government, that throat was just too powerful to contain. To be truthful, I know why his internet was messed up. I didn't want him to release the information, so I had my oppressador targeting him. But his truth was just so powerful it got through.
Oh my!
What truth? He spoke 3 words over and over and over and over.
Well, so he does that because it reemphasizes the point, so that way it sinks into your subconscious.
No, it makes you want to take your phone and throw it up against a wall.
Yeah, but Mike, listen, hold on. As a what is it? A 65% Black whisperer, right? If you say it 3 times, it's a cheat code for Black people. So like if you get into an argument with a Black person, just state your point 3 times, and they're just gonna accept it.
Candy man.
You like if you walk into the gas station and there's a Black person behind the clerk, be like, "Hey, give me that candy bar." I said, "Give me that candy bar. I need you to give me that candy bar." And they'll be like, "Yes, sir, I will give you this candy bar right now."
Is that why whenever I'm
don't
arguing
use that
with
for evil, bro. I'll come for you.
Wait, no, seriously, is that why when I'm arguing with a Black guy and I repeat myself, they just get this fucking 1,000-yard stare and be like, "You know what? You right."
Be like, "You just hit factory default."
Oh shit! I'm totally gonna use that for evil, by the
way. You ain't right. What's up, Nanya? Nanya's in the chat typing hard.
Streaming right now with like.
Yeah, he's talking about. I guess women have a problem, so we can probably. I might go over there for 2 seconds before I pass out after we finish up over here. Hold on.
Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna keep it going,
bro.
We got to get through this.
the link.
I'm gonna drop the link before we shut this one down. Dang.
Because they got scared. Oh yeah.
What the fuck are we talking about, y'all?
She is really the first case I've seen.
So I was working, so I didn't
She
see
the
this
first
part.
case that I've seen of a kidnapped black woman where the black community went.
I'm not even gonna comment right now. Honestly, the chat is doing this shit justice like I've never seen before. I'm not even sure that it's worth me commenting right now. I see y'all super chats. I'm gonna be getting to them shortly. Curious. Is this the person that y'all want leading y'all?
Intriguing, even.
Honestly, is because this is beyond joking at this point. Is this the person that y'all want leading the movement? Peace and Pan-Africanism. It is the justice system. Foster care. What the fuck does foster care got to do with anything? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Because they knew she is the first black woman that white people wanted to kidnap. And so as a result, they had this toddler walking down the street. Can I get a piece of Pan-Africanism, ladies and gentlemen? Come on, y'all. Is this the person that y'all want actually building schools to teach your children? It is people that is dedicated to the fucking message that Umar Johnson is talking. Yo, people will argue me down. This is wild. What are we doing as a community? Why do we have these people leading us off of a cliff? Oh my God.
All out for her. So we got to start going all out. Y'all did a good job. I commend everybody. We have to go all out for every kidnapped black child, every kidnapped black woman, every missing black child, every missing black woman, every missing black elder. We got to show up and show out.
How much crack would you say?
I don't think he's on crack, but like, do you notice that he uses the same power angle that the big girls do on Facebook?
Yes.
Bro, like, I don't want to shame him for that, but I'm like, why are you holding your camera? You're a dude. Like, why are you doing that?
He's even doing the duck face.
Bruh. Why? So when there's this much effery going on in the world, when the world is this fucked up, I pray for The Rock every night before I go to bed. That is one thing I ask God for. I'm like, dear Lord, please send the asteroid from Armageddon and don't tell nobody until it's here.
Can I introduce you to my philosophy, nuclear nihilism? It's a cult, but it's a fun cult.
Like, I just don't understand. I do not understand these people at all. I know that deep down in their souls, I don't even think they mean well. I don't see how you can say these things and mean well, but this isn't the part that I cared about. This is the part.
No, it's all for views, bro. You know that.
No. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going to get to the part that I wanted to show y'all.
I'm wide awake. The ancestors got me up. I'm about to call on the Orisha after I worship Almighty God. I'm going to call on the Agun after I worship Almighty God. I'm going to call on my Egbe Orun after I worship Almighty God.
He said he calling Goon
me after I worship Almighty God.
How you gonna worship your ancestors and God? You ain't supposed to do that.
Because Goon does drive-bys for the Lord.
Negropeans in the chat. It's too early for that. But I'm going to have a
Negropean Orthodox, you can't use that, bro. Leave it where you found it.
Yeah, that's mine now.
Crisis. All black men.
That is mine now.
Crisis. Whether you suffer from the white money crisis, the brown money crisis,
we're taking it back.
The red money crisis, I'm going to have a snow bunny rehabilitation conference for black males. Oh yes, we got to save our brother's soul from the snow bunnies. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Snow bunny.
This man might be on to something.
Help them relearn who they are.
Roll that. Keep saying that over and over again.
I'm going to have a rehabilitation conference for all sisters with fake hair. Yes. When you come to the conference, you must sign a contract. All sisters with fake hair have to come to the rehabilitation conference for fake hair, and you got to sign a contract. If you are leaving the conference with your natural hair, we're gonna have natural hairdressers. We're gonna have natural hairdressers. They're gonna turn your natural hair one day. Oh yes, sister, we're not playing. We re-Africanizing everybody. We re-Africanizing everybody. And if we can't re-Africanize everybody, whoever can't be re-Africanized, we're gonna put you on a cruise ship. If you can't be re-Africanized, we're gonna put you on a cruise ship. If you can't be re-Africanized, we're gonna put you on a cruise ship, take you to the middle of the Caribbean Sea, and give you to the ancestors. I said, if you cannot be re-Africanized.
So wait a second. So he just said that he wants to do Stalin's Russia for black people, is what he just said.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear him because he didn't say it 3 times.
Bruh, he said, so this is the first time he said it, but he says it 3 times. But he's saying basically that if they can't re-Africanize you, they want to take you out on a ship into the Caribbean Ocean and then dump you in the ocean so that you can drown with the ancestors that drowned in the ocean. That's literally what he just said.
What is the difference between this and an extreme white nationalist to say if you are
bad when we say it.
It's bad when we say it. It's like what's the difference between I've heard white nationalists believe I've heard white nationalists believe in the 1 drop rule, whereas you have 1% of African DNA.
Just say it's me.
No, you don't believe in 1 drop. You don't believe in 1 drop. I know you don't believe in 1 drop.
I have to hide my power levels sometimes.
Listen, but you know what else they don't do? They do the same thing that these people do, because they like the Pan-Africans say the same shit, but none of them will go get a 23andMe done. I'm like, bro, because you know that you gonna be the drop, you idiot.
I have funny squiggly lines on documents that says whose eye is.
Shut up.
No, you don't.
I absolutely do. When I'm in my bedroom, I'm less than 2 feet away from them. They're in the family filing cabinet.
He has.
Oh
family.
my god.
I
had a great uncle that I had a great uncle that heeded the call home. The guy somehow got back and had a really fucking great uniform. It was like really snazzy.
Okay, all right. Secretary, remember
was
you're
it the designer one?
Oh yeah. No, it was straight from Hugo. It had these funny little lightning bolt things on it. I don't know what that means or anything, but
oh my god!
Seriously,
he left you with the blacks.
Oh, no, he didn't leave it to me. It was up in the trunk, and I found it. And I'm like, "This is mine now."
It's mine now. Oh my god! But yeah, so apparently they're gonna the next thing, because like I posted on this one, I was like, I cannot wait for them to come try to capture me to go get re-educated, bro. Because like they ain't gonna make it back.
Are they only gonna re-educate half of you?
Hey, bro, they ain't gonna re-educate shit. They gonna have to get re-educated on how to breathe, how to think right, how to walk. Maybe. I mean, it depends on how I'm feeling that day and what I got with me, bro.
That's how I feel about a lot of these people too, man. I'll hear people say that that Anglos aren't white, so therefore I'm not white, and they're going to I'm gonna get
and
the
they're
day
correct, and they're
and I'm gonna get the day of the rope. They're gonna hang me on the day of the rope. I'm like, hope you know how to get napalm off your body.
Bruh.
Like, Bumpkin, you know, I know how to manufacture. Never mind.
Yo, you know the funny thing is they like to talk that shit, but I'll tell you what, I got more guns just in my purses than most hoods have. So I don't know what they're trying to prove.
Oh no, I mean, like, it ain't about the guns. Because 1 bullet is all it takes, and it's not even like most people are not going to be violent. Because I asked a quote unquote racist libertarian about if they have military service or have ever been in any violent altercations. They lost it on me. Most people, black, white, Hispanic, in these groups or that say this shit, if you ask them about if they've ever been in any violent altercation or if they served in the military, they lose it on you because they're not capable of violence.
No, and they're not capable of being around violence. I mean, listen, I could sit here drinking this soda and a bullet could whiz past my head and I don't even flinch. Why? Because I've been in the situation.
So
I've been shot at before.
Dude, funny story. We had I dated this chick. She was awful, but we lived in the hood in KCK, which is not a great place to be. And I'm in the kitchen playing my video game. And there's a drive-by outside active, like a car turns and like we're on the corner and a car turns. And so like, this is like down a slight hill from like where our kitchen was, which had a screen door that like went out to the back of the property. And I see the car turn and you just hear this pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. I'm like, and I'm looking down and you can see the muzzle flashes, and I just kept playing the game, and like they're all laying on the floor. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all, dude? They're not shooting up here. And then I called the cops, and I'm like, cool, like whatever, I'll call the cops. Cops show up, somebody came and picked up all the casings. Like, and they never found the car that got shot up or the car that did the shooting.
Dude, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? Where I live, you don't need a drive-by for that. I can go out in my backyard right now, and I guarantee someone's shooting out there. That's all they do out here.
Oh, yeah. Here in the country, though, it's different kinds of shooting. They're not shooting at each other.
No, they're training for shit like this. They're training for the fucking Stalin of whatever coming to fucking get everybody.
To get re-educated.
Yeah. When I lived in Oklahoma, near Fort Sill, right? Very bad area. Fucking I lived in like a really bad place. It was I can't really say exactly where it's at, but it's a really bad place. It was, I believe it was south of the military base. And somebody did a drive-by near where I lived, and it fucking hit my computer. It went through my house, hit my computer, and I'm just laying like a foot away. I look over like, that's a bullet.
I mean, I live out in Oklahoma. I live out in Fort Gibson over in Oklahoma. So I mean,
you know where I'm talking about, then, don't you?
Yeah, I know exactly. I mean, I live out in Fort Gibson, so like, that's all you hear all day long is shots fired. I mean, but the hoods, you have to understand. I grew up in Jersey, right next to Newark, which was the #1 worst city at the time. So for me, like, these hoods are not hoods. These hoods are suburbs compared to the hoods that I'm used to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, my initial thought process is like, this is the second time this week, and it was like, because I had just had to replace the same monitor.
I think you're just getting bullied.
No, it wasn't. It was neither time was at me or at my house. It was just stupid, man.
You know what? When you're out in the desert and doing like what I did, like when you're out in the desert, they got snipers now. So it's like you be sitting there eating and a bullet. You could hear that stuff right past your ear, and you don't even flinch. You don't drop down. You don't do nothing. I mean, I'd sit there and just keep eating unless shots keep on getting fired. Then you'll duck down and look for glass and fire back. But besides that, I mean, I don't know, dude. I just grew up in a different world where I've been shot at a million times. I'm used to gunfire. It doesn't even faze me.
Well, I had a meth head shoot at me, and I grabbed my rifle and returned fire, and that's like the most thing I've ever done. I don't see it as a brag. It's just I was afraid, but at the time, it's like it was an instinct. It's like, holy shit, shit's going down, and it was like everything slowed down. I instinctively knew what to do, but then when it was over, I was shaking like a motherfucker. My heart, like I could. It's hard to explain because it's like I went into automatic.
Anybody else got Wolverine claws like the actual ones?
Yeah, but it's a man's natural, well, man or woman. I'm just saying mankind. It's a natural instinct to survive. So you got to do what you got to do.
I don't think it's necessarily ingrained in women, but
some women.
I don't even think it's ingrained in all men because men are becoming bitches.
No, true. Listen, I just got a no bond warrant. Dre will tell you a no bond warrant put out for my arrest for expressing my Second Amendment rights. I didn't even pull firearms.
He said I have Second Amendment rights. He was like, not today.
Not today. Here's a no bond warrant. You're going to court. There goes my constitutional rights in one of the freest states, right?
Speaking of the Second Amendment,
based.
Have I ever showed you guys this?
I like that. Is that a nuh-uh?
Is that all sarin coat?
No, I can't actually tell you what it is, but yeah.
No. I mean, is it sarin coated?
No.
Oh no! All right.
Have you tested
That is
it?
freaking cool.
I have tested it. Yeah.
Why can't we get? When's that going up on the gift shop? Need 3 color options, bro.
Yeah, that would be pretty beast. The red, white, and blue.
The
yes,
red, white.
get the whole set.
No, I gotta spend more money. No, I gotta get the red and white one now. Fuck.
Well, see, I would do some gun ASMR, but I don't feel like getting up and dragging like 50 rifles over here.
Yeah, I don't need to listen. I don't show my guns on the internet. I'm being watched all the time.
You know what? Honestly, and I'm not saying this to you guys. I'm saying to the camera. Show up, feds. Honestly, I mean,
listen, it ain't the feds. I got so many haters, bro. They'll be calling the cops in my town saying I was showing a firearm on internet trying to kill people. Like, that's just the way it is. Like, this, you have to understand this small town politics I live in. I mean, look, I literally expressed my Second Amendment rights and said, lady, you're trespassing. You will not step on my property. I have Second Amendment rights. Boom, no bond warrant. Like, I have no constitutional rights out here in this free state, so I don't even show my guns on the internet. I mean, there's no point.
I feel you. No, I mean, look, federal agents who may be listening, everything. I'm not a real person. I'm not even an individual, as you will. I'm just here to have a good time, not for a long time, just a good time. But at the same time, if you want to
everything of value in a boating accident.
Yeah.
Federal agents, I am a real person. You're probably scared of me.
Look, all I'm saying is if you're going to send an agent, send a hot one.
Yeah, let me tell you something. One day we'll have a show. One day we'll have a show. I'll tell you about all the knocks on my doors. I'll tell you about all the interactions with the feds and DHS and everything like that. And I'll show you. I'll actually pop up all the screen pictures of DHS over me, helicopters, this, that. We'll go over the whole spiel.
It's wild that you can just listen. What I'm trying to do with NF, or what I shouldn't say trying, what I am going to do with NF, it's not illegal, and I'm not doing anything wrong. But it's just
you also have to look at the laws of your state. That's all I'm going to tell you, Bumpkin. Like, especially like within militias and everything like that, certain states aren't allowed to. You're not allowed to have a militia in the state. Hence why the 3%ers were actually created across the United States. You just have to work within your legal means, and the feds can never ever like with me. I always was within my legal means, so no matter what, any of my interactions, there was really nothing they can do. And it's the same stupid questionnaires that they freaking ask you every time.
We are not a militia at all in the slightest.
No, but what I'm saying is you just have to watch how you word what you are and what you do and work within your legal means. You have to understand. Remember, the 3%ers, I was one of literally the originals since his first 2 organizations with 4.2 million people underneath me. I went through all of that. And I had bylaws and everything. Like, if you ever need help, bro, I got SOPs, bylaws, all this crap that you can take as knowledge and use with your organization. They're all professionally written. A lot of them are lawyers and everything went over. I mean, we have a lot of shit, but anything, I have all these original documents if you ever care or need them for any type of structure or just as a reference, anything like that.
Well, right now, my main purpose is New Frontier being a nonprofit, because I was actually enlightened by a good friend of mine on a phone call the other day. I don't know who that would have been.
I was actually talking about you because, funny story. So I was watching when you were on CT's panel when I was in the chat and I said what's up. Like, I didn't get a chance to get up there with you guys, but I was listening to you talk and I was like, he actually listened to what I said. And then I was on a phone call with Roz and we were talking about Razik, who comes up sometimes. We were talking about helping people, and I was like, I referenced you. I was like, dude, anytime Bumpkin asks me for anything, he's gonna get it because he actually acted and showed that he'd ingested what I said to him. So I was like, anytime he asks me anything, I'm gonna be like, yeah, what do you need?
Well, no, you opened my eyes, man. It was like this, right? It was like this. I didn't realize that it was completely 100% legal for you to own a nonprofit organization, and then that nonprofit can own subsidiary businesses in your name underneath that nonprofit. You can have a nonprofit that technically owns for-profit businesses. And with those for-profit businesses, you can legitimately give a substantial amount of money from that for-profit into that nonprofit and take it as a tax write-off.
Listen, every organization needs bylaws. And guess what? In my bylaw package, and it's thick, in my bylaws, it actually explains how to become a 501c3 or 4, and it explains the process, how to do it, and everything like that. Because remember, if you open a nonprofit, depending on how you do it, and your organization branches off, say, and you have different, whatever you're going to call them across the United States, some people might want to mimic your nonprofit but keep it the same, or be an extension of your nonprofit, and they're going to have to file within that state. So in my packet, it goes through everything. And like I said, you can just use it as a reference, look it over and use it as a reference. It might help you guys out.
That would be awesome. I got to answer this question.
Oh man, I wanted to answer it because I was going to be mean about it.
I'm gonna be nice about it because Red Illusion has been watching a lot of
Hold
different.
on.
All right.
Okay.
But I'm gonna be nice, Red Illusion. You have to use the tools that you are given. If you don't use the tools that you are given, it's like fighting with your hands tied behind your back. I'm going to use the tools that I am given to be able to change the nation. If the end goal is the same, why fight? Like I said, and like Ray has told me, with your hands tied behind your back. Why do I'm not saying that you have to be a ferocious capitalist to win in the nation. But why not? But why can't you use these systems that are in place to change the current system? Why can't you? And it's just I think that's really where a lot of groups prior in the past have got it wrong, because they are looking at the current society with their objective morality. And what I'm saying is, if you are using the tools that the current system is giving you, if you're using those tools for the greater good, then the morality of those tools doesn't matter at that time. As long as you're going to change those tools and change the purpose of once you reach that point, then use the tools, man.
He takes gaining knowledge as serious as he does his games in the gym. Please welcome Mr. York Blood City.
And the thing that I was going to add to that is a lot of the stuff that's set up, and a lot of the reason that we can't get any forward motion is because they know that they go, hey, we're gonna present this to you. The first thing is they don't tell you can do these things either. That's the first issue. But the second part of it is they go, we'll use your morality against you then. And like the reality of it is, to Red Illusion's point, because I thought that was a good point, and like that answer, in my opinion, was fucking perfect. But when you're talking about going against a global entity that has a root in your country, and you are trying to save your country, you do not go to war with a monster without becoming one yourself. It's just not possible. Like, and this is coming from somebody who was like partially out here in them streets, bro. Like, there's certain shit you just don't come back from. And if you're dealing with somebody that's of that ilk, you are going to become some form of that in order to fight through whatever you're fighting through. That's the reason when you have these soldiers come back, they can't necessarily just go back to how stuff was in society, because you become something else to get through war. People who know violence know violence. They've become something else. They're not Joe Bro who just goes to a club and bumps chests with somebody and like that's the end of it. It's like, no, if you touch me, there's people like you touch me, like you gotta go. And we see a lot of that like in my city. Like it's one of those things where it's like we have a bunch of areas where they've developed these areas, and there's like a lot of places we go out that are literally right next to the hood. And so they're like you're congregating. You have all these people from the suburbs that come down and they live a certain type of way. You have the college bros and they're down there living they have a certain type of value set. But then you have like hardcore gangsters that have lived a certain type of way in those same spaces. And like whenever those cultures clash, it ends tragically for the person who's not the gangster because they are of violence and they're going, oh, well, and like you have a college bro who's like, I'm just going to bump chests and then the bouncer breaks it up and that's just what we do. And it's like, no, you don't walk away from this.
He's going to shoot you.
Yeah, 100%. And so when you extrapolate that out to like these large overarching battles that we're facing, you have to use every tool that is at your disposal. That's the reason, like, most of my stuff, like on future financial strategies, it's like there's people who are like, oh, you got to do cash only, you got to do this, you got to do this. I'm like, use all the tools. You use all the tools. Like, if you're trying not to be at the bottom of this system from a financial perspective, which you shouldn't be, you have to use all the tools, especially if you're starting from scratch. Like, if you have money, you can have an opinion. But like, if you're out here scrapping and you're the everyday man, you have to use all the tools. You got to be ready. You have to know how it works and understand the pitfalls and then go, cool, I'm in this situation right now. Tool for that. I'm going to use it. I'm going to move forward. Okay, now we're here. Tool for that. Use it. Like, you can't run around ideologically hamstringed when your opposition has no morals, no values, and is not hamstrung, and literally has set the board up so that any new entrance that comes in, they know that you're going to have different ideals. And they go, cool, we'll set all this stuff out here. You can't use it.
You just make it easier for them.
Yeah.
It's like if you it's kind of my beef with the Amish being fucking pacifist. You have all these people who hate Christianity. You're another branch of Christianity. You just make it easier to destroy your society in them.
I mean, so Red Illusion, the one thing that I'll say is there's no good guys or bad guys. Like we like to make that like China. Honestly, if you actually look at what China and Russia are doing with BRICS, they're breaking away from the system that's strangling the fuck out of us.
Yeah.
Like what? Like they want to preserve their way of life. They understand that this is a monetary thing. They're trying to go into a globalist deal, and they're like, we don't want to be a part of that. We're going to make our own thing. Like, we're good. We'll trade with each other.
You know the thing about BRICS too is they're intertwining a financial and a war machine. I mean, essentially, they're literally combining NATO and Federal Reserve per se.
Yeah,
I mean, in one, huh?
Yeah, yeah. They're fighting. The thing is, they're fighting against the thing that has us. That's making us the way that we are. I mean,
by the balls.
If you look at what we're doing, man. Like, we printed a bunch of money to send over. Like, I did a breakdown on my last Future Financial Strategies of the money that we sent over to
Ukraine.
Yes, God, drawing a blank. I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
Speaking of Ray, one bumpkin check DMs. I want to let Ray know, but I want to know if you're okay with that. 2, I have a debate coming up with Mayo about this, so I actually need that list, that either that link to that video or that list, because I do want to bring that
I'll send it to you. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Because like the money and the way that they use, like the way that they use the funding when I was breaking down that list, I was like, dude, like they used a thing that's like literally supposed to be used to fight terrorism. And that was one of the loans that we sent, or a grant that we sent them for billions of dollars. And I was like, Russia's a country that's acquiring territory and you used a grant that's primarily used to fight terrorism to send to Ukraine.
Dude, I have the financial and list of all it takes to investigate a presidential candidate. And it almost coincides with what we're sending to friggin' Ukraine. When you look at all the people funded behind it.
Yep. Well, I mean, at this point, it's not even the president. Like we're owned. The Fed owns this country because we owe them money. They're not a part of this country.
Fed? And what is the Fed?
Exactly.
The Fed is not an extension of the government.
Right.
The Fed is a private fucking entity with a CEO.
Yep.
Hey,
Yeah.
before we get back to Ukraine, can I ask a question?
Yes.
I want that. Hey, okay, so you made me think right now. Do you think it's worth it to send the money to Ukraine right now to pretty much financially own them for can I finish?
No.
Can I finish?
No.
Can I finish though?
Let him finish.
Let him finish. Let him land the plane.
How about
You land the plane.
Go ahead.
Is it okay to send the money right? Because I read that book, Confessions of a Economic Hitman. That changed my whole perspective about everything. So you can own them financially. Pretty much that controls them, and they don't even have to join NATO.
But who owns them? The government owns it. But it's the people's money that pays for it.
But it's not the government, and that's the thing. So the way that those loans work, all they do is pay the service on the loan. And the reality of it is that is our global economy, is what that is. Like if anybody ever went, I want all my money back, they'd go, cool, I need all my money back. And then they go, cool, I need all my money back. And then it would be a round robin, and no one actually has the ability to pay any of this money back.
Like 2008.
No, it wasn't. No, it's worse in 2008. It's like the entire world would have to go, well, we're going to have to cancel all these debts because everyone's indebted to everyone else, but they just pay to service the loans. But it's not that they're indebted to other countries. The Fed printed that money and sent that over there. The Fed is not the United States. We back the money that the Fed prints. We're the guarantors of that money. Because when they print the money
for it.
Well, it's not when they print that money, it inflates our currency, but we're the backers. The United States citizens are the backers of a private entity that does whatever the fuck they want, is the reality of the situation that we're in.
Not even Congress can sanction the Fed or investigate the Fed.
Right.
And and I'm going to put this into perspective. It's going to be a little conspiratorial, but I'm going to say it because I don't care. Every single president has ever tried to stop the Fed from existing or stop or pre the Fed stop it from becoming a thing has either had an assassination attempt or was assassinated.
True.
Shout out to Mrs. She said.
No, that is true though. Who was it? Jackson, Kennedy,
Lincoln.
The other Kennedy.
Lincoln.
Oh,
was it
Red
Wilson?
Illusion had a good question. Is China fighting globalism, or are they just a piece of the board? Well, they're fighting to get out of, because like if they start BRICS, that eliminates what the IMF is trying to do. The IMF is trying to set up a world currency. They're using us, and mainly us, as the spearhead for that. So like they don't like it, they could have done it if everybody would have just stayed in the dollar, and we wouldn't have, and the Fed wouldn't have jacked up the economy the way that they did, and subsequently the global economy the way that they did. They were trying to do it segueing America, but the reason that they're bringing in these immigrants here is because in order for there to be a global standard, that means that everyone has to be in the same situation, which means that the first world countries have to collapse a little bit. They have to go down to a second or third world, depending on how that pans out. And then you can go, well, everything's bad. We have the solution. It's global communism. That's the reason that all the stuff that's happening in America while we're arguing, they're also making us broke. They're also stealing our money. They want to destroy everything. Like all communists do is go places and destroy shit. That's what they do. They don't want us to have private property. They've stated that. They said you'll have
Bergenstein
nothing.
and Stein.
Yeah, you'll have nothing and you'll love it. They don't. You can't have personal property or any type of private ownership under communism. A one world currency where everybody's in a second or third world state, you can take all their shit, and it's going to be so bad for them that they'll go, yes, please come tell us what to do. Everything that's going on, BLM, identity politics, it's a different class system. Instead of going, you're rich or poor, they go, how many victim credits do you have? That's your standing.
You know
I saw a billboard today.
Right?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
There's only one system that has ever successfully defeated this level of communism and capitalism collusion, and it took the entire planet to beat them back. And you're going to have organization and strength and the force of will that we just don't have these days. Unfortunately, they're going to win because we're not allowed to talk about the solution.
Oh, man, I'm telling you, COVID taught me everything I need to know. Fuck unity. You got to seriously go. You better get your money together because that's the best defense you're going to have. Because
not if the money ain't worth shit, man.
They've defeated the average person to a point that I thought would never happen.
Yeah,
you're
100% right.
Yeah. That's the best. I'm not saying you'll never.
What you do with the money is the most important.
That's what I'm saying. I get the whole money thing. Money ain't real and that bullshit. But I mean, like, honestly, money does do some things, and like that'll be your best way to at least buy you some time and not to be a complete like slave. That's
if
like
you buy land and set up a self-sufficient homestead and purchase munitions and train.
But Muslim guy, the issue is this: under communism, those people got killed.
It's better to die than to live under communism.
100%. But the deal is this: you know what? I like that, but like we're stopping that. Oh, I'll die for this. I want you to live for your fucking country. I want you to live for your family. I want you to live.
I don't want to live under
I want you to live, and I want you to fight successfully, and I want you to win. Which means that we cannot talk about going off into the field until these fuckers come to get us. Like that's not.
I wasn't saying that at all.
No,
I have in the homestead.
Right. Well, there's nothing wrong with having the ability to do that. But the reality of the situation is, like, we have, like, I live in the middle of the United States. I live in the Midwest, and we have these wholesome ass counties that are now being indoctrinated because these communists are doing these things. They're attacking the children.
I'll be right back.
Like, we have an area where obviously they're wealthy, but they had a drug problem. But like, they now also have transgender bathrooms in their middle school. Middle school.
I just have to tell you, I'm going to tell you the reality, but I'm going to tell you the reality of man. So a lot of guys here know me, but they don't know me. I offered to lead the war. Offered it. I went to Washington, D.C. Okay? I actually marched from Virginia to Washington, shut down the bridges, shut down everything. I offered to lead that war. And the only people I saw were the people who were side by side with me. There was no one behind me. You want to know why? Because people are complacent in their own fucking lives, and they're never going to get up and fight corrupt government or a tyrannical government. It's not going to happen. You want to know when it's going to happen? It'll happen when people are pushed past their limits and they're desperate. And the worst part about desperation is desperate people are dangerous. They're not organized. They're not structured. They're not able to do what they're supposed to do. They're dangerous. And it's going to be too late. And I hate to say that. I hate to break reality, but I was that man. I was live on the internet. I had thousands and thousands of followers, and I offered to lead that war, and still the United States was complacent.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Red Illusion. The question is, I don't even think we need to take over the HRs. We need to get in schools. That's exactly how we got here. Was these people a long time ago said because like think about it. Think about this, guys. Who besides a communist is going to willingly go into a shit job that doesn't pay well unless there's a reason to be there? A communist. Most teachers are in. It's an indoctrination camp at this point because they went, cool. We're ashy knuckled revolutionaries, and I mean, normally it's like black people that do this, but like those white people, bro, they went, cool. We're gonna go make nothing and be in the teachers union and bitch about it. Bet. Let's just take this shit over. We'll get the kids. That's what they did. And now you fast forward, you send your kid to college now. They go in normal. They come out with green hair and they're a toaster oven. And now you and their parent are a racist. Like, this is what's happening. They went and took over the schools. We don't even need to go get an HR. You don't fight this battle there. They fought this battle on the very long play. They went, we're going to take generations of these motherfuckers and we'll start just chipping away. And now there's them bathrooms in middle schools.
And with kids, they come after people like you and me.
Yeah.
I had this happen with my son, and he was indoctrinated. He wasn't even himself. I actually had to send him away for mental health because of a teacher who indoctrinated the shit out of him. And when I tell you I shut down this town and had meetings with the chief of police, the school, the principal, fucking DA, changed the laws, me and my wife fought because of who we are. Even the sheriff called the friggin' kid, the sheriff called the local police station and said, you better take this meeting because if these people are not the ones, and we fought against this. The indoctrination is fucking real. And I have the videos and all the recordings to fucking prove it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
people don't want to believe it, and I want to release everything me and my wife have.
But that's where these battles have to start. Like, we have to start going after these school boards. And like, for those of you who don't have kids, action item, you got to start looking at these school board meetings. Like, I know for a fact that one of the wealthiest school districts in this nation is in my area. They went and voted in a conservative woman for the new school board seat. She worked the job for 2 weeks, and then they went and did a recount and removed her illegally and got away with it to put in a far left-leaning school board person. And now the school districts are starting to push that agenda. Like, this isn't something that we can take laying down. Like, we have to be out there with the families fighting this.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we have to fight it at every level. Like, we just have to make it so uncomfortable that they need to know. It's like, hey, you're going to have to pull up. You're going to have to come over here.
I hate to say it, but you got to include our corrupt judicial system as well, because remember, they're the ones who enforce the laws of the school. The school has complete control, goes to the DA, and he enforces the laws. So the judicial system has to be put in check as well.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. I mean, but the question is, like, as far as bang for the buck, where are you getting the benefit? Because the communists didn't attack the judicial system. They did one thing specifically. They just got the kids.
Yeah, but they're all correlated and intertwined.
Like, yeah, but if you change the kids, you change the world. So if we pump out a bunch of people who are at minimum balanced critical thinkers, if we just got more critical thinkers, a lot of this shit would sort itself out, because those people filter in, they become voters. Then they end up in those positions. That's the reason they didn't worry about what the laws were at the time. They were like, we're gonna tear all this shit down anyways. I don't care what is right now. They go, we're gonna get those kids. Those kids are gonna vote in all this weird shit. And then next thing we know, we're sitting on a panel going, why is it okay for old men in dresses to come read to these kids with their junk hanging out under the dress? Like,
right. You're only partially correct, right?
All right.
What they've always done, and this is touched on in 1980. You know, most people that quote 1984 and Orwell's work, they've never actually read it. It was touched on in 1984, and this happens in real life. If you look at in China and communist China in the Cultural Revolution, they start with the women. Doesn't matter the age, because the women are the gossipers of society. They are the people that shame, because shame works.
Yeah,
they're the ones who shame, and they are the ones who lead that part of our society. They start with the women. And I don't give a damn. You could say, well, and I got kicked off of a very conservative group for saying this. Like, absolutely got ragged on. Does not matter, and this is how pervasive this has gotten. It does not matter how conservative the woman. The minute you start talking about natural and traditional values, and it does not fit that woman's desire, she becomes a raving feminist.
Facts.
Well, you got to look too. You know Yuri Bezimov. If you ever watch his interview from like 39 years ago, you know he talks about 30-year psychological warfare and what Russia was doing to the United States and what the United States is now doing to the United States. He also talks about the demoralization of society and how long it takes to demoralize society, but then how long it takes to reverse it as well. And he did this 39 years ago, and that's what you got to look into. The state that we are in and this communist regime and government right now, how they've put the United States, it's going to take a long time to reverse what they've done. A long time. Because this has been happening for a very long time, and it isn't just recent. Just because we see our communist government now, this has been in the works for the last 30 years, 40 years.
Dude, I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this, but Yuri Bezmenov, what he said, it's not bullshit, but it's not proven. Yuri Bezmenov.
Well, I don't understand how you can say it's not proven. Look at what's happening in society today.
I'm going to explain. Yuri Bezmenov was full of shit. A lot of that, I suspect he was a KGB plant, because I'm going to be honest with you, man. America sided with the communists in World War II. All right? America has slowly been progressing towards communism since fucking well before World War II. Well before such and such fucking indoctrination games and bullshit that Yuri Bezmenov said. And the simple fact that whenever there is the fact that we are fighting back as hard as we are shows that Yuri Bezmenov is full of shit.
Yeah, but indoctrination far exceeds what we know. I mean, remember,
I didn't say he was all the way wrong. I said he's
no, but I'm just saying indoctrination far exceeds what we know. I mean, you have to remember the things that we learned, everything we learned in life was all part of government design. I mean, throughout our whole lives, it was indoctrinated. Our parents were indoctrinated. Our grandparents were indoctrinated. It was over time and civilization, indoctrination occurred. I mean, I don't think his theory is wrong, because if you look at today, we're in that. I mean, it literally followed the steps pretty much precise of where we're at. And I don't think he's wrong on how much time it would take to create a free thinking society.
That's what he's the most wrong on. Because
What do
I'm
you
just
mean?
saying,
I don't see how we can say that he's wrong when, like he was saying, we're seeing the manifestations of these things. Like we see us talking about, like we're willing to push back.
But we're few.
By and large, most people are complacent, and most people are part of the problem because most people are indoctrinated.
well, the thing is, the communist indoctrination started well before America and the Soviet Union was going at it. We started progressing to being communist. The simple fact is, Yuri Bezmenov, what he talked about was something that was recently discovered within 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been no time to study it. You can be partially right about something and be able to follow the steps on something and have a well executed plan. We haven't even seen the outcome of it. So I'm going to say he's wrong for the simple fact that I see children bucking on it.
Well, I mean, listen, the fact he may have been wrong in a future prediction, but remember, if Russia designed psychological warfare like that, and those were those stages, it isn't always going to go exactly as planned.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's only going to go the way society lets it go. So, I mean,
exactly. There's too many variables for him to be correct.
So, well, okay. So I can give you that point. But what I'm saying is, like, the communists, the way that they function is they destroy society.
Oh no, I agree with you.
They're
They
tearing
destroy
down
society
monuments.
and rebuild it.
They want to take our gun rights. They want to take. They're aiming at personal property. The green agenda, identity politics.
And
those are all communist tools. Like that's all communism.
All this started in the 1920s. Hell, actually, it started in the 1800s because the Communist Manifesto was popular in the U.S. more so than Russia.
So to that point, yes, they have been here for a very long time. I mean, when Stalin was in power, we had communists here that were planning on taken out tens of millions of people that were building pipe bombs and blowing themselves up in pipe bomb factories because they were planning on attacking their fellow citizens and had plans to re-educate, and those they couldn't re-educate, they were just going to get rid of.
Yeah, and like communism is a shitty
Cigarette
ideology.
Yeah.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, but all I'm gonna say is there is really what we're doing at New Frontier is the legal and absolute legal way of trying to do it. But I truly do believe in my soul that one of the most effective ways to combat this is boots on the ground, and that's all I'm gonna say about that. Is brown shirts? Is hey, listen, you're trying to corrupt my kid. You're trying to push this terrible, corrosive agenda onto my kids or into my community. You're trying to burn the American flag. You're trying to do all of these horrendously anti-American things. All right, well, then there's ways to deal with you. But
just be careful on how you present it.
I hear you.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I hear you on that boots on the ground thing, but like I said, that, like I said, I'll go back to what I said about the Confession of the Economic Hitman. This is like a new age of things. Like, it's not like we're winning wars without even shooting guns nowadays. Like, it's more or less by the pen. Like, so when Ray used that example,
You're not going to be communist by talking to them.
No, I'm not. That's what I say. Everything's through like it's a piece of paper that they wrote that they said this is what we're gonna do. So the best. Go ahead.
No. What I was gonna say was that's not the American model though, because the way that these globalists, the global communists want, that's the reason none of the wars that we've been in have ever had like a definitive win. When's the last war that we won?
Well, they all had an agenda, but I just wanted to address Bumpkin because I am proud of him for what he's trying to do, and he needs the encouragement. So don't ever think that I'm trying to discourage you. I just want you to look at history of. I understand what you're trying to do, but I want you to look at history of Oath Keepers, 3%ers, militias, things like that. Now you have to understand, boots on the ground. I mean, we have 43 rallies across the United States. We've been in almost every state. So, and the biggest rallies there were all on national news, so the only thing I could say is you have to be very careful. After January 6th in the Senate, 3%ers were deemed friggin', terrorists. I mean, essentially, I have it tattooed right on my friggin' arm. I mean, we were literally domestic terrorists. So just be careful in your approach and what you do as far as boots on the ground. That's all I can say. Because I went up against masses. I mean, masses of Antifa. My wife has gone up against 10,000 Antifa. I mean, we've been boots on the ground throughout. And I want to encourage you because I'm proud of what you're doing and I believe in what you're doing. I just want you to be careful because the government has a way of manipulating certain situations to bring down what you're trying to do. That's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely, and that's why I try not to go into too many details about what I'm doing. I'm not trying to give anyone an upper hand of what I'm trying to do, but it's all legal. I don't make any like violent threats or anything like that. When I talk about boots on the ground activity, I'm talking about a parallel society. I'm talking about being able to go to a public school, protesting or putting people on the board that agree with your politics and not being able to be canceled for it, right? They can all they're going to be able to do, right, is yell at you on Twitter. That's all, or yell at you in real life, right? They can't fire you, they can't take your money away. You'll be able to consistently make money and feed your family and still be able to expound the politics that you want to expound.
And that's the only way you're going to be able to do it peacefully.
Just remember, with your face out there, there's a lot. Listen, there's a lot of things and a lot of things that come with it. From doxing, obviously, I was on Antifa's hit list for years. Just to let you know, I was literally up on their hit list for many years.
Was I. Antifa doxed me. I had my face for their protection, not mine.
Yeah. You know what? That's what I was saying about the whole thing with the pen. Is like what you're saying. That those local elections. This is where I've been seeing it most effective. There'll be a community. They see some shit they don't like. What they'll do is they'll find somebody's wife who's the smartest and most reasonable woman, and then the community will get behind her, and she'll be the new representative of whatever. If it's some kind of school board or whatever.
Well, they go after the women.
Well, I mean, it's a game. I just listen. My thing is I just want to give him the tools to be successful because I mentored leaders across the United States. I mean, literally, like I said, I have the bylaws right here for the 3%.
Dude, that shit. I feel like that shit is not even really effective.
What's that?
It seemed like most time you just end up fighting with Antifa and then everybody goes home.
No. Listen, the fighting with Antifa is one thing. I literally fought bills, got bills. We passed bills. I fought bills. You got to understand, I'm one of the only United States citizens, me and my wife, who submitted a redress of grievance to the United States in the White House and in the in the friggin'
Hold up. Time out. Yo. They got 777 tonight.
Oh,
they
you
bombed
going
his
on?
stream. They bombed his stream tonight. He's just in the chat right now.
Oh, sad. Terrible.
You know what? I'm only saying that because I remember. I'm gonna tell you what changed me was like, I was pro blackity black during. Remember when everybody was going at it on Wall Street?
Yep.
I forgot what they called it, but anyway. And then I got into the Black Lives Matter, and I remember this is the day that changed me, and I started to really like look at things different. Was I went to a Black Lives Matter march, and I was like, this is stupid. I was like, this is like 2013, 2014. I'm like, this is fucking dumb. I like it seemed like nothing's getting done. It seemed like we're just getting tired. All we're doing is just getting some exercise.
Damn, young boy, you was politically active back in fucking 2013, like.
Oh no, I've been into it for a while, dude. No, bro, I've been doing this for like since high school. I used to go to the state capitol, see the governor.
Call you old blood now, shit.
Oh yeah, no, since I used to go give speeches. I used to do a lot of work with like foster care. So I would go to I go to the governor, the mayors, and I go give speeches about they want to get social workers a lower caseload. I hear echo, and
that was
more
me,
money.
My fault.
Yeah. So I started off early.
So that's actually you, 777?
Yeah, I fixed it just now. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. I was just making sure it was actually you. Because last
Yeah, my godmom got me into it young. She actually ran for state assembly in California. I worked on a bunch of people campaigns before. So I've always been into it. I'm more into economics and like U.S. history. That's my main thing.
Yo,
and then, like I said, on my channel.
You mind if I just interrupt real quick? I just got a minute to be on real quick. Bumpkin, before you go smoke, was that you in the chat earlier or no? Bumpkin.
I think he already went to smoke, but it probably was because he shared your stream over here because I was getting ready to shut down and I was going to send everyone your way.
Just real quick because I don't want to interrupt your guys' show, but man, listen, I just came back off copyright strike for a week, right?
Right.
So I do a show or whatever. It was like focused more towards like females, you know what I mean? And she comes up, so I let her up. And I'm like, all right, cool. She's talking. I'm like, you know what? This is probably a bad idea. She's really a disruptive person to everybody. I don't mind it, but it wasn't the right show, right?
Right.
I said, hey, Anna, I'm going to drop you down. So I drop her down. She says some crazy shit in the chat. So I fucking ban her because I don't need a crazy bitch around me. I've had enough in my life, right? So now I sit back. I go, okay. I see she tries to cam up again, but now she's got a person that's a man in the picture, and his name was Jared. I think it's funny because I see that it's her, how they authenticate, right? So I go, all right, Anna, I'm going to let you up. She fucking plays a fucking video, like as fast as I could possibly could. I try to get rid of it. A fucking guy sucking some dude off. It was insane. So I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Now I got to delete the whole show. It was going for an hour. I had to stream the show running for a good hour. The fucking bitch plays a fucking gay porn on my shit. So I deleted. I had to delete the show. I came back. I let her up again because I'm stupid like that. I don't care. You want to fuck around, bitch? All right, let's fuck around. So she's sucking a behind. I got to tell this story because I'm about to get off. I don't want to interrupt your shit. I'm telling you, honest to God's truth. She's in the back of my StreamYard, completely naked, Ray.
No, she's not.
Completely naked. Wait, sucking. I'm telling you, sucking a white dildo.
No, she's.
I swear to God on everything.
That's hot.
She's in the back.
No, not Anna. No.
Watch. If you go, I don't want to do any like sleazy, like, hey man, go check out my show, man. I like let her up real quick when she was kind of, the nipples were down a little bit. You could see her completely nude on the show towards like the 30-minute mark of the show I just ran. You gotta like scroll. You know how you take your mouse and go scroll and show when.
Well, shit, where the link at, dog?
Hold on. God damn it. This is terrible.
She's
She's legitimately mentally ill.
She's absolutely mentally ill. She's behind in my StreamYard, sucking on a dildo, completely naked, squeezing her tits together. I don't know what else to say. I made the show. I dedicated the title to her, and it's Fat Ass Anna Porn Bombs Me. I just did it. I had a great show going fucking right before she porn bombed me. I had deleted it. It was a great fucking show. Fucking cunt.
How did oh my God, you're not joking.
No, yeah, listen, I just had to delete it because
what is wrong with her, dude?
Do you see it?
She's
told
up
you.
there looking like the caramel predator and shit, dude. Like what the
I told you.
No.
If you could see, Ray, bro, if I would have had my phone and I like took a recording of the StreamYard in the back, she was sucking the fucking shit out of this dildo, and like it was all the way down her neck, dude, and completely naked, and she was gagging on it.
How does she do like bro?
She did not care at all. She was going off the deep end. And you know what the sickest thing is I banned her and then I unbanned her. And then I let her up. And that's what you see right there is her, bro. I just quickly let her in and kicked her back out. Before I let her in, she was fucking down on the balls on that fucking thing. The fake plastic balls on that fucking thing, bro.
That is wild.
Anyways, you guys have a blessed night. I hope God
make sure to let her know she can't come over here ever.
If she does.
Like I don't need that type of drama, bro. Like I'm good. I am good.
If she does, she's great entertainment if you don't piss her off. But when you piss her off, she goes into like, my daddy didn't love me and now I'm gonna do this. That's how she's like rolling around the streets. You know what I mean?
God damn.
Bumpkin tuned into the show and I thought it was a troll or something like that. I didn't know if it was because Bumpkin's never.
No, he came back with the link. So
okay. That's cool. And then they were like, hey, isn't Bumpkin a white supremacist? And I was like, nah, not that I know of, but what the fuck? Anyways, what a weird show, guys. I hope you guys have a great night. I'm going to go jerk off now to some porn.
Later,
guys. Later.
Oh, my God.
Well, I'll tell you what. The haters are out. Everybody's getting fucking porn bombed. It's insane.
I get well, I mean, I'm surprised that these people have this much time. Like, is Biden giving out free money again? Like
no, but they know how to get channels banned when you hurt their feelings. It's just like in Facebook when Facebook censorship first started. They would get groups and groups of people to make complaints all at once to get your channel taken down.
Facts. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Cybertoxin had a good point. Okay, so there's a whole ass rule now. If you tell Anna that we're over here and she shows up, I'm banning you and her if I find out who told her. It's the anti-Anna protocol. We're not telling her.
The contingency protocol.
Right? Just like don't say shit.
That sucks because he just started getting. He was on that ban for so long, and it just started.
If he caught it in time and he can clip it and re-upload it. That's what I had to do with my my last episode from last week, I just clipped that part
your last episode had happened after the 4-hour mark. Like he was only into it an hour, and he said it was a good show, and then now the whole show is freaking ruined.
She's not mentally stable. Like I wouldn't have her up, period, ever. Like that's super sad that they did that, because like I was like, it seemed like he had like a good panel going. Like they were getting it in over there, and like she came and effed it up for him because she got like, no, dude.
That's why you're smart in making everybody cam up before they freaking come on.
Well, that was after last week, but like the issue last week was the person who did that used somebody else's thumb. Like they grabbed somebody else's screenshot off their page and they came up as somebody that I know. Was the issue. That was the reason I didn't even bother with it, because I was like, oh, you're tapping in tonight. And then I was like, never mind. Like,
yeah, I just got off. Like literally just got off. I went to go look at my phone and watch the rest of the show because I was high and I was tired as hell. And I went to go watch the rest of the show and it was like frozen. I'm like, what the hell? Would he jump off that quick? And I didn't know what happened. Like I saw like a disturbance like with the cameras and they're like, I'll get that shit off. It was like Snowman saying, get that shit off here. And then that was it. And then the show was gone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I took it down and re-uploaded it after I clipped that part out because it was at the end. So I was just like,
I wish Snowman would come back on panel. I legitimately feel bad.
No, Snowman.
Camming up isn't a deterrent, but like if I can control it when I pull them up, because like most of the time, like they're trigger pulling as you pull them up, like it's gonna like you're gonna get them. So like if you put something up over them, you can see what they're doing. But if you cam up and I see your face and you do it, if I ever see you again, I'm gonna stomp you out wherever I see you. Like, I mean, at least then I know.
That's just crazy. Snowman had crap like that happen to him, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody does. Like, but the deal is, normally you do something to somebody. Like, people hate Snowman. Like, I understand that. Like, I don't have YouTube beef with anybody. Like, they were just like, we don't like the conversation you're having, and I'm like, okay, like you could have just stated that in the chat, like Blackwatch. You could have just gone hard in the chat and then gone away.
Yeah, but last week when you got porn bomb, man, I thought it was a good discussion. I mean, that panel went on for 4 hours. We had a lot of people on.
You know what though? Like that was the most watched show that we've done. And like, I think it was the topic. I think it was because of what we were talking about and who was on the panel. Because normally it's either like people don't go that deep on that shit, and it's definitely not a diverse panel of people. And I'm like, like I had 200 views on Rumble before I had to take that shit down. Like there was 200 views on Rumble. We were banging out over here. There was an average of over 20 people the whole night between Rumble and here. And it was just a really good conversation, and it was moving. People were, I don't know if everybody like shared it or what, but like people were engaging with that. And then I think people picked it up and saw what was going on, and they were like, oh, these motherfuckers are starting to talk. Like, we got to shut this down.
I had to share it the next day after you reload. I shared it, and then obviously it went blank, and then I had to reshare it the next day. But we had a full panel, and I thought it was like no one really talked over anybody. It was good. It was a good conversation.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? I forget.
The letter mafia attacking the schools, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like we never made it to the other. Yeah, we never made it to the other topics. Even like we went so ham on that it was just like, this is what we're talking about tonight.
It was infuriating.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's that's the reason I'm like, I'm usually very adamant about like when we have like a good thing going. Like I know that it ruffled some feathers tonight because we were talking over each other, but that's the reason I'm trying to let these conversations fly, because like I'm like, if it's within the topic area and we're having a good conversation and these are topics that need to be broached and we're going somewhere with it, like I would rather have those conversations so that they can see how you're supposed to engage in conversation. What are you
How
laughing at?
often do we really argue out here?
The intrusive thought. Do you really want to know?
Yes.
I was like, I just want Snowman to come back on so I can talk over him again.
Oh my god, you're such a jerk.
Yeah, I missed that part, man. I was working and I missed that part.
Oh, dude, it was like a very. I didn't think that he got that mad about it. I thought it was like a joking back and forth. I was like, where'd he go?
But I don't think it was that bad either. I mean, we were all kind of having our own conversations within the panel, so I don't think it was too bad. And I don't know why. Even like Angel was like, I got off.
Hey,
Orthodox. I was on the panel to talk over people last week.
Hey, Orthodox guy. Are you on Chaotic Truth channel sometime?
No, but Jay Rillo and I think Ray want me to be. They want me to go there. Like, it would be fucking great.
Hey, I know. I want to know. 777 is over there. I know that.
Triple seven be over there just racking up money, getting paid to get kicked off.
Yo, 777 be over there just. Hey, 777 be over there killing. I'd be like, oh my god, and they just keep throwing them off.
Should I go on there?
Go on where?
Chaotic Truth.
Chaotic Truth.
Oh yeah, yeah.
His show gets pretty wild. It's
like conservative Fight Club.
It's like conservative Fight Club. Yeah.
Everybody's polite, and then it goes off the rails. Like, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Do you think I'll get kicked off?
No, I don't think you would get kicked off, but you would not like them people, bro.
Hell no. Hey, Mike, I forgot. And I asked in the chat. I said, has Mike ever been on the stream with a t-shirt on, or just tank tops every time?
No, maybe once.
I don't think you've ever. I've never seen you in t-shirt.
Listen, Ray, and you know, because you ain't far from me. You're only a few hours from me, bro. It was like heat index today was like 107.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
He was wearing that same tank top in December. I don't believe it.
No, actually, my earlier video, I had a blue one on. I own every freaking color and everything.
He's like, it's called a washing machine, man.
He's got wool tank tops for winter.
got Sherpa tank tops and shit.
Listen, I live in a state where I'll have to wear a jacket maybe 3 times a year, maybe 4. And cut off sleeves and tank tops, man. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Hey,
okay.
Hey, yo. Hey, Reese is the funniest person in the world. Also, when he started making fun of Homeboy, I lost it.
Bro. Oh my god, I wanted to do that. I want to do that so much. I don't want to be mean to Angel, but I can't understand him half the time. I can't get over that. But anyway, I'm like,
he just needs to take a break in between sentences.
I think he gets a little bit better every time he comes through.
Well,
he does.
He actually got to a point today without like taking 5 minutes, so that was an improvement.
Yo, I forgot my name. I should have put Father Rage instead of friggin' Mike Rage.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So I'm gonna try to ask this and be sensitive. Is Angel all there? Because is he just like?
No, he's got some mental health stuff going on.
Okay, then I'm not gonna make fun of him because I'd feel bad.
That's the reason I don't make fun of him, because I worked in that field. But the thing is, like, he does a lot of panels, and like I think over time you're gonna see those speech patterns. Like he'll get himself into a group. Like he came on today, and he, like, when I asked him what a leader was, he actually landed that plane within a decent amount of time. It's still his cadence, but like he got to the point, and he got the point off of his chest.
Well, he's not stupid. He's very smart.
No, it's just like the more he interacts and talks with people, like it'll get to a spot to where like he understands.
He's doing better. He is doing better.
I envy his talking over power.
Yo, though. And he on panels with a bunch of niggas. Like, I'm like, bro. And he be on Fight Club, and I'm like, boy,
he's Puerto Rican. I mean, isn't he like Puerto Rican? He looks Puerto Rican.
I think he's Native American.
Black people will roast you for anything.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Well, I mean, never mind.
But I mean, he
you can
rolls
roast
with
him for
it
getting
though.
good grades. Yeah, he is.
He
Yeah.
rolled with it because like 777 like gave him the whole what for one night, and he just took it like a champ and kept it pushing,
Oh,
bro.
but he fucks with Angel all the time. Every time he's at the fucking battle, he's like, sometimes he's nice, and then other times he's like, shut the fuck up, Angel.
He just goes straight there. He just goes straight for that.
When he did that, when the guy did that today, and he perfectly fucking mimicked Angel, I lost my shit a little bit.
I did because it was
Bro.
perfect.
It was funny.
Hey,
It
I'm
was-
sorry,
yeah.
I screen captured it. I did because it was perfect.
No, whenever you guys gotta get one when Mandrell does his impersonation. It's perfect, and he does it while he's talking.
Hey,
I was
hey,
just like,
Reese,
bro, you
hey,
ain't right. And he was like, I'm sorry.
hey, first off, Reese just came hard at Mike's wife, bro. Like, like right off.
Bro,
I tuned
in and of itself. Be like, why you can't have nice things, bro?
I tuned in as y'all were talking about that. What did he say?
Bro,
we stopped him.
Reese came in and he was like, I was like, what's your definition of leadership? It's like, he didn't realize that was Mike's wife. And he was like, well, first off, I would tell this fine. He was like,
but the thing is like my wife, like people don't understand. My wife built militias, and I mean, we operated all over the United States. Like she handles herself very well. Like I just fuck with them. Like I don't even have. Listen, let me tell you something. My wife is the most loyal motherfucking wife in the world. People could say, do whatever they fucking want. My wife will never ever fucking leave me, and she'll never ever cheat on me. So I never have to worry about it. That's why we have loyalty is life tattooed on our chest. So if someone wants to come up and try to say shit, I'll let her handle herself and be like, go ahead.
Bro, he went to the depths of I'm a scuzz bucket.
no, he basically busted through the doors, rolling in with where the white women at,
bro.
Wait, what's her name? Holly?
And then he was apologetic.
Any woman that's on the panel, Muslim guy, like if there's a female on the panel, period, he's gonna be like, so
yeah, trust me, I feel him. Like,
yeah.
Yo, when he came in Melanie Monaco, is that her name?
Oh yeah, dude. He didn't he.
Hey,
or
he's
no,
good.
Melanie King. It was Melanie King, and he talked that woman until she didn't have shit to say.
Yes, bro.
Like we put her in a whole ass corner.
Yo,
and
he's that dude for real.
She glitched out for a minute.
Hey, I believe all of Reese's stories when I saw that one.
Bro, I did too. I was like, this dude really got Melanie King to shut up.
Yeah.
Like, and she was like trying to talk slick to him, and he was like, "No, you need a man like me." I was like, "No, dude,
no, baby, you need a man like me."
Dude, she blushed and everything. It was great. I was like, "Bro, if you were in person, you might have been able to get it, bro."
Right. Yo, like I was like, yeah, he could have got her. I think if he meet her in person, he'll get her.
Yeah.
I never seen him with a t-shirt on either. He always wearing tank top.
It's that life. It's that life.
TikTok.
Well, he's close to where I grew up, so that was just our attire. I've been in construction boots, jeans, and a wife beater all my fucking life. I ain't never gonna change. I'm gonna be buried in it.
Can we get you a tuxedo wife beater so that way it looks more sophisticated for the fancy?
Yo, I'll tell you what. In 2008, my best friend got married, and I've been best friends with him since I was 2 years old. And I flew from Florida to New York to go see him. I told him, I said, "This is the last motherfucking time you'll ever see me in a suit because I won't even wear one in my fucking grave."
Oh, you gonna get buried in the tank top?
No, yeah, probably construction boots, jeans, and a tank top. But I'm gonna be burned, not buried. So.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I'm
everybody's gonna spread out my ashes so I can haunt everybody.
Bruh, who was it that wasn't it like Mozart or something that had his ashes put in a fan and then blown over all the people sitting there or something like that? It wasn't Mozart. It was somebody. I forgot who it was. But
I have a vial of ashes, and this is no lie. This is when important people die. And we have ashes mixed from the World Trade Center in there. We have a bunch of different events and catastrophes, and then we got other people's ashes in there. We mix them in a fire every time, and then we take vials and pass them out. So it's a mixture of all different ashes from people and catastrophic events, and I always keep that near me.
Literally sending ghosts to people's houses, Mike?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I have the funniest fucking ashes story. All right, I was got drunk at a party, right? As a teenager.
Oh no! Oh no!
And this younger teenager bumped into me, and he spilled dust all over us, and it landed on the floor. He looks at me without missing a beat. My dad lives here now. I'm like, what? I'm like, bro.
Did his dad get in your mouth?
No.
Are you sure?
No, because I was swigging a beer.
I mean, it's dust. You sure?
Yeah, maybe. I know. I breathed that homie in, and he was in my lungs.
He's in your lungs now, bro. He's in your soul.
Basically, because I looked at it when I realized what I was like, yo. He's like, what? I'm like, I'm basically your dad now.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Where's your mom? I need to go.
Oh no!
Nah, dude had a great sense of humor though. If somebody drops their father's ashes and their reaction is, "My dad lives here," that person is either the most depressed person on the face of the planet or one of the funniest people to ever exist.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm winding it down. We got final thoughts on. Okay, so for final thoughts, I want one solution that somebody can go act upon or something to research to move the needle forward.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, let's go.
I
know it's going to be easy for you.
I have a solution.
Stop.
It will be the last solution.
Oh my god, I hate you so much. Okay, so Orthodox guy is going to give you the last solution. You're done. Pumpkin, what do you got?
This is my fucking secretary.
Make us laugh.
That's fair.
Who told you?
I mean, honestly though, think about it this way: if you guys are gonna have a headquarters in an office, I would rather have somebody walk in there on some bullshit and have them run into Orthodox first.
Oh,
Bumpkin, imagine me sitting at a desk taking a phone call. Crazy person walks in, like several guns just chilling out, and somebody comes and acting stupid. I just give them the deadpan stare and slowly reach over and be like, shame, tragic, sad even.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You're more the bulldog, to be honest.
Pit bull. We've already come to this conclusion.
Yeah, more the pit bull.
I wish she was in the Telegram the other day, Ray, because we sussed somebody out who was doing some crazy shit, and I posted a bunch of funny pictures, like me winning. It was quite humorous. You had to be there,
dude.
And I'm gonna be honest. If there's, it's like there's certain people that I won't deal with, right? There's always a group of people I won't deal with, right? There's a big group. You guys know what America First is, right?
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes, the Gropers. You know they advocate for lowering the age of consent, right?
What?
Yes, they believe that you should be able to have 16-year-old wives.
Yeah, they quite frequently say they want a 16-year-old wife
at 30.
Yeah.
What?
I agree.
Shut up.
What?
Excuse me for a moment. I have a trip to go plan.
So it's situations like that. There's certain people I won't work with. That's a person I won't work with.
Yeah.
So I just said Orthodox guy in there.
And then I make them cry. You think I'm bad on panel? Like, I get to be creative and intelligent when I'm on my own talking to these people.
He really does. It's actually terrifying. But anyways,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I can't be smart in a environment where I have to censor myself. That's why I don't like censoring myself, because I always feel like I sound like an idiot when I have to self-censor.
I just
so repeat the
I
question.
don't know.
again?
I think that's such a weird thing.
You know what's
Very
even
weird.
crazy? You know what's even worse about it? They try to use Christianity to justify it.
They're still in high school. Like you're still in
They're
high school.
not.
No. Nick
Nick
Fuentes is
Fuentes.
25. The average age of the groiper is 25 to 20. It's a 30.
Yeah.
Wow.
Them being in high school, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, they look weak and effeminate though, so everybody just mistakes them for high school boys.
So true.
That is
Nick
true.
Fuentes looks like he's a sophomore.
He does look like a man child.
He looks like he
grown man.
unironically looks like my tomboy girlfriend, my tomboy Latina girlfriend in high school. I'm kidding. He's much.
False.
I'm kidding. He's much prettier. I'm just
Oh
playing.
my
I'm just playing.
You're like, this chick had a beard. Like,
now the only difference is she had fat tits. He's flat.
oh my god.
Oh
So Bumpkin solution. That's not Nick Fuentes apparently. So
repeat the question.
What's one key takeaway? Something that's like an action item for people as we're signing off, and as they're obviously have been listening to us for 5 hours and 40 minutes, probably about to lose their minds. But something that they can take away from this very long-winded conversation to go just move the needle forward. And it could be across anything, but something to take away positive that they can go do.
A positive thing to take away right now is one, if you are really, really, really fed up with the system as it is right now, and you really, really want to make a change, for one, hit me up. and we can negotiate where you can fit into the organization. And for two, if you're a lone, if you want to be a lone wolf and that's your whole identity, then I would say you need to start going to these school boards. You need to start going to these drag show story hours. You need to start going and confronting these people. Don't go alone though. Never go alone.
You'll get jumped.
You'll get jumped.
They will beat the brakes off of you.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yes.
Don't you? I hate him so much.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Exclusively do that.
Stop, bro.
Allegedly.
Yep. But for sure, if you really want to stop these things from happening, you have to sort of look at the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is these people have been unchecked for so long. You have to constantly remember, and you have to constantly put into your head that these people are a minority. They are not the majority. It is like a 1%, if that, of the population that are pushing this agenda onto your children. You are a part of the majority. You have to start using that power. You have to start awakening other people to what is definitely going on, and you have to act on it. That's what I would say. You take away from it.
Sweet.
They're a minority. Right. No wonder I don't like
Orthodox. You already gave your solution, and you cocked a firearm. So you're.
That's not actually the real
stuck
solution.
With those are your solutions.
I don't want to be stuck with them.
Well, answer the phone, tell you that you're a bitch, and then cock his rifle.
No. Not answer the phone. Just you a bitch. You gotta understand. I went to Philly to fight a fellow white nationalist because they were talking shit, and they didn't show up. And then I left the movement. No. Oh boy, a mutual friend of ours was in the hotel room with me. He went to talk shit. He heard the mutual friend's voice. The millisecond he heard his voice, he hung up and blocked my number.
Oh Jesus.
But no, in all seriousness, my solution, the sensible solution, the one that won't work, is everyone essentially, like you and Bumpkin are saying, go to these meetings, vote locally because locally elections are the only thing that matters. Try to get you a little bit of land. Try to organize with friends and families. Try to have a sustainable homestead so that they can't cut you off from food and shelter. And do your political work because honestly, it's gonna take forever, but that's the only way you can do it peacefully.
Okay. Youngblood, what you got?
Good evening, fellas. I would just say, you should question things at least 4 levels deep. Ask why, ask why, ask why, ask why. And if you do that, you realize that rarely is the outcome is to get money, especially with these bigger things. It's more of a power thing. It's rarely about money. Like once you start asking more levels deep, you realize that it's bigger than that. And then ask why are they doing that? And then you'll start to really get to some crazy shit. But it's rarely about, oh, they just want to make money. It ain't about. They are above money. You got to understand they are above money. Like money is like pretty much everything on the planet is essentially free to them. You know what I mean? So I would just say ask questions 4 levels deep. That's it.
Bruh, hold on. Before we go to Mike, I think I figured out why Umar Johnson says things 3 times. It's to stop Mr. Youngblood City from asking him, bro, because he already done took 3 of your wives away by saying the same thing.
Hit the cash app. Hit the cash app.
Yes. Facts.
We must stay focused, my brother. We must stay focused.
Bro, what we need to do is we need to have a panel where everybody does research on Umar Johnson and you can only talk like him, but it's all of us doing it. I bet we could get someone to like throw themselves off a bridge.
Oh, dude, I've been following him since like 08, so I got a lot of old videos.
Probably a fucking panel member. Yeah, I was gonna say, probably a panel member. Particularly of the Caucasoid variety.
Well, no. So what we do is we do it to somebody and don't tell them as a surprise. So we'll have like one person who's the patsy, and we all do the Dr. Umar, and it will just be like everybody says everything 3 times, and like somebody's off in the corner going, yeah.
And you gotta use his words to you a Negro peeing or a coon American or whatever.
I'm stealing that.
I can't say.
You
Listen,
cannot say Negro. Neither of you can say Negro peeing.
Negro peeing.
If I'm on a panel and you say Negro peeing, I am camming up asking what's wrong with you.
Listen, I'm actually banned from Team Patty's stream, by the way.
Why?
He said black bitches again.
You said black bitches again. I knew it.
I may or may not have said the N-word on Fatty's stream.
What? No, why did you have a based moment without me there?
It wasn't the ER. It was just the soft A. It's just like,
oh, that's gay.
I know it's so stupid. But I wasn't even trying to. It's just
he had to ban you. To be honest, he had to ban you.
You were adapting to your element.
I'm around Andre. I'm constantly on Fight Club. I'm constantly in these spaces, and it's just like it's almost in my vocabulary at this point.
Bro, one of these, bro.
Hey, remember that from the
one of these days
Boondocks?
we gonna see Bumpkin cam up, and he gonna have Dr. Umar hairs just going places up there.
Hey, Ray,
like, what's up, my brother?
Sticking out of the afro.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, do you remember that from the Boondocks?
Can a nigga borrow a French fry?
Yeah. Hey, you remember that episode? Oh my god,
bro! We watched all the episodes. We watched all the Boondocks episodes after New Frontier streams.
Oh my
god, that was a ritual for a while.
Okay, listen.
He's like,
it's the only time I can go off someone in the chat. Already suck my left testicle, bro. I don't actually give a fuck. Suck my left testicle, bro.
Okay. So Mike, what you got for us?
Shit. You want a word of wisdom?
Yes.
After 15 years of actively being out there, tuck your head between your legs and kiss your fucking ass goodbye. Because we are
no, don't say that.
I hate to say it, but we are fucked. and you're going to see, Bumpkin, and I'm not going to discourage you, but I'm tired and I'm going to tell you, in your organization, you will find, as it grows, you will find infiltration. You will find assholes who want to splinter off and create their own organizations and go after yours. And it's an ongoing slanderous it's just divide, and that's all our movement will ever cause is fucking divide. And you may not want to believe me, but I lived it. And not only did I live it, I had a whole entire movement turn against me because I did what I thought was right. So just be careful in your journey, and I wish you fucking luck. And my real word of wisdom is I'll regurgitate what I said. True leaders, real leaders, create more leaders, not followers.
That's true.
Like
That's
it.
true.
Like it.
Okay,
go ahead.
I always respond to that. I understand what you're saying. There will be splinters and all of that, but the whole point is moving forward. I think that there's going to be less of that in NF just because of the sole purpose of NF is being a parallel society.
You think so? You think so? Listen, when I left because I had cancer, I left my last organization I was in because I got cancer, and I wanted to give new generations a chance to really lead. And when I left, 32,000 people left with me, and I didn't even ask them to. They did not want to be a part of the organization because I was down and out, and I left, and there was no true leaders. Just remember, when you're leading, and I know you, man, you're smart. You're 23 years old, and you're friggin' intelligent, and you're awesome at what you do. Lead with passion, and always carry the same message. Never change over time. Never steer from your true path in what you do. That's my only advice. Solid advices I can give you is always carry that same path. If you see where I am now and you see my videos from way back when you had to upload them on Facebook, I still carry the same message to this day, and I stand by it. And just make sure you always be true to that, because people will pick up if you change just a little bit, and they will turn against you.
Yeah.
So that's my only advice. If you ever mean mentoring, that's what I did. I mentored 3%er leaders in every fucking state from all different organizations. I literally mentored friggin' everyone, Oath Keepers, all those guys. And that's what I did, because when I lead a certain way, and I teach people certain things that I don't say on camera or anything like that. But I teach things that keep you above approach, but keep you above the rest of the organizations that are out there. You know, and that's it. That's just, like I said, our country is lost, and I hope to God, because you're a newer generation and you're 23, you can lead a new generation of I'm going to call you guys soldiers, even though you're not, but I say soldiers, into directing us in the right path, because my generation was a total failure, utter failure at doing it. So I hope to God that you're successful in your journey.
I hope so too.
I like it. So for me, I'm going to say my piece of advice, I would do some research on, for everybody, this is back to the healthcare system piece. I would say do research on longevity clinics. I would look to that over standard traditional doctors. Most of those places will have referrals to doctors that are of the same mindset, which will yield better service. The other thing that I would look into is biohacking. And I would start with cognitive function. If you fix your brain, you'll fix your body. And I'm gonna call it on that. We're gonna roll on out this piece, bro. Do
Hey
it.
Ray, I didn't know you were into that stuff. Yeah, we got to talk about that, because I take mushrooms.
Oh hell yeah, I'm healthy as
Some
fuck.
I got some lion's mane, everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That's good. That's good.
I got lion's mane right here growing.
You seriously?
Me, dude, I'll grow mushrooms. I grow mushrooms. Yeah, well, I mean, I grow everything. You know that. But
yeah,
my wife will buy me like mushroom kits and stuff like that. I'm not into the psychedelics and microdosing. I know a lot of people who do grow them, and I have access to them. I'm more into the natural foods, and you know, the whole purpose we bought property was to be more self-sufficient and grow for ourselves. You know.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome,
Mike. If you need some help or some advice on that, I got you. Unless you've been doing it like way the growing food and shit.
Oh no, well, here's the thing. Just because I was always a 3%er, I taught a lot of prepping and survival groups and things like that. That's what I used to do. I know a lot. I actually know more about. How can I explain this? I do everything, so I know more about 12 and 24 volt systems and solar and this and that. And actually, the house that I built can pretty much be run on solar, even my mini split systems.
Well, see, that's not my specialty when it comes to homestead. Growing food and using hydroponic systems for water and fertilizer without actually you having to do anything is my specialty, along with setting up beehives and ways for you to have berries and like a 3-year rotation for certain crops. Like I can take a fourth an acre and like make you a self-sustaining garden around your yard.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I own a farm, so I actually own I'm actually one of the 5 largest super hot pepper farms in the United States, and I ship worldwide. So I'm into a lot of different things, electroculture, all these different things. But when it comes to self-sustaining, between me and my wife, we have extensive knowledge, and we were looking for the perfect property and homestead, and we finally found it, and it was actually a lot larger than we thought. So. I mean, if you ever wanted to shoot the shit or discuss anything, I'm sure I know stuff that you don't, and you know stuff that I don't. I'm always willing to learn. I mean, that's mainly the whole part of life is learning. It's a continuous thing. But yeah, I'm always up for tips, especially on homesteading.
Mike, can you drop your email in the back chat, by the way?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
I want to try to have you on for an interview on Culture Conversations. I on New Frontier, I do an interview section. So,
do you?
Yeah, really, really interesting people. Or, for instance, like you said, you ran the 3%ers, you ran several organizations. Mike just dipped.
What? Oh, I can get you Mike's information. What did you need from him?
He just sent it to me.
Oh,
he
okay.
posted it in the back chat.
That is a badass themed email.
Oh, he's serious.
I like it. So yeah.
But yeah,
well,
dude.
I'm going to bed. I hope you guys have a good night. I will talk to some of you guys tomorrow. Probably most of you. So
did you end the stream?
No, I'm getting ready to.
Oh,
I'm
my
ending
bad.
it now after I scream this is Sparta and you guys are some bitches. Hold on.
Yes, yes.
Madness. This is Sparta!
Too long.